Hi, welcome back guys. This is your friend, the Broccoli Fanfics. Back with amazing fanfiction. This is the series of What If Deku Massacre Pro Hero System Quirk. Now before starting, please give this video a like and subscribe to the channel if you want more videos like this. Now let's get into the fanfic. Izuku was walking back home all by himself. As usual, today was a roller coaster of a day. Attacked by a villain. Saved from villain by the All Might. Seeing All Might's true form, which is probably one of the biggest secrets out there. Then having the last hopes of achieving his dream shattered by him. Guess those interviews really are just for the publicity, huh? Anyone can be a hero. What a joke. Maybe he's just not part of anyone. Guess being quirkless in this world really makes you an alien. Not that Izuku didn't know all of this. All men are not equal. He learned that long ago. And deep down he knew the greatest hero of all time wouldn't say any different. Still hurts though. His thoughts were interrupted by the sound of explosions, which suddenly brought him back to his senses. Another crowd. Another villain attack? He won't join the crowd. There's no point anymore. His notes are useless. He won't be a hero. But maybe just a quick look won't hurt, right? The villain from this morning again. Another victim caught by him. A hero was bound to come. And then Izuku's eyes crossed with the victim. With Kaken. He dashed, not even listening to all the yelling. Throwing his bag at the villain. Why? My legs just moved on their own. I dunno why. You just looked like you needed saving, Izuku answered with his best attempt at a smile. Things went dark soon after. Later that day, Izuku walked home covered with a few bandages which he did not look forward to explaining to his mother. He wasn't badly hurt. Nothing worse than usual anyway. Even the heroes agreed that he didn't need to go to the hospital. Only Bakugo. Since his mom and Auntie Mitsuki were so close she might already know. Izuku wanted to do nothing but cry. I am here. The number one hero suddenly came out from the corner interrupting any further thoughts. All Might? Why are you here? He then suddenly puked blood and reverted to his skeleton-like form. Young boy, I saw you there with my own eyes. There were multiple policemen and quite a few heroes with strong quirks, and the one who acted was the quirkless little boy. A lot of heroes have moments like that even as children, and many claim their bodies simply moved without thinking. That's what happened to you there, right? I believe you are worthy of inheriting my power. Izuku just stood there repeating the words he had just heard. He couldn't believe it. His sadness slowly being overcome. All Might didn't get the reaction he thought he would. I know it's a shock, but at least say some. All Might, Izuku interrupted, what do you mean by, with my own eyes? I was there. Part of the crowd. All Might was confused. He just announced his intentions of making this person his successor. This was definitely not the first question he thought he'd have to answer. Why didn't you save him? You were there. Everything's all right. But because I'm here. You were there. You always say that with the biggest smile. Was it a lie too? If you were there, then why is Kaken in the hospital? Izuku started crying. Not from sadness but anger. His idol was nothing but a fake hero. Izuku was fine. A few scratches but nothing to worry about. But Kaken had stayed under the villain for too long. He couldn't breathe for a while. He was unconscious by the time the heroes finally got him out. Young boy, I've told you about my injury. There was nothing I could have done. You say that, but you just used your muscular form to make an appearance. You've taken out villains in less time it took you to do that. Young boy, Shut up. Leave now. I'm sorry. Leave. Izuku couldn't sleep. He tried. He really did, but worried about Kaken. Guilty about worrying his mother. The worried yelling she gave him was still ringing in his head. But most of all, angry about All Might. And having the number one's face plastered all over his room staring straight at him wasn't helping. He couldn't take it anymore. He got dressed, grabbed some trash bags and started putting all his merchandise in them. They were going to be thrown out right now. Some of this was valuable. He can't just throw it in the trash. Someone else might pick it up. He needs to burn it. Destroy it completely. After searching online, he found a place where he could do it. It's a bit far, but it doesn't matter. He left. The bags were a bit heavier than expected. He had way too much stuff. At least the train there was mostly empty. He didn't want to bother others with his trash. Checking the GPS on his phone, Izuku noticed an alley he could use as a shortcut. He didn't like the looks of it, but the bags were getting heavier and it was past 2 a.m. If his mother found out he left this late, he would never hear the end of it. Especially after his villain encounter. Into the alley it is. Alright lady, we gonna make this really simple for you. Leave the bag. The guitar too. Of course. A robbery. 2 a.m. in a hidden alley. Izuku should have known better after watching any movie ever. Two dangerous-looking guys robbing a girl no older than he was. What was she doing around here at this time in the night? A question for later. Thankfully they hadn't seen him yet. He wasn't in danger yet. And there's a hero on the way. He knows her patrol. He had researched a lot about her and her quirk. Izuku is such a fanboy. Not the guitar, please. My parents gave it to me for my birthday. Well, I don't see how that's my problem. The main thug said, turning his fingers into blades. Izuku didn't like where this was going. He had to do something. The hero was taking too long. What was he to do? He knows her patrol. Can he lure them through it? He could probably beat them without needing any hero. Hey jerks! Izuku said as he threw the bags at them. What the hell? Said the main thug as he was hit by one of the bags. The others were shrink down by the second mad. Guess that's his quirk. Using the distraction, the girl ran away. Smart move. Izuku needs to do the same. So, kid, that was a bad move. That guitar would sell for a nice amount. Izuku dashed. The thugs went after him. They were fast. Izuku would be caught soon. But he knew where he was going. There was a hero patrolling around here. Where was she? Izuku should have gone past her already, but there were no signs of her. Then the smaller man caught up to him, grabbing him by the arm. Caught ya! The thugs were here. Breathing heavily from the running. They forced him into a poorly lit alley. Good job. Now kid, I was about to tell you about your wrongdoings today. You cost us quite a bit. As he finished talking, he started punching Izuku. It hurts. Where is that hero? How was he going to explain this to his mother? Was he even going back to his mother? Suddenly the beating stopped. Who the hell are you? Some kind of hero. It was the voice of the big thug. He sounded afraid. Izuku looked up. There was someone else there. He was dressed in red and a white cloth concealing the upper part of his face. Not a hero Izuku knew about, and he knew about a lot of heroes. Kid, I saw you running back there. You were running along Discharge's patrol route, right? She's not coming. She's been signing autographs at the beginning of her route for the past half hour. Izuku couldn't believe it. Signing autographs? That's the all-important task that kept her from saving that girl? That's keeping her from saving me? These heroes are all the same. Nothing but a joke. Listen, I don't know who you are, but leave now and you won't be hurt. The small thug tried to negotiate. Big thug thought differently. Never mind that. He's seen our faces. If he's a hero, we gotta take care of him and skip town. He said as he turned his fingers into blades and dashed at the masked man. Izuku wanted to shout a warning, but before he could muster the strength, the man had dodged the attack. He dodged so efficiently and quickly that it almost seemed like the thug had simply missed. Everyone was stunned for an instant. The masked man then liked the blade in his hand. Did he always have that blade? Big thug immediately fell. What's going on? Why can't I dash? He didn't have time to finish his sentence as the masked stranger stabbed him. Small thug was stunned but recovered quickly. Not the first time he had witnessed a murder. He knew he was in danger, but it was too late for him. The stranger was fast, and with a swift strike a second man was down. He then turned to Izuku. Was he next? Were you actually running along Discharge's route, or was it just a coincidence? You killed them. I did. I also asked you a question. Izuku had just seen a double homicide. Despite that, he was calm. Might be due to being hit on the head so many times, but he didn't feel in danger right now. I knew her patrol route. I saw those guys trying to rob someone, so I thought I could make them follow me to her. Didn't know her route had changed. It didn't. She's with her fans signing autographs barely a block into her route. Her fans? Izuku's face contorted in anger. A hero would have failed to save him and the girl because she was too busy signing autographs? Guess you really can't count on them. They're all nothing but fakes. Why even call them heroes? The man chuckled. Yeah. Fakes indeed. You know about the old meaning of the word hero? Before the age of quirks. The sudden sound of sirens put him on alert. Guess the girl called the police eventually. They took their time tough. He was ready to move when someone grabbed his arm. Guess we can't talk. Such a shame. Wait, don't go. Izuku said, grabbing the man. Let me go. You heard the sirens. I'm someone who just committed murder. Can you see how I might not like cops? Teach me. What? He couldn't believe his own ears. He could have sworn the child in front of him just said, teach me. Please. Teach me to fight like you do. I can't rely on heroes. Even if you could, I'm not sure they're worthy of it. I don't want to fail to protect someone ever again. I don't want to fail to protect me. You are clearly capable of defending yourself. Please teach me. I don't have anywhere else to turn to for this. He was about to reject him. Teach a child? What an absurd idea. But then he looked into the kid's eyes. These were the eyes of someone who had seen the flaws of the current society. He has seen what heroes are like nowadays. He's still a child and shouldn't be associating with a murderer, but fine. Once you're healed, come find me. What was he doing? Thank you so much. What should I call you? Izuku said as the pain was coming back. Adrenaline and strong emotions don't last forever. Stain. He said as he jumped from a dumpster to a fire escape and disappeared all the way up in the roof. His body hurt everywhere and he was starting to get dizzy too. Getting to the train was a pain. Arriving home was even worse. He managed to sneak back in. Thankfully his mother was a heavy sleeper, so he was able to take a shower and take care of his wounds. Nothing seemed broken. While not the first time he has done this, this was definitely the worst. This time the bruises weren't made by bullies his age but adult thugs with adult strength and the desire to go beyond just hurting. After double-checking that he didn't leave anything to make his mother worry, he fell into his bed and slept. He passed out almost instantaneously, which is somewhat new for Izuku. The next morning arrived way too fast. Izuku felt like he could sleep for 5 more days. But he had to get up. He would worry his mother if he suddenly stayed in bed for so long. Also, he had something important to do. He needed to find Stain. He doubts he's going to be waiting for him in that alley. He'll have to think about it sometime later though, because right now he was starving. Good morning, Izuku dear. I've made breakfast but it's slightly cold now. You slept a lot today, she said with a bright smile that tried to hide her worry. She was never good at hiding her worry from Izuku. Good morning, mother. Thanks for the food. I was tired. The smile faded. Altogether. I got a call from Mitsuki. Katsuki is in a coma. Izuku was stunned. The coma? Katsuki couldn't be in a coma. He was out of breath for a while and well, he hasn't woken up yet. The doctors expect him to wake up at any time though. She tried to make it sound like good news but the whole coma thing was louder. Izuku doesn't feel like eating anymore. I'm going with her to visit Katsuki today and I was wondering if you'd like to come. No thanks, he said as he got up. The food was great. Thank you. Inko was disappointed. She knew the boys weren't the friends they used to be, but after hearing that Izuku had dashed against a villain for Katsuki, she thought things weren't that bad. Izuku went upstairs more determined than ever. He needs to find Stain. He'll learn how to defend himself and others. Something like this won't happen ever again. After some simple research he found Stain. He's a wanted man. Responsible for quite a few murderers. All of them heroes. Izuku was feeling quite a bit scared of meeting someone like him until he did some further research. Izuku noticed the pattern. All of them people who have failed in their job. People who didn't live up to their title. This Stain and him might have similar viewpoints. Murder still seems a bit excessive, but who knows what he's been through? Knowing all this still wasn't enough to find him. If it was, the police would have gotten him long ago. But he knew something the police didn't, his quirk. Well, not exactly, but he knew the effect, and after what he saw the other night, he had some idea of how he activated it. Through blood. Either a cut or he had to swallow it. Given the appearance of his tongue, Izuku was willing to bet on the latter. After researching some more, he found someone who matched the description. An old vigilante named Stendhal who was once known to inhabit a warehouse nearby and other places not nearby. That was Izuku's best shot, so as soon as school ended, he departed. The warehouse looked abandoned, but after going closer, he could see some sign of usage. For starters, it was locked with a fairly recent and strong lock. No way Izuku could break or force that in some way. He should learn how to pick locks someday. After going around, Izuku found a small window which seemed like his entrance point. Unlocked and everything. That was lucky. Hello. The warehouse was dark. Someone covered most of the windows. This must mean he's in the right place. Is anybody here? He keeps looking around. Sometimes he thinks he hears something, but when he turns around there's nothing there. He certainly was in the right place. The warehouse was a small training facility. Obstacle course, gym, climbing. It doesn't seem like it was used recently though. If he is staying here, he needs a place to sleep. Also a place to plan his next target. That office seems like the only appropriate place. The feeling that he was not alone kept intensifying, but he still found no evidence to support it, so Izuku did his best to ignore it. As he was going up the stairs, the evidence presented himself in the form of a blade touching his neck and a voice coming from behind him. Who are you? How did you find this place? Stain's voice. He's never forget the voice of the person who saved his life. Stain-san. It's me. You saved me the other night. I asked you to train me. You said you would. The blade stayed on his neck for a bit longer. The silence in those seconds amplified the fear in Izuku. Eventually the blade was dropped. I remember. The kid looking for discharge. Smart move if those demon heroes were worth their name. The anger in his voice as he mentioned heroes was palpable. How did you find me? Oh, I remembered your quirk. From there I figured out Stendhal, and this warehouse was the only location of his that was nearby, so I decided to take my chances. Izuku smiled brightly. Stain wasn't sure he really should be associating with a nice kid like this one. Something else intrigued him. I don't recall ever telling you about my quirk. I figured it out. You see, I remembered the paralysis effect and how it activated when Olikador blade. Now that might have been for Shoan Donly needed here blood, but given IO your developetine assumid licking was required. Izuku covered his mouth in a panic. I'm so sorry. It's a habit of mine. I know it's creepy. I'm so sorry. It won't happen again. Don't worry about it. It's impressive. You must have a powerful analysis quirk to be able to figure it out in those circumstances. Izuku quieted down. He was even more uncomfortable than when he slipped out his creepy, impressive habit. He swallowed deep. I'm quirkless. Stain was nearly speechless. It's impressive. More than impressive. Astonishing, staggering, and definitely scary. This boy, while scared and short after being beaten, was able to deduce his quirk. Not even the authorities were able to figure it out yet. With the right skills, this boy would be the most terrifying opponent. The silence gave Izuku the wrong idea. I'll go now. Sorry to disturb you. I won't tell anything obviously. Thank you so much for saving me. Quirkless? That's so much more impressive. Izuku had to double down on what he just heard. Excuse me? I mean, if you had a strong analysis quirk or an intelligence quirk it would be nice too, I guess. But you're quirkless. And you managed to figure out my quirk from a few seconds of interaction despite the concussions you probably had. That's impressive. You mean you don't hate me? I don't disgust you? You don't think I'm useless? Of course. This kid must be bullied day and night. And nobody will do anything because the kids with the strong quirks are the ones that'll have big futures. Pathetic. This kid must have been through a lot. Strong quirks are overrated. Quirks in general. They're useful of course, but far from everything. Just look at me. My quirk is a bit helpful, but it only stops them for a few minutes depending on blood type. What makes me dangerous are my skills. Losing my quirk would barely make a difference. Now it's Izuku's turn to be speechless. Nobody ever said anything like that. Izuku was so thankful to have found Stain. Hey kid. Why are you crying? I thought I said something nice. I'm sorry. He tries to clear his tears. I've been told I'm quite the crybaby. Sorry. It's just nobody ever said something like that to me. Stain understood. Being quirkless must not be easy. Well, never mind all that. You're here for training, right? So you don't have to rely on them ever again. All this was nice and all, but this was what had convinced Stain to train him the other day. As soon as he mentioned relying on heroes, the kid's eyes sharpened. Even crying Stain could see the intensity in his eyes. He could see the anger that won't ever go away. Follow me. He directed Izuku to a part of the warehouse with a cushioned floor. First things first. I assume you'll need to be back home relatively soon, right? Izuku nodded. Alright. Then I'm gonna focus on teaching you technique. I'll also write a training scheme for you to do at home. It will strengthen you. I expect you'll follow it to the letter. Now then. Watch carefully every movement I do. First thing you're gonna learn is how to dodge. I'm pretty good at taking hits already. Could you maybe teach me how to throw a punch? Who's teaching here? And taking hits? I said dodging. You aren't gonna take any hits ever. That only works to hurt you. Why would you do that? And let's say you're really good at taking hits. They barely hurt you. If they come from an average strength person, that is. Someone with a strength quirk or a speed quirk comes and you'll take the punch. You'd be dead. Izuku nodded. Stain made very valid points. What was he thinking? Requesting the training to change even before it started. I see. I'm sorry. Dodging it is. Good. Now punch me where I tell you and I'll show you how to dodge. Later. Satin was impressed. He picked up on the basics fairly quick. Perhaps this isn't the best way to utilize his potential. Maybe his smarts also apply to fighting, and if so, teaching him a fighting style is only gonna set him back later on. He should be teaching purely the fundamentals and let the kid develop his fighting style. All of this only applies if his intellect also applies to fighting. There's a good way to find out. Alright kid. Not bad for a first day. Here is your training for this week. Now don't go thinking this will make you buff like All Might. You need strength, but you also need speed and flexibility. Since you don't have a quirk that allows you to be super fast while retaining bulk, you'll need to be slim. The kid took notes furiously. Since when was this a class? And one more thing. He then dashed towards a wall and ran upwards. He reached a crazy height. You have a week to do this. Think of it as homework. Izuku reached home and nearly collapsed from exhaustion. Who knew simply dodging was so tiring? He must have really bad stamina. He should work on that. He has a training schedule now. He should look at that. Alright. Lots of physical exercise that works every part of his body. Lots of rest time too. Even a diet to follow. Strange. Nothing on the wall run. He must want Izuku to figure it out. But not today. Far too tired. Izuku set his alarm early and passed out. He barely woke up the next morning. He wants more sleep. But training. He needs to train. He has to. It was difficult, but he did it. He could feel his muscles aching. He couldn't really train the techniques Stain-sensei taught him without a sparring partner, and he isn't gonna find that soon, so he had to wait until he met him again. Only thing left was the wall running. He headed outside and tried it on his building's wall. It's not easy. Izuku wasn't expecting it to be. He kept trying until he nearly missed breakfast. As he reached the door, he could hear the TV. His mother is awake already. On latest news, the hero discharge was found. What were you doing outside? Did you just arrive home? Izuku, I swear to God. His mother must have heard him opening the door. She ambushed him with a barrage of questions. No, Mom. That's not it at all. I was just working out. He needed to explain things fast before he got grounded. Not that he did anything wrong. This time, working out? Since when do you work out? Since today. I just started. I started in my room, but there was one exercise I wanted to try that needed to be done outside. Inko was relieved. She had assumed the worst. And who could blame her after everything that happened recently? Exercise is a healthy thing and a great way to relieve stress. Sorry for yelling. I get worried, sometimes excessively. It's great that you're exercising, sweetie. Now you must be really starving. As soon as she said this, Izuku's stomach let out a scary growl, almost as if it agreed with Inko's words. His training was going well. Really well. Despite not even being a week since he started, Izuku could feel the difference. He was stronger and more agile. And he's been catching up to Stain ever so slightly in their sparring matches. Even he is impressed. Despite all this, he's been getting in a lousier mood every day. All thanks to school, of course. It was always bad, but lately it's been unbearable. Something was missing. Not something, someone. His absence is a slap in the face to Izuku. The heroes couldn't help him. All Might didn't help him. And Izuku was unable to despite his best efforts. He can't take this anymore. He doesn't want to be here, and so he'll leave. It's not like the teachers would report that the quirkless kid is gone. They don't care enough. But where will he go at this time? He wanted to go to Stain-sensei, but it might be too early. Oh well, trying doesn't hurt. Worst case scenario, he'd just find some place and train. He was heading to the warehouse when suddenly he heard someone calling him. Deku! So he turned to see who it was. None other than the bullies who skipped school all the time. They had good quirks, so no matter how many warnings they had, they wouldn't be given more serious punishment. Oh shit, he looked. It's really him. They rushed to him, bumping into someone on the way. So Deku, skipping class now? Have you finally accepted your uselessness? He pushed him as he said it. Izuku could have dodged. He was confident he could do so much since he started his training. He never did. He always took everything they threw at him. Why did he do that? They kept pushing him and even throwing a few punches until he fell. His bag must have been open because his notebooks were now all over the place. What's this? Still writing on heroes? Don't tell me you still think you can be one. This was bad. That notebook wasn't on heroes at all. It was Stain's notebook. And he had scribbled a bunch of information on Stain there. He couldn't let them see it. Drop that. That isn't yours. Oh, and what are you gonna do about it, useless John? Deku moved fast. While he was down, he kicked the boy in behind the knee. He then quickly grabbed him by the wrist that was holding the notebook, making him drop it, and without hesitating he punched the boy in the gut. It was his first time punching someone. And not just anyone. One of his annoying quirkist bullies. It felt good. The other two were stunned. Seeing the strongest of their group being down by anyone but Bakugo was enough of a shock, but seeing Deku of all people do it. After it wore off, they rushed at Deku. It was a fluke. No way a quirkless kid could defeat them. Izuku saw it coming. They were so much slower than his sensei. Much more predictable too. And he knew their quirks. One had a rocky exterior. It made him more durable but no stronger than average and definitely less flexible. The other had an extra strong jaw and sharp teeth. Izuku doubted he'd use that on him in a dangerous place. Izuku quickly dodged the jaw aimed at his arm and stepped towards his other classmate, positioning himself in a way that when dodged, the punch would hit his classmate's jaw. Please stop. I don't want this to go any further. Izuku was confident he could win. And while he's not proud of it, he was enjoying this. But he knows this isn't the way. Stop? Stop. The leader started getting up and was suddenly shouting. You're just some useless quirkless lit dash. A loud laughter interrupted the boy. It came from an older boy who looked like he doesn't see much sunlight. Ah, so after forcing a 1v3 PvP against him and losing badly, you tell me he's quirkless? Diamen, you guys are pathetic. And you, he points at Izuku, are impressive. Who the hell are you? Beat it before you get hurt. The older boy suddenly turned serious. Oh no, you wouldn't want to start piking. There was something about how he said those words that made the boys realize they were outmatched and left. Thank you for the help, Izuku says as he starts gathering the notebooks. No problem. Didn't seem like you needed though. It was quite the show. Here you go. He hands Izuku a handbook. Not his training book, which was a relief, but it's still embarrassing. Did he see it? So, you want to be a hero? He did see it. I don't think so. Not anymore. Not that they'd let me anyway. Yes. Quickless. He said as if it'd slip his mind. Their loss. I read a few pages. Impressive analyses. Impressive? Not creepy or stupid or dumb. Think you can do me? Analyze me. What can you tell me about my quirk? Well, this is completely unexpected. He never had someone asked him to do it. He was confused for a bit, but then his nerd mode took over. I think you have a 5-digit contact destruction quirk. You can't control it. It destroys everything you touch with your 5 fingers. All the boy did was laugh. I got it wrong? There's no need to laugh. No. You got it exactly right. My quirk is decay. Everything I touch with all my fingers decays into dust. What you just did was impressive. How did you do it? I just noticed that you held the notebook carefully. Almost like you were scared of touching it with all 5 fingers. Same with that game you're holding. I assume that's how you activated your quirk, and since you were trying to avoid it, it most likely was something destructive. You're amazing. My name is Shigaraki Tamura. Wanna come with me and play some Smash? He said as he held up the game he was holding. Izuku didn't know what to think. First, Shigaraki nearly forgot that he was quirkless. He said his analyses were impressive. And now he invites him to play video games? Something's wrong, but he'll tag along. He has nothing to do for a few hours anyway. I'm nothing much. It's just been a hobby since I was young. Oh, and my name is Midoriya Izuku. Pleasure to meet you, Shigaraki-kun. Izuku? Wasn't it useless? I get it. Those kids are dumb. But never mind them. I live nearby. Let's go have some fun. Also, no need to call me Shigaraki. You're gonna be my partner at Smash, so we're friends now. Call me Tamura. Friends? He said friends. Friends. Really? Izuku couldn't hold his happiness at hearing the word, and with a big smile, he said, "Lead the way, Tamura-kun." Izuku had a lot of fun that afternoon. He was almost late for his training. He's also getting better at wall running, though he still feels like he's doing it wrong. Stain is nonetheless impressed with each training session. This day started bad but ended really well. A friend and lots of fun. Too bad it wouldn't end like that. Hello? Mom. It was strange for her to call. He wasn't late for anything. He'd warned her he'd arrive later than usual because of his workout. His worries only increased when he heard the stress in her voice. Izuku, dear. I'm gonna be home late today. Mitsuki just called. There was an explosion at the hospital Katsuki's in. Katsuki suddenly woke up. He was in a hospital. What was he doing? That sludge fucker had downed him. So pathetic. The great Katsuki down by a random villain. So much for great. How long was he down anyways? He looked at the TV. Why was it on if he's the only one here? And then he saw it. It's been 6 days since his encounter. He was in a coma. If he was in a coma, what state is Deku in? Deku was there. He's the only one who did anything as the heroes looked at him dumbfounded. As he gets more and more stressed, he starts sweating and then the whole hospital is shaken by an explosion. Izuku rushed to meet his mother at the hospital. He's been avoiding it for a bit, but now it's different. If there was an explosion, there's a good chance that he's awake. He's awake and fine instead of in a coma because of Izuku's uselessness. Mom! What happened? Is Kat-chan awake? He ran really fast. He's also very much out of breath. Izuku, you're here. He's fine. The doctor said that the explosion was caused by an involuntary activation of his quirk, but he's mostly fine. Just as Izuku thought. The explosion was his fault. Wait a second. Mostly? What did she mean mostly? An explosion shouldn't hurt Kat-chan. The doctor explained that people who don't breathe for as long as he did usually suffer from some form of brain damage. Brain what? The doctor said that his is really minor. It's a blessing that it's as simple as it is. Some minor hand tremors. Especially when he's stressed. They even expected that with time they'll disappear altogether except the explosion. If his hands happen to be sweaty when the tremors happen. His mother nodded. He wears this gloves that absorb his sweat. He needs to change them occasionally. It's all manageable. Can I see him? Of course. Let's go. As they approach his room, Izuku can already hear him bickering with his mother. This is good. It means he's fine. When he entered, everything changed. Look who came. Ready to gloat? Bet you've been really proud of yourself. Surviving a villain attack with no dama dash. He gets smacked. What the hell, you old hag? Don't make me hit you again, you brat. He came running to make sure you're okay, so don't be a BSTRD about it. Also, hag, if you weren't in the hospital I'd kick your butt. She means it. Nobody can stand up to Cat-chan like Auntie. I'm glad you're fine. I'll be going now. Good to see you, Auntie. If you need anything, feel free to call. He clearly didn't want him there. He might as well go. It's a relief that he's fine. I didn't need your help. I was doing fine. I would have beaten that fuckers but into oblivion. But the next words were said so low that Izuku wasn't sure if it actually said them. Thank you. He looked at Auntie, who seemed just as surprised as he was. So he didn't hallucinate. Or they both did. Yeah. They both were going crazy. That's much more likely. What are y'all doing with the FING blank faces? Weren't you leaving? Get the F out already. And Izuku did. Immediately. He spent the whole trip home wondering if reality was bugged. The 1-week deadline is finally up and Izuku had to show that he could wall run as high as his sensei. He couldn't. He tried everything but he was still quite a bit behind on sensei's height. No matter, he just had to try his best. What are you waiting for? Stain was getting impatient with Izuku's nervousness. Nothing. Sorry, sensei. He took a deep breath. He just needs to apply what he learned. He took position and ran. He hit the wall and his momentum was perfect. Everything was perfect. Each step was perfectly executed but he still failed. He was a bit far from the height sensei reached. He had disappointed sensei. Amazing. This week I'll dedicate all our time to teaching you the fundamentals. I'm gonna cram them into you and from then on we'll only spar and free run. You're brilliant enough to develop your own fighting style through experience. Teaching you mine will only dampen you later on. So I didn't fail? Izuku thought that he failed for sure. I didn't reach the same height as you. Of course not. I'm taller. Longer legs. Also much stronger and more experienced. But you thought of your own way of wall running without anyone teaching you and you did it stupendously. Honestly, how can someone as brilliant as you, who was calculating the right way to jump, forgets to take into account different builds? Izuku felt dumb. Of course he could reach that height yet. But the training talk got him fired up. Sensei thinks he's smart. He can't disappoint him. He'll beat Sensei by the end of this training. He'll never need a hero again. Where do you think you're going? We have class. Do you want to be suspended again? Cat-chan was back. He's been acting different. He hasn't called Izuku useless or burned his notebooks lately. Not that he could with those gloves on. Which are a fascinating piece of tech. Gloves are supposed to heat the hands but those work more like a freezer and the tissue they're made of seems extra absorbent. Probably quirk made. I'm meeting a friend. And the suspensions were because of something else. If I'm caught fighting back it's gonna be my fault. Since when do you have skip class? Well, it's not like the teachers care. My only friend here doesn't like hanging out with me. I won't fail the class. I studied ahead during the morning. So if I can go hang out with a friend instead of waiting for someone to try to beat my butt or call me all sorts of names, I think I should skip class. I'm going now, Cat-chan. Katsuki was slightly dumbfounded. It's not like Izuku to speak like this. He's right though. He has nothing to lose with leaving. Besides, what was Katsuki doing here anyway? It's not like he cares about that useless trash. Useless trash who saved his life. What did that make him? He can't even use his quirk for who knows how long. Who's useless now, huh? A few months passed. Izuku is getting really good at fighting. Not as good as Sensei, but he can give him a fight now. He's also much stronger compared to his old self. And agile too. He can go through the whole obstacle course fairly fast and it's become almost second nature to him. He can't even look at a street without seeing everything and everyone as obstacles in a course. Tamura and him became really close too. He even told him about his family. What he remembers anyway. It's truly sad. And Izuku thought he had it bad. He also told him everything ranging from quirkless to bullied to All Might. Leaving out the part of his injury. That wasn't his secret to tell. Cat-chan seemed to be avoiding him, which was kinda of a step forward since he no longer hurts him. Maybe. Izuku wasn't annoying him as much. Overall things have been great. Which made Sensei's announcement crushing to hear. I'm leaving by next week. Tomorrow's the last day. You better use it well. What? Why are you leaving? I have so much more to learn from you. I'm nowhere near your level. I've put my crusade on hold for too long. Besides, I have taught you everything you need. You just need to practice some more. It doesn't need to be with me. This is goodbye, Izuku. No. You haven't taught me everything. I saw you fight. I know you always hold back. Not to mention all the weapons you know how to use. Suddenly intense bloodlust filled the room. Izuku was paralyzed and not from any quirk. Stain looked almost like a monster more than a man. Midoriya Izuku. It's true that I haven't taught you everything, but what remains are the tools of an assassin. If you want to learn those, you need the will to kill and to be prepared to die in return while having the resilience to never suffer that fate. The bloodlust eased down. You need a goal. Something you want to achieve even if it kills you at the end. Something that keeps you from dying no matter the damage you take until you achieve it. You don't have one. You know how to defend yourself, and that marks the end of our agreement. You'll never need a hero ever again. Live a normal life. From now on you can save yourself. Izuku was about to protest. Or to beg. Or both. It couldn't end like this. But his phone interrupted him. Hello, Izuku? It was Auntie. Did something happen? Yes, Auntie. I'm here. Is everything alright? Kinda. Well, Katsuki skipped his physical therapy today. It's supposed to be his last. I was wondering if he's with you? He isn't, but I have an idea of where he might be. He's fine for sure, but I'll go there and check on him anyway. Thank you, Izuku. Send me a text when you're with him. Bye. Izuku started to go away. Sorry, Sensei. Something important came up. I'll see you tomorrow. Izuku had a good idea of where Katchan was. It's the place that he goes to practice with his quirk. An old abandoned building in the middle of nowhere where he could be as loud as he can. He's probably there celebrating getting the usage of his quirk back. Auntie was just worried over nothing. Understandable since her son was in a coma a few months ago. As Izuku got closer, he expected to hear explosions. There was nothing but silence. Maybe he isn't here? He should make sure anyway. He could just be on a break and Auntie will worry if I say nothing. He entered the building. It was full of scorch marks, but they all seemed old. Maybe he's upstairs. He reached the roof and there he was, laying down, looking at the sky. He quickly texted Auntie saying he's fine. He was about to leave when he was caught. What are you doing here? How do you know about this place? Auntie called. She was worried. You skipped the last session. I thought you'd be here celebrating getting your quirk back. As Izuku said these words, Katsuki tensed. We used to play here. Training to be heroes, we called it. Once I was diagnosed as quirkless, I wasn't allowed to enter anymore. But never mind that. I was expecting much more scorch marks everywhere. Anything wrong? Why do you care? Alright. Sorry, believe. Just text Auntie, please. No. I asked you a question. But, do you care? You care so goddamn much. Do I look like I need someone always looking over my shoulder? Ever since we were kids, you always look down on me. Do I look that pathetic to you? I've been nothing but miserable to you for the last 10 years, and still the first thing you do when you see me with a villain is jump in to the rescue. Not even a day after I burned your precious notebook and told you to attempt reincarnation. Today you dropped whatever you were doing because my mother called? What does it matter to you? Am I that inferior to you that you can't even be bothered to hate me? Why is it that someone was supposed to be nothing was the one that saved my life? Izuku could feel the pain and confusion in his voice. He wasn't sure how he should address all this, but he knew where to start. What do you mean I saved your life? Oh great, and you don't even know it. I watched the video 1,000 times and counted each of those times. If it weren't for that minute of air you bought me, I would have been out of breath for too long. Izuku couldn't believe it. Come on then. Gloat. Rub it in my face how the useless kid managed to save me. Gloat how you became a fighter who can beat those extras in a fight. Gloat on how I'm never gonna be hero. Katchan, what do you mean by that? Katchan was going through too much. Izuku can't even catch up to everything he's saying. He had never seen Katchan in such a mess. Katchan was never like this before. He's strong. Nothing ever bothers him. What's going on? The shakes haven't stopped yet. He says, holding back tears. I heard the doctors say that at this rate it might take years until they do. The UA entrance exam is in 4 months. I'm not gonna be a hero. He chuckles with no joy in it. Maybe I should take my own advice and hope for it in my next life. That's it, Izuku was done. This isn't Kachan. He walked towards that imposter and punched him as hard as he could. He knocked him out of balance. Don't ever say that ever again. Not gonna be a hero? Your dream is gone? What do you know of having a dream torn apart? Who even are you? The Kachan I know doesn't give up on anything. Be that a battle or a competition or his dream. Get up. Izuku assumed a fighting stance. I said get up. Think now that you somewhat know how to fight, you stand a chance against me? I might not have my quirk, but I'll kick your butt nonetheless. That would be scary coming from Kachan. Too bad that in his place there's only a coward. What did you just say to me? Katsuki was getting furious. You're gonna regret those words. He dashed at Izuku ready to throw a right-handed punch. Izuku simply grabbed him and threw him over his shoulder, planting him on the ground. You always start with your right. Get up. Katsuki felt humiliated. He's not gonna let that slide. While he was down, he threw a kick at Izuku which he jumped over. Katsuki expected that and threw himself at Izuku, pinning him to the floor. He starts punching and Izuku puts his guard up. Oh, poor me. He says in between punches. I won't have my extremely powerful and versatile quirk for a couple of years. Too bad. I won't have a quirk. Ever. And I still tried more than you. This causes a tiny break in punches. Izuku uses the opportunity to flip their positions. This time it's him throwing the punches. If you only put a bit of thought into it, I'm sure you of all people would come up with a way to go around it. Katsuki kicked him off. He got up and threw everything he had at Izuku, but he dodged it all. Or asking for help. Ever thought of that? Of course not. Because asking for help is a crime. Being a hero means doing it alone. Well, I got news for you. No, I doesn't. Izuku managed to grab Katsuki's wrist and punched him. Even All Might gets help. How many sidekicks has he had? Katsuki was barely standing up. He was good at hand-to-hand fighting, but Izuku was something else entirely. Where did he learn this? Katsuki braced himself for the final blow. A blow that never came. I would have helped. Without question. Because you're gonna be a great hero. Because you're my friend. My oldest friend. Izuku was crying. Traditional Midoriya tears. Katsuki realized what he should have realized long ago. He never looked down on him. He didn't help him out of pity but out of friendship. He never stopped being his friend. Katsuki felt like a dumbass. Why? Despite his attempts at holding it back, Katsuki cried too. Why you still my friend? I've done nothing to deserve it. I don't know why. Just accept it, you idiot. They both lied down exhausted. They stayed quiet for a bit. I met All Might that day. He saved me. I asked him if I could be a hero even without a quirk. He always said in the interviews that anybody could be one, so I was hoping. I looked for affirmation that my dream was possible. He said no. What? Did you show him your notebooks? They're creepy and something that only a stalker would, but contain crazy good information. Also, you're scarily good at analyzing people's quirks. If you thought all that, why did you always say I couldn't be a hero? Well, until recently I shared his opinion. But then I heard about how a certain quirkless kid beat every other extra with an okay quirk that tried to mess with him. I recently confirmed for myself that his skills are top-notch and I have the bruises to prove it. Not sure if I could beat him even with my quirk. You'd waste his sorry but into ash. You're Kachan the Invincible. Not the best hero name. Not that it matters for now. Not gonna be a hero for a while. What? Why? I don't have a quirk and I doubt I could learn to move like you in time. I can teach you enough. And besides, you do have a quirk. A useless one. Worse, a dangerous one. You haven't noticed? Your hands haven't shaken in a while. They mostly only shake when you're paying too much attention to them. Throughout our entire fight they looked fine. Katsuki looked at his hands. It's true they seem thin, they're shaking again. See? Shaking. Yeah. Because you were thinking too much about it. Typical centipede walking scenario. Centipede? What? Let me prove it to you. Izuku got up. Katsuki did the same. Izuku walked towards the ledge. Your problem is that you're thinking too much. Well, I once heard that in the first times they act, a hero doesn't think about what they're doing. The body moves on their own. So, where are you going with this? You're a hero, aren't you? And with that he jumped off the ledge. Katsuki's body moved on its own. Immediately. Without any spare thought. He jumped right after Izuku as he took off his gloves by instinct. He used his explosions to propel him towards Izuku, grabbed him, and then slowed their fall. What the hell were you thinking? Never do that again or I'll kill you myself, Izu. What did you call me? That's when Izuku noticed he hadn't heard the name Deku from Kat-chan in a while. In fact, it's almost like he's been voiding any name whatsoever for a while now. Katsuki tried to hide the slight embarrassment. Well, Deku doesn't fit cause you're not useless, but I kinda wasn't sure if we were close enough for me to treat you by your first name, but you said we were friends, so? Never mind that. Why the f did you jump? It was said in equal part anger and in an attempt to change the subject. Kat-chan, your hands are still, aren't they? You used your quirk with no problems. It's true. Katsuki's hands were still with no problem. It was amazing. Maybe they're fixed. And then they exploded in his face. Still, it was enough to give him hope. Go to the fountain. Submerge them until I get you your gloves. After everything was under control, the boys started to the train station. Alright, I'm gonna leave now. Going to be with your friend? You gotta introduce me someday. Maybe someday. Don't forget. Training tomorrow. I'm gonna kick your butt this time. We're gonna get ready for that exam. I'm gonna make you fit to be the #1 hero. And he left. Finally. Izuku was happy things seemed to be going well with Kat-chan again. And Kat-chan thinks Izuku can be a hero. If he thinks that, then it must be true. Screw what All Might said. He's no hero. Not really. His teachers are wrong too. He's going to prove them all wrong. They're gonna train together just like when they were kids, and then they'll be heroes. True heroes. Izuku was so happy. He rushed to Tamura's place and told him everything. He told him how he felt. He thought Tamura would be happy, but he looked sad or maybe disappointed. You're not happy? I am. I truly believe you'd make the best hero. It's just that, well, this society is wrong. The heroes are a farce. You know that. Told me that. We're the living proof of everything that's wrong with the system. So you don't want me to join the system? Izuku wasn't sure he understood. He knew where he was coming from, but something was missing. Tamura wasn't telling the full story. Kinda. It's just that I'm AV-. Shigaraki Tamura. Don't say things you'll regret. Kurojiiri interrupted. He gave him a serious look. Despite how it sounds, everyone in the room could tell it wasn't a threat. Izuku tried to not think about the meaning of the words. Sometimes not knowing is best. I'm worried because I don't think you'll pass. And not because of lack of skill or anything of the sort. I'd bet my life you're capable of beating every single dumbass kid meet there, but think about it. Your friends, your teachers, and your heroes. Every single one of them denied you your dream because you were quirkless. Do you really think UA will be different? Izuku hasn't even considered it. He was still on a high from the acknowledgement Kat-chan had finally given him. He failed completely to consider this. It was a frightening thought. That fear quickly turned to rage. You're strong, Izuku. You're the strongest person I know. Your entire life people have crushed everything you dreamed of and still you kept going. But I fear that if it happens again, it might be too much. Tamura could see the anger burning in Izuku as he considered the possibility. He knew they won't take him into UA. They were too biased in favor of quirks. But no matter. You should try anyway. Not knowing if it can be done for sure would eat you from the inside. Just call me if I'm right. I'll pick you up. They might not accept you, but I do. On that note, the wrath building up inside Izuku was bottled down. Tamura was right. About everything. There's a strong possibility that he'll never be a hero. But he was determined. He was going to try, but now he was ready to fail. He'll make plans. Big plans. Be it as a hero or not, he'll change the world. Nobody will suffer like they had. Izuku picked up an empty notebook and started writing. That time they didn't play much video games. As he was heading back home, he stopped by Sensei's warehouse. Sorry to disturb you, Sensei. I wanted to apologize. You were right about everything. I was lacking a goal. I wanted to learn to fight just to defend myself, and once that was achieved, I had nothing else to drive my training forward. But that changed. He holds up a notebook. I've made up my mind. I know what I want to do, and it would be really helpful if you taught me. A sense of fear attacked Izuku. Stain filled the room with nearly palpable bloodlust. He slowly walked towards Izuku. A goal? You've been away for a few hours and you found a goal? Don't mock me. Stain was furious. He thought highly of Izuku, but turns out he was wrong. A goal big enough to keep him from dying in an afternoon? Stain grabbed his katana. Let's test this so-called goal. As he approached Izuku, he looked him in the eyes. They showed no sign of fear. There was determination he'd seen only in himself and the anger that had been there since the day they met, but no fear. The bloodlust dissipated completely. If you don't want to teach me, that's fine, Sensei. Thank you for everything so far. Izuku was turning to leave. Wait, what's this goal of yours? Not so different from your Sensei. I'm gonna make this world a better place. He was being vague, but not in a deceptive way. I'll begin everything on the day of the UA exam. Alright, you've convinced me. I'll teach you everything I can until that day. Show up whenever you want. Izuku beamed. Thank you so much, Sensei. A friend will pick me up so I'll be able to spend nights here without Mom knowing. That's perfect as long as you don't forget your sleep. I won't. Thank you, thank you, thank you. The day arrived. It was the UA entrance exam. What happens this day will change the futures of many people. Especially Izuku and Katsuki's. Katsuki would never admit it, but he was nervous. The written exam shouldn't be too hard. They'd been studying together and they were both smart. They learned more together than they would in school. It was a relief that skipping school all the time didn't interfere with Izuku's studies. The problem really was the physical exam. What if his shakes come at a bad time? Almost as if reading Katsuki's thoughts, Izuku put a hand on his shoulder. Don't worry about it. The more you do, the worse it'll be. No matter what, you just have to keep going and not exert yourself too much. Katchan didn't look fully convinced, but Izuku knows him too well. I thought the great Katchan of all people would be capable of doing something as easy as passing a physical evaluation. Especially after all our training. Maybe you're just not up to it. Not up to it? Messing with Katchan's pride always works. Who the hell do you think I am? I'ma show you and all the extras in here who's number one. Izuku smiled. That's the spirit. As the boys laughed away the tension in the air, Izuku tripped. Who would believe that someone of Izuku's skill was even able to trip? He must be nervous too. If Sensei saw him right now, he would give him quite the yell. What surprised Izuku even more was how instead of hitting the ground the one normally does when falling, he was floating in the air. He looked to the side and saw a sweet-looking girl. Hi. I used my quirk to help you. I'm sorry for not asking permission before, it's just that falling right now would seem like really bad luck. Anyway, see you later. Izuku couldn't believe it. Did he just talk to a girl? Katsuki, on the other hand, was doing his best not to laugh. It was his time to read his thoughts. You didn't talk. He couldn't contain his laughter anymore. Shut up. It just happened too fast. The guy who can climb a building like one climbs stairs and dash, Katsuki wipes tears of laughing from his eyes, and defeat anyone no matter the quirk can't talk to girls. Well, at least he was now fully distracted from his hands. The boys walked in, ready for anything. The written exam went really well. For both of them, they were well prepared and knew how to answer everything. Both were confident they would get very good results. Only the physical exam remains. It seemed simple enough. Robots. A little disadvantageous to people with quirks that only work on people, but well. Izuku had no quirk at all and he's gonna defeat them anyway. Ready? Of course. Can't believe they put us in the same test. Thought for sure they'd separate us because we know each other. Also, have you seen the other people's quirks? There was this girl with an anti-gravity quirk and a kid with engines in his lane. He must be related to Ingenium for sure. Izuku was in nerd heaven. So many people with all types of interesting quirks. Izuku, focus. No more rambling and nerding out. This is the first step into becoming heroes. You gotta get second place in this test. Sorry. I'm focused, he says, double slapping himself in the face. Second? Katsuki grinned. Yes, you gotta beat all these extras and get second place. That's the best you'll be able to do since I'm gonna be first. Is that a challenge? Izuku was getting more and more into Katsuki's rhythm. Maybe. Think you can beat me? Only one way to find out. And so they started. Each went their own way. Izuku was doing well points-wise. The robots weren't that hard to beat. They moved in predictable ways, and if you bend them in the right way, they'd break relatively easy. The explosions he heard in the distance must mean Kaken's doing good too. As expected. Now the only problem is that thing approaching his location. The 0 points. How's that worth 0 points? It must be something to do with how they evaluate everyone. Something they kept a secret. No matter. There's no time to figure it out. Izuku's gotta head out real fast. Help! A girl called and immediately puked afterwards. That stopped Izuku dead in his tracks. It's the kind girl from before. She must have exhausted her quirk and is now trapped. Worse, the 0 points is going right at her. The teachers must stop it. Any moment now. At least change its direction. But it doesn't seem like it. Could the exam really be this dangerous? Izuku decided to not risk it. He's going to help her. Hey there. Izuku says with the purest smile Ochako had ever seen. He starts thinking out loud. If I could find some mething to see Zalaverthana might be able to lift it. Maybe it's better if I just destroy the robot. Shouldn't Bethathar. He's too big to notice him. I'll climb Bupan disable it and then his momentum will make height fall towards this side. No can do. Ochako was so confused. She could not understand a word he just said. Don't worry. Worst case scenario, the professors will definitely stop the robot. Ochako was astonished by the boy's infectious calm. How can he be so calm? She was glad he was there. The approaching robot would be scary otherwise. Thank you, but it's okay. You can just leave. As you said, the professors must stop the robot and you're wasting time. Go and get more points. There was no point to him just standing around screwing his chances at UA because of her mistake. I'm not going anywhere and don't worry about the robot. I'm waiting to see if it stops or changes direction before coming too close. I'm sure I'd be able to safely disable him then. Ochako would have chuckled at the confidence this boy was displaying if it didn't hurt so much with a huge piece of cement on top of her. The robot showed no sign of stopping. Well, guess I gotta call the future #1 hero. Izuku faced away from the robot and yelled with all he had. Kach on. Immediately an explosion was heard in the distance. Then another slightly closer to their location. The explosions kept repeating ever so close for a few seconds until there was someone facing the 0 points. Katsuki saw Izuku and some girl that seemed stuck. He immediately understood the whole situation. Typical Izuku. The 0 points is getting dangerously close. Katsuki needed to end this in one big blow. He propelled himself to the center of the giant mecha and prepared the strongest explosion. Dai. A huge explosion ensued. The 0 points didn't stand a chance. Torn to pieces and propelled away from them just as the buzzer to signal the end of the exam sounded. Everyone was safe. Ochako was more than impressed. Such a huge robot down in one attack. But something was wrong. The boy who destroyed was launching small explosions. One after the other without stopping. Almost like he couldn't control his own quirk. Izuku! It's happening again. I know. I'm already prepared. Ochako was distracted by the boy who destroyed the 0 points and didn't notice that the other boy had taken off his shirt and ripped it in half. He had a surprisingly well-toned body. But no time for that. Apparently, the boy had been dragging his shirt in all the dust he could. She had no idea why. When called by the explosion boy, Izuku immediately dashed towards him, dodging every explosion in a display of a bird agility and skill. Between dodges he seems to swipe his shirts at the other boys' hands. Each time he did it, the intervals between explosions became longer, and eventually he managed to wrap the exploding hands in the shirt, making them stop altogether. That's not gonna hold on forever. Go back and submerge them in cold water. I know. Will pink cheeks over there be alright? I'll stay and figure out something. Or eventually the professors will arrive. Alright. See ya. He turns to Ochako. If he starts to ask too many questions about your quirk, feel free to punch him. He then starts moving towards the exit. You better be up there in the leaderboard with me or I'll kill you, he says as he gets further away. I swear if you're not top 2 because you've been helping others the whole exam. That kid is quirkless, All Might said to the other teachers. They all looked extremely surprised with the exception of Nizu and Aizawa Shota. And how exactly do you know that? The student records aren't available to the staff that's performing the evaluation. Shota did his best to hide his contempt for the number 1 hero. He really didn't like the man. Wasn't fit to be a teacher. He wasn't even sure he had the right qualifications. What's that rat thinking? I met him once. I'm certain it's him. And how does that excuse the grade you gave him? You saw him. He helped a lot of the participants. Especially the girl at the end. How does that grant him 0 hero points on your part? He has no quirk. Believe me, he can't be a hero without one. Just look at the 0-pointer. He had no way of defeating it. He's lucky that happened here. What if it was out there? With real villains? Most of the other teachers couldn't help but agree with him. Shota just got angrier. I'm basically quirkless against those things too. Think I couldn't take them down? You're different. Against an actual villain you'd have a fighting chance. That kid Dash just showed more skill than some people in this room. Do you think his lack of quirk will make a difference? With some tools he'd be better than most idiot with a quirk. Shota couldn't understand this quirkism. Wasn't he supposed to be the top hero? What a joke. Tools can be broken or one can lose them. In the end, all one can really rely on is their quirk. There are really strong villains out there. Do you think he stands a chance against them without a quirk? The argument was heating up fast, so Nedu decided to intervene before someone murdered someone. No need to exalt yourselves like that. You've both made some points. That child is undeniably skilled, but on the other hand the lack of a quirk does put him at an enormous disadvantage against powerful villains. Why don't we put it to a vote then? Shota didn't like the neutrality Nizu showed in this argument. He thought the principal was above judging someone by their quirk. Unfortunately, there was nothing he could do since everyone agreed to the vote. It took a few minutes, but eventually Ochako felt well enough to free herself. On the way back, the boy went crazy with questions about her quirk. Guess that was what the other boy warned her about. Before I answer any of those, at least let me tell you my name. I'm Uraraka Ochako. Pleasure to meet you. And thank you so much for the rescue. You were impressive. Where did you learn to move like that? Izuku suddenly realized he was speaking to a girl. He went red all over and covered his face. It was nothing. My name is Midoriya Izuku. Pleasure to meet you too. Nothing. You dodged explosion after explosion from that boy. It was impressive to watch. Is your quirk precognition or super reflexes or something like that? No. Nothing like that. The mood soured slightly as she asked for his amazing quirk. And it was about to get worse. The teachers are here. Izuku knows what this means. Guess this is goodbye. They're here for me. Goodbye. Chako was confused. Why were the teachers here? How did he know they were here for him? Okay then, see you at the main hall. I'll expect your score to be one of the top ones. A teacher who seemed to have skipped several nights of sleep approached Izuku. He seemed somewhat familiar, and said, as he reached Izuku, a weird-looking creature popped up from his scarf. This must be the principal. Hello, Midoriya. Pleasure to meet you. I'm Nizu, UA's principal. First of all, I'd like to say that I'm extremely impressed with your performance in this exam. You showed tremendous skill for someone your age. Secondly, I'd like to apologize Dash. I won't make it to UA quirkless, doesn't fit with your hero course. Or maybe you're afraid I'll get hurt. Or some other excuse. Izuku was prepared for this result. He really was. Why did it still hurt so much? Next you're gonna say I should apply to the other courses and try through the sports festival. It doesn't matter. No matter what I do, people always see me as less than someone with a quirk. Weak or useless or both. Nizu was about to protest, to try to encourage this boy to not give up, but the look in his eyes made him stop. They were filled with a rage both heroes hadn't seen too often in their careers. If that's all, then I'm leaving now. Shota grabbed Nizu and left him on the floor. Hope you're happy with yourself. If there's one thing he hates is seeing hero potential go to waste, and that kid had it to spare. Izuku headed outside the building. He picked up his phone. Hello Tamura. Can you pick me up? Of course Izuku. Kurogiri will pick you up at the place we talked in 5 minutes. Tamura could hear the sadness in his voice. He was a bit sad too, obviously. His best and only friend wasn't going to achieve his dream. But he couldn't help but be happy too. Instead of joining the heroes, he'd join him. And together they were gonna change the world. Something was wrong, but Katsuki couldn't point his finger to what. The scores were almost getting released and there was no sign of Izuku anywhere. Thankfully he spotted Pink Cheeks in the crowd. Pink Cheeks? Where's Izuku? Wasn't he with you? Pink Cheeks? My name is Uraraka Ochako. Please use it, Katchan. Katchan? Did Izuku tell you that? I'm gonna kill him. Name's Bakugu Katsuki. But never mind that. Where's Izuku? Ochako almost laughed at that. Katchan is a very cute nickname. Guess they must be really old friends. Well, to me you'll be Katchan until I stop being Pink Cheeks, she said, sticking out her tongue like a kid. He was stopped by a teacher. He seemed to know it would happen. It was a while ago. I thought he'd be with you by now. A teacher? Why the hell dash? His phone was ringing. It was Izuku. Izuku UBSTRD. Where the hell are you? They're about to announce the scores. Hello to you too, Katchan. Just wanted to say something really quick. Katsuki's ominous feeling was getting worse. Say it in person, idiot. I'm waiting for you. Pink Cheeks is here too. Mentioning the girl was bound to make Izuku stutter and act like normal. Katchan, you grabbed my backpack, right? There's a book there I'd like you to have. Izuku hung up. Katsuki wasn't sure what to think. Izuku was acting super weird. What's going on? He immediately started going through Izuku's stuff. There were a bunch of books there. What a nerd. Which one is it supposed to be? That's when he saw it. Hero Analyses for the Future. Number 1, the number 1 hero, Katchan. This has gotta be it. One of his creepy stalker-like books full of crazy good information and insights. This one all about him, apparently. Katsuki opened it. Hello, Katchan. I'm sorry, but I wasn't accepted into UA. I won't be a hero alongside you. I still wanted to help, so I made this book. Hope you find it useful. Until we meet again, Katchan. P.S. Please take care of Mom. Katsuki didn't know what to think. He's talking like they won't see each other again. Also, didn't pass? How did he not pass? He overheard some extras talking about the Green Ninja, who destroyed a bunch of robots and helped a lot of them. No way, that's not Izuku. He immediately tried calling back Izuku. The phone kept ringing for too long. He kept trying. The scores are up. I don't see Izuku anywhere though. Pink Cheeks was right. Katsuki was on top with 48 villain points and 60 hero points, whatever that is. Next was some Kirishima extra. Then Pink Cheeks. Izuku was nowhere to be found. Finally, it seemed like someone picked up the call. Izuku, tell me where you are right now. This is definitely a Ms. Dash. The number you're trying to call doesn't exist. Please verify if you typed the correct digits and try again. Midoriya Izuku went missing that day. Don't put your feet on the desk. Huh. This extra doesn't shut up. Doesn't he have anything better to do? He's definitely one of those elites. Katsuki is gonna have fun crushing this one on his way to being number 1. In the midst of his rant, a different type of annoyance entered the classroom. Katchan, you made it. Well, of course you did. Your explosions were amazing. Defeating the 0-pointer in a single attack like that was amazing. Who the hell are you calling Katchan? Bakugu Katsuki. Make sure to remember it, Pink Cheeks. Go somewhere else if you want to play at being friends. A creepy caterpillar-looking man showed up. All the noise in the classroom immediately disappeared. That thankfully included the noise produced by the two extras. It took a full 8 seconds before you were quiet. This is the hero course. You need to be more rational. I'm your homeroom teacher, Aizawa Shota. Nice to meet you. Teacher? That means he's a pro hero. Katsuki should really know better than judge a person by the looks. Get this dressed and go to the field. We're gonna do a quirk assessment test. A quirk assessment test? Normally Katsuki would have rejoiced with the challenge, but Izuku isn't here. If he pushes his quirk, his tremors will come back. He could hurt someone. That's not something he's willing to risk. He mustn't use his quirk. He'll use this as an opportunity to check other people's quirks. The nerd would go crazy in here. Alright people. I'm in a bad mood, so I'm not gonna waste time. Perform the exercises. You're free to use your quirks in whatever way you want. The whole class erupted with cheers. One even dared to say that this is fun. They were here to be heroes, not have fun. And turns out the teacher agreed with him. Fun? Hope that attitude doesn't last the entire time you're here. This is the hero course. You have 3 years to become professionals. You'll be facing villains and natural disasters. It isn't a joke. That's why the one who comes out last in these tests will be judged to have no potential and be expelled. Everyone turned very serious at the proclamation. Expelled on the first day. That's gotta be something. Normally this would be a challenge. You'll be faced with hardship again and again during the next years, so go beyond. Plus Ultra is this school's motto. It's your job to live up to it. Welcome to you. The class suddenly turned their game faces on. They might not be useless extras after all. As the tests went on, Katsuki had the opportunity to see his classmates in action. They all found creative uses for their quirks, and each left at a few extraordinary results. Katsuki was getting scared. Because he hasn't used his quirk, his results were crap. What if he's last? If only Izuku was here. He'd be ready to help him if things went out of control. Bakugo, you're up next. As long as you don't step out of the circle, do what you want. Katsuki had no choice but to use it. He'd be in last place otherwise. He has to reach number 1, and that can't start with him getting kicked out of UA. The tests are half done. He needs to try his best and deal with the tremors later. He entered the circle and prepared to throw. 68.4 meters. He couldn't go through with it. He can't risk it. Izuku isn't here to help him. As he was leaving the circle, something restrained him. It was his new teacher. Really, Bakugo? You'd rather be expelled than actually try. I can't. Not right now. If I use it too much, I get dash. Tremors that cause involuntary quirk activation. I know. I also know that only happens if you use it too much. You had no problem using it during the exam, but now that you don't have your friend here to help you, you turn to a coward? What will happen when you're out there facing a villain? Will you let them hurt people just so you don't have to use your quirk? Of course not, dash. You say that, but your actions show a different story. Bakugo Katsuki, you have everything you need to become a hero, so start using it. Shota was furious. This kid is just wasting his potential. He hates that. Either he lives up to it or he's expelled. Damn it. That's right. What the hell was he doing? Was he really going to quit again? If Izuku was here, he's smack Katsuki so hard that he's have a permanent dent on his head. He's gonna beat every other hero and surpass All Might. He can't afford to hold himself back like this. I'll give you one more shot at this. Katsuki took position. He wasn't worried anymore. He was relaxed even. He threw the ball. Dai. 682.7 meters. The ball went further than most, only being surpassed by Pink Cheeks. Katsuki turned to his teacher with his usual smirk. His hands are stable. Sensei, I apologize for being late. It won't happen again. Shota couldn't help but smile under his scarf. Good to know that his potential wasn't going to waste. The rest of the tests went by. Katsuki wasn't last, but he was far from first due to all his overthinking. It'll never happen again. Oh, and nobody's gonna get expelled. It was obviously a rational ruse to push you to your limits. The class had mixed reactions. Katsuki couldn't help but chuckle. This teacher is gonna put them through hell. He wouldn't have it any other way. As the students went back, Shota spotted All Might in the corner. What are you doing here? Do you really have that much time on your hands? I was checking on the potential of the future generation. I see we agree on at least one thing. That kid has a lot of potential, doesn't he? Playing favorites already? And since when do you care about potential? He's not the only one with potential, but this one happens to have a quirk. We really don't get along, do we? Izuku has been having a lot of fun. Playing video games with Tamura is fun. Sparring with him is fun. He's having the time of his life ever since they finished most of the planning stage. He almost wishes it would be like this for the rest of his life, but he knows better. It's not long until they make their first move. Sorry to interrupt, but Sensei wants to speak with you. It was Kurogyari interrupting their fun. Tamura didn't like when people interrupt his fun, but since it was Sensei, he'd allow it. I'll be back soon. Not you. Sensei wants to speak with Izuku. That's surprising. Despite being here for a while, Izuku had never met Tamura's sensei. He must be a very powerful man in the criminal world, so he might be able to answer Izuku's questions. Alright, I'll be going then. Keep practicing. You'll need it before I crush you next time. You haven't beaten me once in this game. I was obviously holding back. Tamura chuckled at that. You're right. Go on. Don't keep Sensei waiting. He followed Kurogyari to the bar where the monitor was. It was always on but with no image. Izuku wonders if he's ever listening in. He took a seat and looked at the monitor. It took a few minutes before someone spoke. Izuku immediately felt a deep fear surrounding him. All his instincts told him to run. And that was just from a monitor. Just how powerful is this man? Hello, Midoriya Izuku. Pleasure to meet you. Hello, sir. Thank you for allowing me to stay with Tamura. Think nothing of it. In fact, I should be the one thanking you. Ever since he met you, he has grown so much and so fast. You have been an enormous positive influence on him. How was Tamura different from before? All they did was playing video games and talk. He has matured a lot, and so I'd like to reward you. Education for education. I have an old friend who's the world-leading subject in numerous subjects including quirk theory. Given your gift for the subject, I thought you'd like to study under him. Especially since you have forsaken your education for your and Tamura's goals. Izuku couldn't believe it. To study under someone of such renown is an amazing opportunity. One he'd normally never get due to being quirkless. The things he'd learn. He needs to take this. Psst. Unbelievable. So, what do you say? Yes, sir. This is amazing. Thank you so much. Good. I have high expectations for you. You'll start tomorrow. Kurogyari will take you. An adult with expectations for him? Giving him opportunities? He didn't know they exist. He thought Stain-sensei was the single exception. Izuku is so happy there's more. Before you go, I do have a few quick questions. The fear that was gone with the excitement of this news was starting to come back. I looked at your plan for All Might. I am very impressed. It's flawless. It also relies on information that you shouldn't have. How do you know about All Might's injury and time limit? He speaks as if he already knew about himself. Which is strange because Tamura didn't, and that was one of the reasons why his original plan was flawed. Does this mean Tamura's sensei wanted him to fail? If so, why? I met him, sir. I'm sure Tamura mentioned that. When I met him, he happened to be at his time limit. A skeleton-looking man was in All Might's place. He told me about his injury and time limit. I see. Thank you for telling me. That is all. Actually, could I ask a question, sir? Oh no. Did Izuku overstep? Should he have asked this? Of course. So, you see, sir. All Might told me he got that injury from a villain, but I could never find which. Who would be powerful enough to damage him like that? Is he still around? What does he want? What is his quirk? Why wasn't anything ever covered by the news? The man behind the screen started laughing. That's more than one question, Midoriya. Lucky for you, I can answer them all quite easily. The screen, which gave nothing but a voice, started to show image. It showed a disfigured man incapable of properly breathing by himself. Everything above his mouth was covered by scar tissue, and who know the state of the rest of his body. Despite his condition, he wore an unwavering smile. He managed to wound me far more than I did him. He thinks I'm dead for sure. He's nearly right. As for my quirk, well, his smile grew wider. I have the ability to take quirks from anyone. I can use those quirks freely or give them away to someone else. Izuku's mind started racing. Take and give quirks? Give quirks? From anyone? To anyone? I'll let you think about that for a while. Go back to Tamura. He must be going crazy without his partner. And with that the screen went black, only showing the mute sign, and Izuku headed back. That took a while. How did it go with Sensei? Izuku was quiet for a few moments. It left Tamura worried. What had Sensei done? Tamura, can he really give quirks to people? So that's what this is about. He knew this day would come sooner or later. He can. Do you want one? Why didn't you tell me? I'm not sure. I guess I didn't want you to take it. I don't think you will, but still. I'm sorry. Why do you not want me to take it? You know how much I've been through. I could have had a quirk and be a hero by now. And then what? You'd be a hero, but so what? Nothing would have changed. The whole world wouldn't have changed. There are other people like you out there, you know? There are others like me. The ones who suffer because of those who call themselves heroes. People would still discriminate against the quirkless. I thought you joined me because you wanted to make a difference. Because you wanted to show the world how you're not useless or a failure or a waste of resources. Your words. Words that changed my view of the world. Would you really abandon all those ideals for a quirk? He was right. Absolutely right. How silly of Izuku to even consider the idea. Quirks are useful but far from everything, and he is going to show everyone that. That's what he's working on. He then slaps himself as hard as he can. Much better. Sorry about that. Lost sight of things for a second. Thank you. The Izuku that Tamura called his best friend was back. His return brought a smile to his face. Anytime. Now come here. I'm tired of playing against bots. Katsuki left school later than the rest. He went to look around and get familiarized with the buildings. This place is amazing. They're not number one for nothing. As he left the train, he saw his new homeroom teacher. While he was contemplating whether to speak to him or not, the decision was made for him. Bakugo? You don't live in this area. What are you doing here? Not that it's any of your business, but I am checking on a friend. What about you? Going to work. Didn't you just leave work? Other work. I'm a pro hero too. And yesterday I left a pile of reports for today. Gotta go early so I can finish them before my shift starts. He said with the most tired voice. They arrive at both their destinations. The closest police station to UA, Katsuki walks in with Shota. Is your friend in jail? Enobi. Izuku went missing the day of the exam. I come by every once in a while to ask if they found anything. Izuku? Midoriya Izuku from the exam? He's missing? Shota had a lot of questions that he knows he shouldn't ask to Bakugo. If a quirkless kid went missing on the day he was rejected by UA, they'll probably dismiss the case as suicide, right? They're being dismissive because he's quirkless kid who failed to pass the UA exam. He didn't fail. Izuku had more point than all those extras for sure. I know. 43 villain points and 50 hero points. His performance was admirable, but some of the teachers couldn't see past his quirk. After an unpleasant voting session, he wasn't allowed in. He's the reason class 1A only has 19 students, you know? I'm saving that spot for when the rat and the other idiots see the mistake they made and accept him. Or I guess. Katsuki really liked this teacher and gained some disrespect for the rest of the staff. Not that he would let it show. Izuku would have liked him too. And go all nerd on him and his quirk. Izuku really is something. One look at your quirk and he could tell you weaknesses and strengths you haven't even thought of. And the way he fights. We sparred so many times and I never shook the feeling he was holding back. He moved like he could see the whole fight before it happened. Also, he's a super nerd. He'd recognize you in a minute despite your lack of fame. Katsuki haven't spoken about Izuku with anyone since his disappearing, so when the slightest opportunity came, he went all out. I have to agree, that does seem impressive. Hearing all this only made Shota want Izuku in his class even more. Alright, I'll ask around and make sure to keep you updated. What do you want in return? I come here every day and I know most officers. Not to mention a hero license that gives me access to his case. I also have an interest in your friend, and this way you avoid wasting time you should spend studying or training. It's the rational thing to do, don't you agree? Alright, fine. I'll be expecting information tomorrow. Katsuki starts to leave. He grunted a thanks, like it was something difficult to say. Shota looked at his pile of unfinished reports and started to slightly regret his decision. Did Shota really just give himself more work? All because of that quirkist symbol of peace. Hero basic training. Finally, a class Katsuki found interesting. And it's going to be combat training no less. It's his specialty. He'll win no matter what. The only problem was this class's teacher. He didn't know how to feel about All Might yet. What he did to Izuku was bad, but he once thought the same way and he could see the logic behind it. On one hand, a person with a quirk does have a huge natural advantage over someone without one. On the other, Izuku's skills were indisputable. Katsuki had only learned the basics from him, and he saw tremendous improvements. He became good enough to recognize that Izuku was definitely holding back on their spars. If there's anyone with the skills to be a quirkless hero, it's Izuku. Why didn't All Might recognize that? Everyone will be split into teams of 2. Which will then be split into villain and hero teams. The villains will enter the building 5 minutes before the heroes. Their objective is to protect the bomb. The hero's objective is the capture of the villains or the bomb. It was a straightforward exercise. The rules were simple. Then why did all these extras had so many questions? Can't they just start the exercise already? Sensei, our class only has 19 students. Does this mean one of us needs to be on 2 teams? Good question, young Yaoyorozu. That won't be the case. One of you will be alone while facing 2 of your classmates. All Might's smile grew more intense as he looked at Katsuki. Young Bakugo, you placed first on the physical entrance exam. You up for a challenge? Bakugo Katsuki is incapable of backing down from a challenge. Especially from the number 1 hero. An excited grin grew on his face. Bring it. He would never say it, but Katsuki was impressed by his classmates' performances so far. Dun's face has powerful electricity, ears had great hearing, for eyes was crazy fast. Everyone was exceptional in a certain field. Even Cheeks isn't being all that bad. Beating them all is gonna be though. Especially that half and half BSDRD. He didn't even use his full quirk and managed to retrieve the weapon with ease. Izuku would go crazy with questions about a quirk like that. Speaking of him, Katsuki should take a look at his notebook. Strategies, stealth. Your explosions are too loud to be used in stealth. Also, if you practice the footing I taught you, you should be able to move quickly and silently. Once you position yourself appropriately, you need to take the enemies out quickly because your explosions will alert anyone to your location. The noise could also be used to your advantage. It can be used for distractions. You can leave some of your sweat in random places and find a way to detonate it remotely. Do be careful about indoors explosions. Always take into care where you are and with whom. A small gas leak could spell doom, or a burning bush be the start of a forest fire. Oh, and never forget that you can fly. Most enemies might not even consider the possibility of you approaching from above. Even when writing, he's rambling. The rest is filled with drawings and schematics of potential tools and some nearly unintelligible writing. It is good advice though. What are you reading, Kat-chan? None of your goddamn business, Cheeks. If she's here, that means it's time. Only 1 team left. Weird hair and soy sauce face. They're a good team to play either defense or offense. They're gonna be difficult to beat and everyone knows that. It'll be very satisfying to best them. Young Bakugo, you'll be playing hero. Young Kirishima and young Siro, you'll be villains. Please move to building B. He had to wait for a whole 5 minutes. They passed excruciatingly slow. Katsuki was itching for this fight, but he needed to use this time to prepare. He narrowed down the possible locations of the bomb to a few rooms and went through what he knew of the villains' quirks. By the time he was done, so were the 5 minutes. Katsuki looked at his hands. No tremors. He was ready. He took a deep breath and ran inside the building. Kirishima and Siro developed what they thought was a good plan. After seeing their classmates' turn at the exercise, they decided that Shiro should stay behind and fill the room with his tape traps while Kirishima would go ahead and keep Bakugo busy for as long as possible. Ideally, even defeat him. When the 5 minutes were up, Kirishima rushed down. That was his first mistake. He found Bakugo fairly easily and immediately attacked him. His idea of Bakugo was of a loud problem student who didn't use his head and tried to brute force every problem he had. If that was the case, he could handle him. Or so he thought. Bakugo dodged effortlessly his every move without even using his explosions. Worse, he seemed distracted. He kept glancing around every now and then. What's the matter, Bakugo? You seem distracted. Trying to find a way out because you know your explosions won't hurt me? Maybe a taunt will force him to make a mistake. At this rate, you won't even reach Shiro. At that moment, Bakugo's eyes focused entirely on Kirishima. You mean he's not here waiting for a chance to ambush me? Katsuki grinned. That was a big mistake. The biggest advantage you had was numbers. You should have both come or both stayed. Katsuki then flashed a bright explosion right in Kirishima's face, momentarily blinding him. Kirishima punched forwards despite his lack of sight, but all he felt was his arm being grabbed. He was then thrown into the floor. None of this actually damaged him or even hurt at all except All Might's voice in his ears saying, "Kirishima, you were arrested." As he regained his vision a moment later, he could see his wrists tied up in the capturing tape. You fight well for a walking punch bag with weird hair. Next time, let's see how many of my explosions you can really take. Katsuki then opened the window and jumped. Kirishima didn't even have the words on how amazed he was. He knows how to fight, but Katsuki was on an entirely different level. He should ask for some lessons from him later. Now he really wants to see how Bakugo deals with Shiro. Shiro had taped the whole room. There's no way for Bakugo to enter without him knowing. Despite all that, Shiro couldn't shake the feeling that he was missing something. There's no way he can move through the tapes, right? As the explosions came closer, he took position. Bakugo must have beaten Kirishima, but Shiro was ready. The moment he opens those doors, the tape traps will get him. If they fail somehow, Shiro is ready to act immediately. He really didn't see Bakugo coming. An explosion from outside led to a broken window through which Bakugo flew in. The BSTRD can fly? There were no traps protecting the weapon from that side. Shiro was stunned for an instant but quickly attacked Bakugo. He used an explosion dodge mid-air and smoothly land precisely besides the weapon which he touched. Hero team wins. Soy sauce face. No traps at all between the windows and the weapon? What the hell? Are you an idiot? The door leading upstairs is also FANG clean. Don't make shitty assumptions about your enemy like that. Also, why did you split up? You had number advantage. Next time do better, flat face. Shiro was speechless. It was all valid and useful advice despite the multitude of insults. Speaking of which, soy sauce face? That's hurtful. Bakugo, you can fly? Kirishima had come up to their floor. No. Forget that. Where did you learn to fight like that? You gotta teach me. No way in hell, weird hair. I don't have time. Work on it yourself. This didn't even demoralize him. Don't be like that, Bakugo. I'm unbreakable. No matter what you do, you can't hurt me. I'm the perfect sparring partner for you. Don't you agree? Unbreakable, he said? Sounds like a challenge. Katsuki was tempted to accept once just to test how unbreakable he really is. Besides, Izuku did say the way to improve his fighting style was to spar as much as possible. There's no way he'll accept Kirishima. He's too prideful. Perfect sparring partner, and I'll buy you the post-training snack. Just go to any coffee shop and pick. Come on, I don't know what else I can offer here. Katsuki was deep in thought and didn't even listen to Kirishima. Fine. I'll teach you. I do happen to have free time after school now. We'll discuss the specifics later. So the trick to get Katsuki to teach you is to offer him a coffee date after. With a post-training snack and everything. Nice going, Kirishima. It was Ashido Mino walking in with the rest of the class. Kirishima went red. It's not like that. Not like what? Coffee date? What the hell did I agree to? Wasn't it training? Bakugo was confused, but the whole class laughed. You'll be in an environment with plenty of water to use your quirk to the maximum. Your opponents will have a weakness to the environment. We expect you won't fail us. And do not forget, you are to not kill or do any permanent damage to any of them. Are we clear? A tall man with a swimmer's body surrounded by fishy scales nodded. Here are the files on the students. Make sure to memorize them. You can leave. The man took the files and left. His hand was shaking. Good to see that Izuku and Tamura were gaining a reputation. A few of them tried to wrestle this operation from them because they were technically children. A public beating later, nobody else seemed to mind. I'm done with my part. How many do you have left? Tamura walked in. He hasn't played video games all day and it was starting to show. Just one. After him we can go back. By the way, how are you enjoying your time with the doctor? I'm loving it. He's a genius. He has taught me a lot. Even let me help a bit on the last project. Really? That's impressive. Doc wasn't the type of person to let just anyone mess with his projects. If Izuku was given permission, it's because his input on it is important. The last man walked in. He was tall and well-built. His punches must hurt. Sit and tell me your quirk. I have resistance to extreme temperatures, be it cold or hot. I've never been burnt and I've had liquid hydrogen poured in my arm and suffered no consequences. As long as it's not simultaneous. The same part of my body can't be resistant to both extremes at the same time. After adapting a body part, I'll need at least 15 minutes to switch resistances. Besides your quirk, any skills worth mentioning? The man was quiet for a while. What did he mean, besides my quirk? Any history of martial arts? Any skill with electronics? Were you ever a fireman? They have a lot of knowledge of fire and explosions. These are just a few examples. Think fast and answer. Tamura interrupted the silence. I was an illegal fighter for a bit. I know how to fight. Alright, you'll be in the ice area. It's going to be cold, but I assume that's not a problem for you. Your targets are UA students. And you are to keep them there. We'll make it so you'll have numerous advantages over them. You are not to hurt any of them permanently with one exception. Izuku then tosses a file over the table. His name is Bakugo Katsuki. You're free to do whatever you want to him. Classes ended for today and Bakugo was headed home. Aizawa-sensei hadn't given him any new updates in Izuku and his training with Kirishima wasn't to start until tomorrow, so he had some free time. He thought he did until he saw All Might waiting for him at the gate. Young Bakugo, could you please come with me? I have something very important I'd like to discuss with you. Normally, not even the #1 hero would be able to stop him from going to rest on what's likely is his only time off for a while, but he had things to discuss with All Might too. Sure, lead the way. I had some things I'd like to discuss with you too. He led them to his office. All Might had a very serious look on his face. Young Bakugo, I saw you during the entrance exam and you were brilliant. You displayed amazing skill and the way you saved your friends was admirable. Today during the battle trial I confirmed my belief. You defeated your adversaries in a way that showed them their mistakes. It was brilliant to watch. Bakugo Katsuki, I want you to take my quirk and be the next symbol of peace. All of Katsuki's questions were erased and replaced with new ones. Successor to All Might? Next symbol of peace? And the most important one, take his quirk? What do you mean by that? My quirk is different. It was passed down to me like a sacred torch, each generation building upon it. And I'd like you to be next bearer. Tell me, young Bakugo, will you accept one for all? Katsuki wasn't sure what to think. His earlier self would be thrilled to accept this, but now he can't feel like there's someone more worthy of this power. Not to mention that if he takes the quirk, would he really reach #1 through his own efforts, or is it cheating? I understand the shock, young Bakugo. If you need time to process the info dash. No. I've made a decision. A quirk is stopping Izuku from being a hero, and here is a quirk that can be given away. He'll take it and hold it. He'll become the #1 hero and find Izuku, and then he'll give it to him. If the world won't give Izuku a chance, Katsuki will. I'll take it. Tell me, Bakugo. I can't figure it out for myself. How did you know on which floor we had the weapon? This bus ride was getting really annoying. Weird Hair hasn't shut up. Worse, he's drawing the attention of some other stupid classmates. Not gonna say, idiot. Figure it out for yourself. Come on, Cat-chan. I'm curious too. You keep calling me Cat-chan and I'll explode all your faces. I wanna know too. Everyone got quiet at those words. It was Todoroki. Nobody was used to hearing him speak. Are you all really so curious that even the mute half and half BSRD spoke? Katsuki sighed, fine. I didn't really know. It was more of an educated guess. Before we started, they gave us the building schematics. I obviously can't memorize the whole thing in 5 minutes, so I memorized the most likely candidates where you'd be able to use tape to your advantage. After Weird Hair came running directly to me like an idiot, I did the math. He took this long to find me and he runs at this speed, so he must have come from one of these floors. One of them had a candidate room. The normal entrance would obviously be trapped, so I took a friend's advice and flew to attack from behind. He explained as scribbled the building in a notebook. Everyone was quiet once again, stunned at Katsuki's quick thinking. Everyone assumed that, due to his attitude, he was the type to rush things and not think them through. Bakugo, are you actually smart? Kirishima broke the silence in a way that made everyone laugh. Forget that. You have friends? Who give you advice? Willingly? Without you extorting the information from them. Ashido really liked to push Katsuki's buttons. What do you mean, actually? Of course I'm FNG smart. And yes, I have friends. Friend. Wow. Someone capable of befriending Bakugo. He must be a man among men. Or a really terrifying monster. Katsuki laughed at Kirishima's comment. A genuine happy laugh, not one of those creepy ones he gives when he's exploding someone. It was almost as weird as hearing Todoroki's voice. He is. I've known him my entire life. He's brilliant. He could take one look at your quirk and tell you everything you need to know about it. Even things you didn't know or never thought before. Everyone listened quietly. This was a rare event. Nobody wanted to make Bakugo realize he was speaking and start cursing and yelling. He taught me to fight and beat my butt so many times when we sparred. He's the one who taught me to control my quirk after a certain accident. He's the reason I was able to join the hero course at all. He sounds awesome. You gotta introduce me someday. Is he in the other hero course class or did he go to another school? Everyone looked at Kirishima with murder in their eyes. He interrupted Bakugo, which should now realize what happened and resume the yelling and cursing. What happened took everyone by surprise. I will. Someday I'll introduce him. No explosive string of curses and name-calling as they expected. Instead he spoke in a soft, nearly sad tone. Nobody knew how to react. Only Uraraka knew who he was talking about, but she didn't know why he sounded so sad about it. She doesn't know why he didn't enter the hero course, and she couldn't find him anywhere among the general studies course. Maybe he enrolled in another school. She was about to ask Bakugo about it, but Sensei interrupted them. We're here. Stop messing around. Everyone meet 13. How do you like your gift? It fits me perfectly. Thank you. Izuku had just finished dressing up in his villain costume. It is near perfectly adapted to his fighting style. Combat boots, customized cargo pants made to not restrict his movement even with all the hidden blades, an undershirt quirk made to resist damage, and a custom jacket with more blades. All in black with some dark green stripes. Lastly, his mask. Together with the hood, it will perfectly hide his identity, which is important for the first parts of their plans. It was a caricature of All Might. Dark green with a creepy, unwavering smile and the word, death, on the forehead. You really sure about that mask? And the name? You still have time to change both. I don't think I do. We're just about to start. And the name is perfect. I'll stop using it once society does. But suit yourself. Kuro Jairi, ready the portal. Alright everyone. Let's kill All Might. The mooks walked through the portal. Deku, Tamura and the Nomu soon followed. The USJ was bright compared to where they were before. Izuku took a quick look around to check the surrounding area. Everything seemed to check out with the info he had. That's a good start. Take the mic. I'm not the best at public speaking, Izuku. Just say what we practiced and it's gonna be fine. Tamura grabbed the mic. It took a long time, but Izuku managed to hack into the USJ. He had full control over its systems, including the PA system. Heroes and aspiring heroes, please remain calm as we move you to different locations until All Might arrives. Or don't and get killed. The announcement, along with them having access to the PA system, was enough to make the students think it was all part of some exercise. Even the teachers took a few moments to realize this wasn't one of Nizu's schemes. As soon as they did, 13 got the students and Eraserhead rushed towards them, just as they planned. He signaled Kurogiri to make his move. Eraserhead is rushing ahead. You sure you don't want me to call some of the mooks to help you out? He is a pro after all. Nope. It'll be fine. You're here, so I'm invincible. Yeah. Just don't hold back. He's strong. With that, Deku unsheathed his katana. Sensei had taught him how to use all sort of weapons, but this would be the first time he'd use one against someone else in a real fight. Eraserhead. I gotta say, I'm a huge fan. Your quirk is amazing, and if possible I'd like dash. Eraser threw his scarf at him. Getting caught in the scarf is most likely game over for Deku. As Deku dodged the scarf, Eraser immediately went for an elbow blow. Deku barely dodged that and took a step back. As I was saying, I'd rather have a conversation with you. We mean no harm to any of your students. Eraser stopped his attack. In the seconds he engaged the Katana Kid, the mist guy teleported right next to his students. This villain sounds no older than his students, but from the short interaction Eraser can tell he's very skilled. Skilled enough to show no signs of being affected by his quirk. The one behind him with all the hands also doesn't look easy to deal with. Lastly, that thing. Eraser wasn't sure what it was, but it screams danger. He most likely can't deal with them in time to rush back to his students and help them. He needs to buy time until the teachers get here. Alright, I'll hear you out. Thank you. You do seem to be the rational kind of person. As I was saying, we won't harm any of your students. We've just warped them around to keep them in place. And in 5 minutes Ida Tenya will be allowed to escape. Which means that in around 10 minutes All Might will be here, and 10 minutes after that, the rest of the teaching staff will arrive. There's really no need for you to hurt yourself fighting us. This villain's voice sounds so calmingly innocent. He really is a child. Around the age of his students. What drove him to this? And what do you hope to accomplish with this? Oh right, I forgot to tell you. We are here to kill All Might. Innocent voice, huh? Eraser could taste the bloodlust as he mentioned All Might. Judging by their confidence, they must have a plan to do it. As much as Eraser doesn't like the quirkist musclehead, he must admit that he is strong. He seems invincible. Could they really have a way to beat him? That's bad. As irrational as it sounds, All Might is the symbol of peace. If he falls, society as we know it will take a big blow. He needs to gather as much information as possible about their abilities, and there's really only one way to do that. Eraser grabbed his scarf and prepared for battle, throwing his knife at Tamura. It was effortlessly blocked by the dark monster. Shame. Was really hoping you'd sit this one out. Deku dashed at Eraser, who wasn't prepared for the sudden burst of speed. Maybe he has a minor speed quirk? Thoughts for later. Now he needed to focus on dodging. His speed didn't slow down when he used his quirk on him, and his attacks were growing increasingly difficult to dodge. After a while, Eraser started to see the pattern. When he attacks with his blade, he makes it obvious and never aims it to where it would kill or maim. This kid really doesn't want to hurt Eraser in any permanent way. He can exploit that. Now that he's aware of it, Eraser stopped focusing on the blade. Deku started hesitating every time he attacked with the blade. These small hesitations made all his movements slightly slower and more predictable until an opening showed itself. A mistake on his footing was all Eraser needed to trip him. He immediately used his capture weapon, but the kid recovered too fast, rolling away and making some distance between the two. The apparent leader interrupted their fight. What are you doing? He's not even the final boss and you're already losing. Stop holding back. He's a pro with years of experience. You won't kill him. You sure? I guarantee it. Go nuts. With these words, his opponent started to give Eraser a different feeling. A feeling of danger. Eraser thought he wasn't willing to kill, but he isn't so sure now. Deku threw two of his smaller blades at him in quick succession and immediately rushed at Eraser. Eraser dodged the blades, but in doing so, he had momentarily taken his eyes off his opponent. Using this opportunity, Deku seemingly teleported near Eraser's head with a small blade in hand aimed for his head. Eraser moved his arms up to guard his head from the blade, which left his torso exposed and his arm with a big stab wound. Normally he'd never make a mistake this big, but the sudden change in pace is throwing him off. Deku had predicted this and kneed his opponent as hard as he could in the stomach. The pain from this attack and the blood loss from the blade in his arm left Eraser dizzy. Deku, without hesitation, used this chance to force his weight on Eraser, throwing him down. Eraser was pinned down, so Deku immediately grabbed his katana and went for the head. Nomu! The creature moved faster than the eye could see and grabbed Deku's hand, stopping him from murdering the pro-hero. Deku immediately stood up and sheathed his blade. The Nomu then put his foot on top of Eraser, rendering him immobile. "I'm so sorry. I didn't mean to hurt you like that. It's just that when I fight seriously, I need to be focused and ignore every other thought. Sensei taught me to do it in order to stand a chance against more experienced opponents. I'm really sorry." Eraser could barely breathe with the weight the monster put on him. Enough to allow some air circulation, not enough to waste on talking. Don't apologize. We're villains, remember? You can't go apologize to every hero you hurt. Are you planning on apologizing to All Might too? As soon as Tamura said that, Deku's eyes turned murderous. Of course not. Good. Congrats on your win, by the way. It still impresses me out how well you fight. Now get some rest. All Might should be coming any time now. That missed yesterday. I'm gonna explode him to bits. As he was venting out, Katsuki realized where he was. In one of the USJ disasters. Specifically the cold one, with strong wind and heavy rainfall. Out of all the goddamn places for him to end up at. And at the top of a rooftop to top it off. Bakugu! Great. And you're here too, weird hair. Just perfect. There's no time for your attitude, Bakugu. Shut up. If you're here, it means the rest probably got spread out too. Worse, we're most likely not alone. What do you mean? Think about it. They could have warped us anywhere, but they put us close by. This means there's probably some extras waiting here to keep us in place. Let's get inside for now. As they ran inside, Katsuki noticed they were being observed. He got the feeling that the building would be a trap, but he had no choice. Under that cold, wind and rain, his quirk would take a long time to function as usual. Not to mention that due to Weird Hair's choice of hero costume, he'd likely freeze to death out there with the involuntary muscle contractions from the cold wearing out his quirk before he could even put a fight. It almost seems as if they knew their weaknesses, but it might also be a coincidence. Get ready to be ambushed at any moment. As if waiting for Katsuki to speak, a chameleon-looking extra appeared out of nowhere and attacked Katsuki, who effortlessly dodged. As Katsuki was about to launch an explosion in return, the mook was suddenly covered by ice up to his neck and rendered immobile. Kirishima, unable to stop midway through an attack, knocked him out. Ice? Does this mean that dash? Hello, Katsuki, Kirishima. It seems you were brought here as well. Shut up, half and half, BSTRD. I didn't need your help. Awesome. With the two of you here, these villains won't know what hit them. Why weren't you on the rooftop? I don't know. I appeared in that room. Maybe it's due to our initial positions? Sure. All right. By the way, do you have any weakness to the cold weather at all? Todoroki put a thoughtful expression, which was nearly indistinguishable from his usual one. I wouldn't say weakness, but I do get quirk exhaustion more easily in this weather. It basically means that I shouldn't use the bigger attacks. You think they knew that and distributed us accordingly? Maybe. That means I won't get to go after the warp BSTRD. We need to hurry. They started going down, mowing through the waves of simpleton villains until they nearly reached bottom floor. They're so weak. Even in this weather, they're not hard to beat. Also, why do they seem to mostly target you? You shouldn't let your guard down, but I do have to agree they're quite easy to defeat. And they do seem to be only targeting Bakugu. I know a good way to find out. Katsuki kicked open the door to the bottom floor and ran ahead. Let's ask them. Katsuki found the bottom floor filled with the same type of extras they've been beating until now. All but one of them seemed unremarkable, so Katsuki had found his target. He propelled himself with his quirk over the weaklings and threw a right swing at him. The man efficiently blocked his arm and punched him in return. DMN. The boss's notes really were right. You do tend to start with a big right swing. It's scary how through the information is. Boss's notes? The villains had information about them. Then they really picked the disasters, according to our weaknesses. The question, how did they get the information? Especially something like Katsuki's big opening right swing, which is not something that you can deduct from a fight or two. That requires deep analyses over time or a really DMN strong analyses quirk. Which is all pointless because they'd need to observe him, and Katsuki had only used his quirk inside UA, which has security so tight it makes military bases look like shopping malls. He definitely needs to interrogate this guy before moving on. Hey, idiots. Don't worry about not knocking out those fuckers. I found the one with the info we need. I know you all have strong quirks, but these guys are killers. Really think they stand a chance? Of course. This will be over in a few seconds. His opponent had considerable hand-to-hand skill. Katsuki wasn't on that level yet. Katsuki moved fast. He needs to wear him down with his quirk first, so he positioned himself behind him using his explosions for maneuverability and launched a series of point-blank explosions on his opponent with enough strength to cause considerable damage, but not enough that it would cause his opponent to faint. It came as a surprise when the man showed no burn damage at all. Maybe the cold temperature is dulling Katsuki's explosions more than he thought. The man attempted to kick Katsuki, but he managed to dodge. If explosions are all you got, then I have bad news, kid. You can't burn me. His opponent ran towards Katsuki. They were in hand-to-hand combat. This is bad news. Katsuki was managing to just barely dodge, but that wouldn't last. He needs to think. Immune to burning, but explosions aren't just fire. They're force too. It's how he pseudo-flies. He just needs to make this guy fly. Something more focused on one spot. As the idea popped in his head, Katsuki quickly formed a circle in with his hand and fired an explosion through it using the other hand. The result was just as Katsuki hoped, and the man was sent flying against the wall. This wasn't in the file. Katsuki had a victorious grin on his face. He looked around, and weird hair and half are nearly done too. He approached his defeated foe with a scary look on his face and readied his hand for another focused explosion. I have some questions, and if you don't want another one of those at point blank, I'd recommend answering them. The man nodded. He was visibly scared. How did you get the information on us? The bosses were the ones who gave them to us. One of them is a scary good analyst and really strong. I don't know his quirk, but it must be either an intelligence enhancer or an analysis quirk. What about the other bosses? Just one more. He's also really strong. He has a decay quirk. Can turn anything into dust in seconds. What about the guy who put us here? Kirishima joined the conversation. Todoroki soon followed. I don't know much about him. He was with the bosses already before they started recruiting. Why were you trying to kill Bakugo? This time it was Todoroki chiming in. I noticed that when you guys fought him you went for the kill, but when it was us, you were being more careful. We were told not to harm any of the students with the exception of Bakugo Katsuki. I do not know why. And why would you follow that order? The bosses aren't here to stop you, and as you said yourself, you are killers. You don't understand how scary they are. Any of us can break the rules at any time, but we would die agonizing deaths. There is no running away from them. If we harm any of you in any meaningful way, the bosses will get us and make us wish for death. The fear in his voice became more accentuated. The man started sweating despite the cold, and his voice was shaking. They left that very clear when they recruited us. Katsuki moved his hands closer to the man. Now just one more thing. Why would you tell us all of that? How do I know you're not lying? I don't have any guarantees unless you have a lying detector quirk on hand. I'm talking because the boss told us to. He said that if we lose we are to answer any questions to the best of our capabilities. He said when we lose. The boss definitely knew how everything would play out. That managed to convince Katsuki, so he lowered his hands and signaled Kirishima to knock him out. They started to head outside their area. This changes things. I get to go after the Warp BSRD after all. Yes. That seems to be the best course of action. What are you talking about? We gotta go help the others. We managed to be fine, but our weakness to cold isn't that much of a weakness. That might not be the case for the others. Use your head for once, weird hair. They aren't meant to harm us. Just keep us out of the way. And their bosses are scary enough to keep them in line apparently. Besides, they weren't that strong. Even weakened, they shouldn't have too much difficulty. I guess. So our best move is to go about the Warp BSRD. No way the teachers aren't aware of this and on their way, but as long as he's around they have an instant ride out. We need to take him out. I see. Kirishima should really stop being surprised at Bakugo's displays of rationality. I keep forgetting that despite appearances you have a rational and calm side. What do you mean, despite appearances, you hair for brains BSRD? It is surprising. Not you too. What's with everyone being surprised at him simply using his head? Never mind this. Let's move. The boys headed out, leaving the cold disaster behind them. They covertly headed for the central plaza where Izawa was. He was fighting a masked villain with a sword in an impressive display of skill from both sides. Then they suddenly stopped for a bit. They seemed to be talking, but neither of them could hear what was being said. They kept getting closer, being careful to not get spotted. All of them stopped when they felt the intense bloodlust from the fight. They couldn't believe it, but their sensei had lost in a flash. He was nearly murdered. His head nearly severed until a creature that moved faster than the eye could see stopped him. At that moment the future realized that they were heavily outclassed. The monsters in front of them were nothing like the mooks they faced inside the dome. If they move recklessly, they'll die. Bakugo hated feeling this useless. Izawa was standing there in a bloody mess, rendered immobile by that creature, and all they can do is watch. This infuriated him to no end. Todoroki seemed to notice it. We'll get our chance. They don't seem to want Izawa dead. We just need to wait. They finally got close enough to be able to somewhat hear the villain's conversation. Crap. You win the bet. He really didn't die. I know. Impressive, isn't he? This voice was familiar to Katsuki, which didn't make any sense. Katsuki didn't know any villains. It was muffled from the mask and he struggled to hear it because of the distance, but it still sounded weirdly familiar. Yeah. I just don't get why you have so much faith in him. At that moment an alarm clock went out. Both villains readied for battle. He's arriving anytime now. Be ready. As if waiting for him to speak, the entrance gate was destroyed. From it none other than All Might show up. This filled the group with a sense of hope, but something was off. All Might was not smiling. It's fine now. I am here. All Might moved so fast he instantly appeared at the central plaza, pushed the creature out of the way and rescued Izawa, leaving him at a safe-ish distance. He then glanced at their position. Did he knew they were there? Was he telling them to take Izawa away? Either way, that seems to be the correct move for them. Normally 4-on-1 wouldn't be a fair fight, but his is All Might we're talking about. Nomu. Kill All Might. The creature, apparently named Nomu, moved towards All Might. They each punched each other multiple times, but only All Might seemed to be taking damage. Worse, he seemed to be bleeding from his side. That's his weakness. They can't possibly know about that, right? Katsuki knew, but his situation is different. The creepy villain boss with all the hands started gloating. Nomu is amazing, isn't he? Shock absorption. Your attacks are useless against it. It was created to beat you. Also, we know where to hit to really hurt. This settles it. Katsuki didn't know how they found out about a national secret, but it doesn't matter. This means trouble. All Might won't win at this rate. Guys, All Might is in trouble. We gotta move now. Surprise attack. Kirishima, you're the sturdiest, so carry Izawa out of here. Todoroki, you need to take care of the Warp BSTRD. We need to hit big and fast. I have an attack that will do real damage, but after that I'll be out of commission. After I do it, I'll need you to create the biggest wall possible between them and us and also seal my hands in ice. We need to buy time until the rest of the teaching staff gets here. Normally Kirishima and Todoroki would argue. But why is he assuming All Might is losing? Sure, he took a couple of hits, but it is All Might they're talking about. Also, why seal his hands? Normally they'd argue to no end, but Katsuki had done something that they'd never though he'd do in their lives. He'd called them by name. Both understood how out of character this was and that it means that they don't have time to argue. They all moved to their objectives. Kirishima rushed to get Aizawa. He carefully picked him up and started going towards the entrance. At the same time, Todoroki moved against Warp Gate, immediately freezing him in place. Thus, when Katsuki moved, he propelled himself between All Might and Nomu and got ready. His body isn't ready for his new quirk, and he really didn't want to use it. It's not for him after all. But desperate times call for desperate measures. He called upon the pool of energy that was one for all and added it to his explosion. Young Bakugu? Burn in hell you be. The explosion he launched was enormous. It sent the Nomu flying against the roof of the dome and also destroyed most of everything in his way. Katsuki displayed power beyond All Might's punches but with added burning damage. It was an impressive sight that came with a lot of drawbacks. To start with, he had dislocated his arm. If it's like when he tested out the quirk, then he also probably had multiple small fractures across his arm. But worse was that his shakes come back. He starts launching uncontrollable small explosions which are normally bad enough, but now he also has a dislocated and possibly slightly broken arm. Thankfully his instafix had just arrived. Todoroki created an enormous wall of ice and hurried to Katsuki and All Might's side. Hurry up half and half. After a few seconds his hands were firmly secured in a layer of ice. That's gotta keep him from sweating. Young Bakugu, that was reckless. I simply wanted you to get Aizawa and leave. Shut up. We just saved your butt. Now let's move. The teacher have gotta be arriving any time now. A disconcerting laugh was heard from the other side of the ice, followed by the enormous wall crumbling into dust. That was impressive. UA students really are on another level. You nearly beat the final boss and you aren't even the main character. Katsuki really didn't like how the freak with the hands didn't sound defeated in the slightest. Maybe it's just because the Warp BSRD is out of the ice. Kurojairi, go grab Nomu. The mist villain disappeared and a few seconds later a portal appeared. Not only did Kurojairi step out, but a half-burned to death Nomu did too. Not step out but drag out. He'd lost half his body from Katsuki's attack. How's it even moving after that? It was worse. It started to regenerate. Young Bakugu, young Todoroki. You guys need to run. What? Just us? We just saved Dash. Don't argue right now. All Might gave them a thumbs up. It's all right. I won't lose. Thank you for your help so far. Go tend to your teachers and wait for me there. Katsuki wanted to argue, but All Might sounded confident. It's hard to say no to the man he idolized for all his life. This level of regeneration was a breakthrough made by my friend over there. Really proud of him for it. It's amazing, isn't it? While the villain gloated about the abomination, Katsuki and Todoroki reluctantly ran. The fight started soon after. I am the symbol of peace. I can't back down now. All Might stepped towards the Nomu and ensued a massive lightning-fast punch and change. The shockwaves from the fight made approaching them impossible. Your quirk is absorption, not nullification. There's a limit, isn't there? All Might's punches started to get more vicious. If you can match me at my max, I simply need to go beyond that. Plus Ultra. The Nomu was sent flying. Deku was so happy right now. The plan was working to perfection. All the students were contained. Eraser didn't die and neither did 13. A few unexpected but pleasant things like the interruption caused by Katchan and his friends, which allowed Izuku to confirm the report about Katsuki creating an explosion so big it destroyed a good portion of the training grounds in a private session with All Might. He most likely inherited it. This is very good news. And now their Nomu was being punched to oblivion. That's a bit of a shame after all the work Doc and him put on it, but sacrifices have to be made to win the game. Come and get me if you can. Deku could see the relief in Kachan's friends' faces. Kachan himself showed only worry. This nearly confirms it. He definitely inherited. He must be aware of the time limit. This is really good news. Deku started walking towards the symbol of peace. I will. Everything's been according to plan. Even managed to best the Eraserhead. Bet not even you could do that. Deku double-checked Kachan didn't have a line of sight to him as he unsheathed his katana and took of his mask. Not bad for a quirkless kid, right? All Might had a look of pure terror. This couldn't be possible. It was the kid with the right spirit but lack of quirk. If only he had a quirk, he'd have been a great hero. All Might tried to give him his, but he refused. After his failure that day, he didn't blame him. Seeing young Bakugo was well and en route to be a hero was an enormous relief. Any last words? All Might couldn't even fake a smile. His voice was that of a defeated man filled with regret. I am truly sorry for failing to save young Bakugo and then you that day. I've regretted it ever since you refused me that day. I apologize. That's it? You crushed my dream. You were everything to me. All I ever wanted was to be a hero. After a decade of everyone else telling me how useless I am, the only thing that kept me going was you. Do you have the faintest idea how I felt when you turned out to not only be a joke of a hero but also a liar who was no different than everyone else in my life? You said anyone could be a hero. Why couldn't I? Deku was crying. He hadn't done so in a long time. All Might was speechless. He knew his actions that day would leave some pain but he never suspected the extent. Izuku. It's time. The teachers will be here soon. I know. He put his mask on again. Goodbye, All Might. We'll make a better world after this than yours. He then punched All Might's injury, forcing him to let go of his muscled facade. Show the world what you really are and die. He pierced All Might's heart. Kurogyri. Kurogyri opened a portal back to their base. Back to home. They all disappeared into the portal. The teaching staff arrived seconds after only to see that they were too late. All Might is no more. Ijiro was worried. Not for himself but for Bakugo. Everyone loves All Might but Bakugo was starting to get close to him and just when that happens, he dies. Normally he wouldn't be too worried for him. Bakugo is strong after all, one of the manliest men he had ever seen, but when he sent a text requesting to meet on the top of this building in the middle of nowhere, Ijiro started to slightly panic. It didn't help that the building was completely abandoned, full of scorching marks and a training dummy. He went up to find that the other floor had collapsed upon this one. It's a wonder how the building is still standing. There's no way of going further up, so he started to think Bakugo wasn't here, which didn't help his worry at all. Just as he was about to turn away, he heard a voice calling him. Weird hair. Where do you think you're going? I said the top. It was Bakugo standing at the end of the floor on top of all the rubble with his usual attitude and arrogant smirk. The normality of it brought Ijiro some relief. Bakugo was starting to worry. Are you alright? I know you and All Might were starting to get close and you must be feely dash. Shut up. The one thing I'm feeling is angry. We were nothing more than a burden in there. We should have been able to help but we're too weak. I called you here because I thought you'd feel the same way. I called you so we never feel that way again. You asked me to teach you, didn't you? Ijiro shared Bakugo's feelings. He had never felt so useless in his life and All Might was dead without him even being able to do anything. It wasn't a case of if things had been different. He was so weak that no matter how things went he couldn't do anything at all. It's a whole new level of frustration. Seeing the look on his face, Bakugo knew he was correct in calling him. First step is to get up here. How am I supposed to get up there? I don't have nice explosions that make me fly. As if he was waiting for Ijiro to ask, Bakugo leaped down. It was a nearly 3-meter leap and at the end he grabbed a loose pipe to use his momentum to launch in Ijiro's direction. He then procced to breeze through any obstacle he faced until he finally reached Ijiro. That was awesome. You know parkour? My friend thought he could do this much faster than me. He got a serious look on his face. We were weak. We failed to save someone right in front of us. Second time I ever felt that useless. I plan on that never happening again. This is where it starts. You up for it? The last words emphasized by the look on his face that just screams "I dare you." Ijiro wasn't gonna let this slide. He started running towards his goal. Bring it on. Shota was exhausted. More than usual anyways. Working with a stab wound in his arm and a few microfractures on his ribs from when the Nomu stepped on him made every movement on his part painful. On top of that, he had to give a short presentation for the Hero Association on the so-called League of Villains. Well, he didn't have to, but it's his duty as a hero. Everyone needs to know what they'll be facing. Eraserhead. Whenever you're ready. The man behind the camera gave him a thumbs up. Shota hated cameras. Even if this was for internal use within the association, it still made Shota very uncomfortable. If it wasn't for Nizu, who was standing in the corner watching the whole thing, he wouldn't even be here. Ignoring the feeling of unease, he proceeded with his duty. With the click of a button, Nomu appeared on a projection. This creature was called Nomu by its master and, as the labs confirmed, it has multiple quirks. It is incredibly fast and strong, able to match All Might. It was capable of high-speed regeneration, capable of regenerating multiple limbs and part of its torso. It also had shock absorption, capable of withstanding hundreds of All Might's punches. We're still looking at how exactly someone has multiple quirks. Even after I used my quirk on Nomu, it retained incredible speed and strength. It is currently completely immobile after being separated from the rest, and it shows no signs of being capable of thinking for itself. It's an A-ranked villain. He clicks the button once again, now showing footage captured from the security cameras at USJ. First, there's Kurogiri. He's capable of fast warping himself and other people to different locations. The limits of his quirk are currently unknown. He seems incapable of attacking anyone directly and instead relies on his opponent's attacks or warping them to dangerous places. With his precision, he provides excellent defensive and support capabilities. His rank is B. The footage now shows Shota's battle. He's not sure how to feel about this one. On one hand, he was nearly killed, but on the other, it seemed unintentional. His adversary was just a kid who tried his best not to fight and even sincerely apologized when things went too far. Also, none of his students were in any danger thanks to their orders. Aizawa. Do not forget why we need to find a new heroics teacher after this. It was Nizu on his earpiece. Of course. Child or not, he still murdered the symbol of peace. As much as he didn't like him, he could recognize how important to everyone he was. He's probably not going to stop at just All Might. He needs to be stopped. This villain seems to go by Deku and is the second in command. He appears to be in his early to mid-teens and his quirk unknown. Current theories range from minor speed quirk to an intelligence enhancer or an analysis quirk. He has formidable combat capabilities, and my quirk did nothing to throw him off. Always be on the lookout for when he's prompted to go all out. As you can see in the video, he becomes much more efficient and precise with his attacks. Interrogations with the apprehended villains they left behind seem to indicate he's the one who performed the analyses on our students. He seems to be capable of analyzing other people's quirks after one quick look and sometimes not even needing that. What Nizu would give for this child to become his student. Speaking of the rat, not even he seems capable of figuring out his quirk, though he says he'll be reaching out to some of his colleagues in a quirk theory forum of his. If anyone can figure it out, it's those guys. Lastly, the leader. The interrogations told us that his name is Shigaraki Tamura. He doesn't seem much older than Deku. He has a decay quirk. He's capable of turning anything and anyone into dust. While we don't have much footage of his fighting capabilities, all the villains we interrogated seemed as scared of him as they were of Deku and spoke considerably about his combat capabilities. These two were given the unique rank of A+. Their individual level of danger is estimated to be A, but due to their actions they are to be pursued with the priority of an S rank. Eraser stepped down from the camera view. If they say they need to record something again, he might murder someone. Thankfully, everything seemed to be okay, until the rat stepped up to his position, that is. Aizawa, stay around for this next part. It's important. The cameraman gave the thumbs up and Nizu started his speech. This part is exclusively for members of the top 10 and a few select underground heroes. It concerns the late symbol of peace, his quirk and his nemesis all for one. After many tries and many falls, Bakugo told Ijiro to stop. Apparently when his quirk is exhausted, it is the best time to learn how to fall properly, so after Bakugo showed him how to do it, he spent the rest of the time being tossed by him and yelled at for not landing the fall properly. You know that it isn't just my quirk that's exhausted. Can't we take a break? You'll want to be able to do this no matter how exhausted you are. Besides, we take a break and your quirk recovers. You're too used to landing the fall with your quirk. What are you going to do if you fight someone like Aizawa? On the other hand, imagine how effortless any fall will be if you get this ingrained in you and use it with your quirk. If Izuku was here, even he'd be yelling at you right now. Who's Izuku? Is he your friend? This caught Bakugo completely by surprise. He completely lost his momentum in his harsh but admittedly very useful yelling. Just, now forget about that and go back to work. Bring him next time. I want to meet the man so manly even you have no qualms about admitting friendship with. What's his quirk? Can he really beat you? Is he at UA? No, he isn't. Bakugo sounded neither happy nor angry this time as Ijiro expected. This was the tone Ijiro was expecting from him when they learned All Might was dead. The tone he's been concealing behind his usual attitude. Sadness. He took the exam. I'm certain he more than passed it too. He was rejected by the school because he was quirkless and went missing immediately after it. Ijiro didn't know what to say. First of all, quirkless? This badass is quirkless? That's super manly. Also sad. He doesn't know anyone quirkless, but he knows their life can't have been easy. It wasn't uncommon for quirkless to go missing and soon after being found dead. Suicide was sadly frequent for those born in this world without a quirk. After being rejected by UA purely for being quirkless, the odds of him being alive are very low. Ijiro defaulted to the standard response. I'm sorry for your low stash, he got smacked in the head. Why did he get smacked? He ain't dead, you idiot. After everything that BSTRD went through, it's not UA that's bringing him down. He's out there. I have proof too. Remember how I said he was a creepy good quirk analyst? He left me this. Bakugo tossed him a really old notebook titled, The Number One Hero, Katchan. Katchan is a cute nickname. Uraraka calls him that too. Do they all know each other? He skimmed through and what he found was a book full of observations about his quirk and possible tactics. It really was brilliant and, as he said, kinda creepy. Still, none of this was proof that he was alive. Not that page. The first page. He wrote, until we meet again. That wasn't a goodbye. It was a see you later. He's out there and I'm gonna find him. I'm gonna become the next number one hero so they'll take my words seriously, bring him back in front of UA and make them realize their pathetic mistake. And if they say no, I still have a plan B. He looked at his hands as he said that and Ijiro could swear he could see a small orange sparkle. After a few moments of silence, he looked back at Ijiro with his usual grin. As page 14 says, a sparring partner is the best way to improve, but you're not on that level. Ijiro got affected by the contagious determination Bakugo just showed. He got up and turned to the improvised obstacle course. Yet. So you're saying the villains did nothing wrong? I'm just saying they left no unintended casualties. Look at the leaked footage. The villains didn't hurt any of the students. One of them even gave water to the frog girl when she collapsed from the heat. Meanwhile, the footage also showed what All Might truly looked like. And an increasingly number of villain attack recordings show him standing among the crowd doing nothing. Maybe the villains just wanted to show that he isn't all that special. He is All Might, the symbol of peace who single-handedly brought down all organized crime in the country. He doesn't need to intervene on every crime, does he? Not every crime. But if you just stand there looking while a villain terrorizes the populace, are you really a hero? Deku turned off the TV. It's good to see that leaking the USJ recordings brought the intended effect. But even better than that would be a full night of sleep where he didn't have nightmares or a breakfast that he didn't puke afterwards. Maybe a nice hot chocolate will help him sleep. He headed to the bar. Kurogyari had everything here needed to prepare any type of drink, even chocolate milk. As he sat down with his drink, he decided to check the quirk forum. The doc had given him his old account to a highly esteemed quirk forum that have lots of discussions on all areas of quirkology. They must be going crazy about Nomu. Hello Deku. Why are you up so late? A chilling voice interrupted his browsing. It came from the monitor connected to Tamura's sensei. Hello sir. Just having a hard time sleeping. I'll finish my drink and go back. All for one immediately understood what was going on. Not easy to kill someone. Having nightmares? Yes, sir. I see. Tell me, Deku, do you regret killing All Might? Oh, sir. Of course not. It's just, he did a lot of bad things. He crushed my dream without giving me a chance. He was a fake symbol. He needed to be brought down in order for Tamura to create the world we envisioned. But did he deserve to die? He crushed my dream, but he had some valid, if very biased points, to do so. He was a fake symbol, but a symbol nonetheless. He did a lot of good. Are we really in the right for killing him? Deku wasn't sure why he was speaking so plainly to this man. He must be really needing to speak to someone. Deku, there's no such thing as right or wrong. It's different for everyone. As I see it, all you need is a reason to do it. You said it yourself, he needed to die for Tamura to create the new world. And he is dead. Now all you can do is make sure Tamura creates the new world. Make sure to not lose your reason for killing him. This was a surprisingly nice speech coming from a villain who probably caused more death than anyone else in the world. Makes you wonder what's his reason for doing it. That put things in perspective. I'll think on it. Thank you, sir. Before you go, let me ask you something. Of course. I read your book on One for All. All Might manage to pass on his quirk. That's good news. It is? Why is it good news? Deku thought All for One would be disappointed. But that's not what I wanted to talk about. You've written a lot about every user. It's quite impressive how much you've gotten by yourself. Tell me, have you figured out what was All Might's quirk before he got One for All? Deku has been wondering about this for a while. He couldn't find anything on the matter. No. I have found nothing. It's been slightly frustrating. I managed to find everyone else's. One would think that his would be easier since it's more recent. All for One's creepy laugh echoed through the empty room. That's because he was quirkless. Deku's hand turned to a fist, smashing the glass he was still holding. Good night, Deku. The monitor turned back to mute. Deku cleaned the broken glass and went straight to bed. This time hoping to get the nightmares once again just so he could see the hypocrite once more. The nightmares stopped that night. Deku attacked as best as he could, but Tamura effortlessly dodged and hit him with a combo of attacks Deku hadn't seen before. It was a beatdown until Lady Luck struck with the power-up Deku needed to beat his opponent. He was invincible for just the right amount of time to turn the tables on Tamura. He was about to deal the lethal blow when he suddenly dropped the controller. Tamura immediately recovered and won the match. When Tamura looked at his friend, he had the most dumbfounded expression he'd ever seen. What the hell is Deku? You were about to win the game. Why the hell did you stop? We're so dumb. Huh? Tamura was confused. He'd never seen him like that before. You know how you can't grab anything properly? Tamura nodded. Why don't you just use gloves? Because I disintegrate them too. Because you touch them with all your fingers. Why don't you just cut off some of the glove's fingers? Tamura's eyes widened and he very nearly face-palmed. It was so simple. He wouldn't be touching the glove with all his fingers, and if he ever needed to use his quirk fast, he just had to close his hands and turn the gloves to dust. After a few seconds of silence at the realization, both boys burst into laughter. All right then. I'll grab you some gloves when I come back from the document. Scared how much better at this game you'll be then. Haha, you already look like a noob when playing me. Imagine when I manage properly grab the controller. A noob who was about to beat you. Only through sheer dumb luck. Yeah. But you know ISCK when we go for random. If I get to pick my character, I manage to beat you. Sometimes at least. Yeah. Whatever. Izuku turned to leave to his studies with the document. He's been learning a lot. The doctor was undeniably brilliant and Tamura knew how much Izuku could learn from someone like him. Before I go, you sure you don't want to come to the sports festival? Yeah, I'm sure. Really don't like being surrounded by people with their baseless smiles and their heroes. You have fun though. Try to find someone who fits our requirements. Suit yourself. Kurojairi. It's time for Dr. Garaki, please. A portal formed near him and Izuku stepped through. The class was unusually quiet. He'd never admitted out loud, but Shota almost preferred the loud teenagers from before. Given the circumstances, it's completely understandable. To see someone die so early in their lives. They might be future heroes, but right now they're just children. Hope you've taken this small break and gathered your thoughts. School is going to resume as normal and the UA Sports Festival is drawing near. Normally there'd be nothing but cheers and excitement. Is it really okay to have a sports festival so soon after All Might got killed? Everyone glared at Bakugo. That's the fact, no need to stutter. Apparently they think of it as UA showing that our crisis management system is solid as a rock by holding the event, and it will serve as a homage to All Might. Security has been considerably increased with even one of the top 10 standing guard. Above all else, this festival is a huge chance for you. You are future's heroes. You are the ones who will stand where All Might stood. The festival is where you'll show it to the whole country. This is the place where you show everything you have and get scouted by a pro. Getting an internship will get you valuable experience to become a proper hero. If you understand this, don't slack off on preparations. His speech managed to dispel some of the gloominess and even got his students somewhat excited. For the event. Class dismissed. Bakugo, you are to meet me at lunchtime. Katsuki was standing in the principal's office with his homeroom teacher and the principal himself. By the looks of it, it was not to get praised like in his middle school. Not that he did anything worth praising yet. This was a new situation for him. He only knew that he didn't like to have his lunch break interrupted like this. Hello, young Bakugo. I'm sorry, but lunch will have to wait a bit. Would you like some tea? Tea at lunch. There's never a wrong time to drink tea if you choose the right tea. Let's cut the bullshit. What am I doing here? Nizu kept his usual calm smile and cheerful attitude. We're here to discuss All Might and your quirk. How much did All Might tell you? So the principal knows. Katsuki shouldn't be surprised. Passed from generation to generation. I'm the 9th. He said it's a quirk that accumulates energy from each generation and can be passed to someone else. He was under the impression that it gave you strength and speed, but that doesn't seem to be how it manifested. When I use it, it gives a huge boost to my explosions. They're so strong that I dislocate my arm and have dozens of microfractures. Also, my tremors seem to temporarily return after. If that's your worry, there's no need. I'm not planning on ever using it. Anything else, or can I leave now? Is that really all he said? His homeroom teacher sounded angry. Did All Might really keep something important from him? You seem to be lacking some information. Did he really never mention All for One? I literally spewed every single piece of knowledge I have about this. If there's more, then say it. All Might had an old nemesis. Every generation of One for All users fought him. Every single one of them died to this man except for All Might. We thought he had killed him, but apparently not. An enemy capable of fighting 8 generations of All Mights? What kind of abilities does he have? He must be the one that caused his injury. He has the ability to steal and use quirks. He can also gift them to someone else. The gnome, didn't it have multiple quirks? Exactly. Good to see you catch on quickly. Now let me tell you about how One for All came to be. The story of 2 brothers. Ijiro was waiting for Bakugo. He didn't know what he did to get called to the principal's office during lunch break, but there's no reason for him to have to eat alone afterwards. He had to admit, though, the wait was getting more and more difficult. His stomach just isn't shutting up. He was about to give up when the door to the principal's office finally opened. Think about what we discussed. You're free to go now. Don't keep your friend waiting much longer. I can hear his stomach from here. My friend. Bakugo looked towards the open door. Weird hair? What are you doing here? Waiting for you. Thought that'd be pretty obvious. Bakugo left the office and Aizawa-sensei followed. Getting called to the principal's office so soon? What did you do? Shut up. That none of your goddamn business. Now let's hurry up and eat. Wait, Bakugo. It was Aizawa-sensei. Apparently he isn't quite done with the lecture. He looked at Ijiro and went quiet for a few seconds. That's weird. When you said you won't use it. Why is that? It's not meant for me. I'll reach the top on my own. I accepted it to give it to someone who needs it. Since it's now mine, no one can stop me from doing this. What a strange conversation. They're obviously trying to keep something a secret. If you want, I can go for a walk or something. There's no need. This conversation is over. We're leaving. Bakugu started walking. His stomach was calling for food too. Wait, Bakugu. I just need to ask Sensei something. Ijiro turned to Aizawa. Can we use Gym Gamma after classes? Aizawa was pleasantly surprised. He hadn't introduced the student to Gym Gamma, but it's good to see that they showed initiative. Of course, if you need any specific arrangement, talk to your modern literature teacher. What's Gym Gamma? You don't know, Bakugu? It's one of UA's gyms. Since it's at UA, we won't waste as much time on traveling. Are you stupid? Our training doesn't need a gym. It needs obstacles like the building. Our training? That definitely called Aizawa's attention. Oh, did I forget to mention that it's completely made of cement? The look of realization on Bakugu's face was priceless. It was soon followed by his traditional scary-looking smile. Guess you aren't all hair for brains after all, Kirishima. Everyone is nervous. People are doing everything from stretches to casual conversation to drawing person on the hand 5 times then eating it. All useless. They'll all lose to him one way or the other. Bakugu. What do you want, half and half? Which one of us is stronger? I honestly can't be sure. But All Might seemed to have his eyes on you either way, didn't he? The mention of All Might brought everyone to a dead silence. I'm going to beat you. Katsuki immediately fired up his smug smile. Oh? Are you now? Bring it. In fact, Katsuki turned to everyone on his class. You all better bring your A game. I don't want any excuses after I beat everyone. This got everyone fired up. Katsuki's smugness was enough to challenge everyone. It was just what they needed to overcome the tense gloominess everyone was feeling. Only Kirishima seemed to realize that this was intentional. All right, everyone. Let's head out. They all marched towards the outside light. It was blinding for a second. They took a bit to adjust, but when they did, they all saw the stadium in all its glory. Thousands of people cheering, both heroes and civilians alike. Not to mention it's on national TV. The whole country is watching. Midnight was doing the opening speech. It was chilling how all the noise disappeared as soon as she requested a minute of silence for All Might. Guess that's how much everyone loved him. Katsuki still wasn't sure how he felt about the hero. What he said to Izuku was bad but not completely unfounded. He was probably trying to protect him in some way. Besides, after a lifetime admiring him and then meeting him, it's difficult to see him some other way. He was a fake. One person at the stand seems to view All Might very differently than anyone else. He didn't get a second yell as UA's security appeared almost out of nowhere and removed him from the facilities. They really did tighten up security. Thank you all for this moment. Midnight did her best to ignore the disrespectful interruption. And now Bakugu Katsuki to represent the first years. This is national TV, Bakugu. Weird-haired warned him as Katsuki started to walk. Everyone is watching. Please don't make yourself the enemy of the whole country. Katsuki promptly ignored him and moved up the stage. National TV. Everyone is watching. I'll get absolute victory. Just you watch me. Izuku is watching. Somewhere. Katsuki will show him. Izuku managed to get to the top of the stadium without anyone seeing him. It wasn't easy, but the view was way better from here. He'll be able to see everyone's quirks live instead of from videos from UA. And this way he'll see the other courses instead of just the hero course. He can barely contain his excitement. This vantage point also allows him to study the guard patrols. They heavily increased this year's security, but Deku still thinks he found a way in. This is going to be so fun. And now we'd like a minute of silence in honor of the fallen symbol of peace. Way to sour the mood. Not that Deku didn't expect something like this. He was glad he wasn't among the populace though. His lack of sadness at All Might's death might stand out a bit much. He was a fake. Or not. Good to see All Might is not universally loved anymore. Deku wasn't expecting someone to actually speak out at a moment of silence streamed in national TV though. Atsuki to represent the first years. Ketchon? Is he giving the opening speech? Absolute victory. Just you watch me. The crowd immediately revolted. Deku just laughed. Typical Ketchon. I'd really like to see that Ketchon. Ijiro nearly yelled with excitement. An obstacle race? This is perfect. He's been training for this until exhaustion with Bakugo. It's almost too perfect. He hopes it's not too easy. Getting through the tunnel wasn't easy with that many people in it. Dodging Todoroki's attack immediately after wasn't easy. And now giant robots. This really won't be easy. Ijiro was getting more and more excited. He kept dashing forward. His training certainly made him faster. He skillfully dodged the smaller robots and quickly moved beyond the frozen 0 points. That was a good move because just a few moments later it fell. He wouldn't get hurt by that of course, but it would delay him quite a bit. He kept rushing forward. He couldn't see either Todoroki or Bakugo. How are they that ahead of everyone else? He glanced behind to see that people were starting to catch up. Mostly from his class. He has no time to waste. He ran as fast as he could until he reached a giant canyon. The only way across was some tightropes. Bakugo probably didn't even blink in this stage. This is unfair for people who can fly. He started to make his way by carefully walking the rope from platform to platform. His training improved his balance so much that he made good progress but was still too slow as people caught up to him. He needed a better way to cross. That's when inspiration hit him. By inspiration, Ijiro meant a pink-haired girl from the support course going all jungle man with her invention. Normally he'd never even consider this, but his training did improve his balance by a lot and he'd never catch up to Bakugo otherwise. Also, he's the one who's always yelling at him to use his surroundings more. Ijiro used his quirk to cut the rope. He grabbed it, took some balance, and jumped. He swinged and landed perfectly. He impressed even himself. A couple more swings and he made it to the other side. By what present Mike said Bakugo and Todoroki are competing for first place at the end of the race. He needs to hurry and catch up to them. He ran as fast as he could. He didn't even think of conserving stamina. He just needs to catch up to Bakugo. This thought process was halted when he reached the next obstacle, a minefield. He didn't stop for too long. He started to go through it. He could see where the mines were buried so he can avoid them, but at this rate he'll never catch up to him. He considered just running and taking the explosions. With his quirk he'd suffer no damage, but he saw how strong they were when another student made a mistake. He'd probably be sent flying and trigger more mines on the fall. Wait, flying? Ijiro just had a crazy idea. Very, very crazy. On one hand, if it works, he'll catch up. On the other, it takes a while to set up. If it doesn't work, he might not make it. Screw it. All or nothing. He stops where he stands and starts digging up the mines. It doesn't take too long with his quirk. After getting a sizable amount he breathes deeply and lets himself fall towards the pile. Here goes nothing. A huge explosion locks Ijiro towards the end of the minefield. Both Bakugo and Todoroki stop fighting and look at Ijiro. Ahahaha, how's this for using my environment, Bakugo? Bakugo said absolutely nothing. What he did spoke louder than words. He immediately stopped worrying about Todoroki and dashed towards the end. Todoroki did the same. Both boys now considered Ijiro the biggest threat. This filled him with pride. Pride quickly replaced with worry as he's coming down fast and he needs to land properly. Imagine how effortless any fall will be if you get this ingrained in you and use it with your quirk. There's no need to worry at all. He trained for this. Ijiro hardened and positioned himself to take the fall as efficiently as possible. He landed on his feet with bended knees and let the momentum carry him to a roll. Perfect landing. No huge crater where he landed. He triggered a few mines as he rolled, but he was so fast that they hit him from behind, propelling him further ahead. He had cleared the minefield in an instant, but this wasn't over yet. He could hear Bakugo's explosions behind him. He needs to get to the finish line. He runs like he never did before and only stops when he hears the announcement. The first person back at the stadium is that man. The manliest of Class 1A. Kirishima Ijiro. Deku was at a loss for words. Katchan had gotten second place. Second place? It's not even that. Instead of exploding in frustration, he seems kinda proud of it. He's not smiling. Deku is sure he didn't like losing at all. But he can see it in his eyes that he's sort of glad that Kirishima won. He must admit he was impressive. The way he dodged the bots kinda reminds him of the way Katchan moves. No way. Katchan got close enough to someone that he decided to teach him? That's gotta be it. They did fight together at USJ. It's the only explanation. Deku couldn't contain his excitement. Ah, yes. Way to go, Katchan. Absolute victory indeed. Ijiro was surrounded by his classmates. Everyone was stunned by his display of skill. The way you dodged those robots. When did you get that good? I do have to complain that when you used the ropes you didn't do the jungle yell. How the hell does one look at exploding minefield and thinks, thank God the mines are here? Must be what spending time with Bakugo does to you. Explosions must look comfy to him now. Everyone stops the barrage of question and praises to laugh at Kaminari's comment. Mina then gets an evil glint in her eye. Speaking of which, Bakugo? What happened to absolute victory? Mina likes to tease Bakugo, but this time it might cause some serious exploding damage to everyone in the stadium. Shut up, Raccoon Eyes. The winner hasn't been determined yet. The event isn't over. That was less murderous and exploding than Ijiro thought. He approached him with a huge smile on his face and fist extended to him. Everyone got ready for the yelling. I landed the fall and used my surroundings. Bakugo, still with his annoyed by everyone look, fist bumps him. Everyone in their class looked at them completely speechless. And beat you. Bakugo exploded. Hitoshi made it into the next phase easy enough, but no time to celebrate. He needs to learn about the competition as much as possible. What makes everyone tick? What will annoy them so much that they can't help but speak out? He's been reading people ever since he got his quirk and he's quite good at it, but time is limited. Not to mention that he still needs to keep a low profile. The last phase will definitely be one-on-one battles and he stands no chance against the combat-ready hero students if they know his quirk. First place guy shouldn't be too hard. He seems simple-minded and says, manly, way too much. He won the obstacle race, but he shouldn't be too difficult to win against one-on-one. A simple insult to his manliness, or maybe his friends. Second and third place would be much more difficult. Not only are they really lucky with their amazing quirks, but they're also quite physically skilled. Must be good to be born that blessed. One of them is quite stoic. He barely shows any emotion. It'll be very difficult to make him talk. The other guy is worse. He makes Hitoshi doubt his psychanalyses. From his interactions with his classmates and his speech, if you could call it that, he seems extremely arrogant with an obsession to win and a literally explosive temper, but then when he lost, he didn't act like expected at all. Hitoshi could see he was set at himself, but at the same time he looked proud? Or maybe happy. It almost seems as if he considered what happened a victory too. Hitoshi is going crazy just looking at Explody Boy. Analyzing the rest gave him some mental sanity back. A girl able to create anything with confidence issues, a disgusting purple pervert, very religious vine for hair girl. Most of them have an obviously sensitive subject. All of them have a less than obvious sensitive subject. All things considered, this round shouldn't be too difficult either as long as he stays away from the top. Now let's begin the countdown to this brutal battle royal. 3, 2, 1. Begin. Finally! Deku exclaimed in triumph. The camera drones are mine. It took a while, but Deku managed to hack into a couple of the drones. He wasted quite a bit of time on it though. He still has a long way to go when it comes to hacking. The view was great from where he was, but there are too many people he wants to focus on, so a couple more viewpoints don't hurt. When he looked down at the stadium, the battle had already started. Katchan's team was surrounded by ice along with Kirishima's and Todoroki's. Kirishima no longer had the headband, having lost it to Todoroki, and seemed to be panicking a little. Time was running out and both teams aimed for Todoroki. Bakugo reached him first obviously and focused his attacks on the left side. He nearly succeeded in taking a headband, only failing when Todoroki used his left side and lit himself on fire. First time he does that? Deku was starting to doubt he actually could. This means he refuses to use his left on purpose. Kat-chan was forced to pull back by his teammate. Kirishima was the one who surprised everyone. He aimed not for Todoroki but for Kat-chan who, as soon as he was pulled back by Zero, wasn't prepared for Kirishima's attack on him. That was a smart move since, not counting the 10 million, Kat-chan had the most points by far. He must have faced quite a few other teams while Deku was busy with the drones. Tamura better be recording all of this. Time was running out so Kirishima couldn't risk it all on the 10 million. As he jumped Kat-chan, he grabbed as many headbands as he could and jetpacked as high as it allowed him. He must have taunted Kat-chan because he forgot about the 10 million and immediately set off after him. He never got to him as time ran out. Mid-flight, that was an intense showdown that took everyone's attention away from the rest. Almost everyone's. Deku had hacked the drones so he could watch multiple streams for a reason. Everyone was surprised when they showed the results. Todoroki's in first place, Kat-chan in second, Kirishima managed to barely make it to fourth and an unknown general education student in third. Izuku kept an eye on him and was surprised by what he found. The student spent all his time speaking to the team frozen by Todoroki at the start of the match and, just before time ran out, they all simply handed their headband to him. This was a most interesting development. A brainwashing quirk. Probably voice-activated since all he did was talk. A quirk like that would be amazing for a hero. Deku had already opened a notebook and started writing like crazy. He must have failed the entrance exam due to his quirk not being effective on robots. Deku's opinion of UA went down even more. His writing was interrupted by a phone call. It was Jiren. Good timing. Hello. Hello Deku. I'm calling because your order just arrived. When can you come pick it up? I'll go after the sports festival. You watching that too? Everyone is. Speaking of which, what sort of information do you have on the new number one? Quite a bit. I tend to gather as much as possible. Why? Can you send it to me? To this contact? Sure. What are you looking for? Everything you have no matter how insignificant. His family too. Alright, I'll add it to the bill and send it right now. Thanks. Deku hangs up. The information he just bought arrives soon after. Excellent grades, highest number of cases closed, super powerful quirk marriage. Now that is interesting. What do you want half and half BSTRD? Todoroki coldly stares at Katsuki. If it's nothing then I'm gonna leave. He started to leave. I was overwhelmed. So much so that I broke my pledge. Is he talking about his fire? This stopped Katsuki in his tracks. Your power plus your physical abilities and your relationship with All Might, not to mention that you're both blonde. Bakugu, are you his secret love child or something? Katsuki's brain stopped. Secret what now? Should I take your silence as confirmation? What? That's not it at all. We're not related by blood. Where the hell does this idiot come up with this theory? But you are related in some way, yes? Doesn't matter. Endeavor is my old man. If you have something from All Might then I have to beat you. He failed to surpass him by himself so he tried something else. Usually Katsuki would explode in impatience. He'd yell at Todoroki to get to the point or simply leave, but not this time. This time he listened. Ever heard of quirk marriages? Endeavor is a powerful and rich man. He won over my mother's relatives and got a hold of her quirk. He's been trying to raise me as the hero who'll surpass All Might. Todoroki's eyes were filled with rage. I won't become scum like that. In all the memories I have of my mother, she's crying. Your left side is hideous, she said as she poured boiling water over me. I picked a fight with you to show him that I can win without using that BSTRD's quirk. I'll reject him completely by getting first place without using it. After a few seconds of silence, Todoroki started to walk away. Katsuki let him go. Absolute victory won't be easy, Izuku. Katsuki laid on the ground, completely out of breath and defeated. Godminute. Okay, maybe not completely out of breath. How the f do you keep on beating me? I can't even get close. We've been doing this for months and it only seems to get more difficult. Why can't I win after all this time? How can someone who cares so much about winning have such a limited view of victory? What did you just say? Katsuki got up ready to fight again. Izuku sighed. Follow me. Izuku started running towards the roof, which wasn't an easy feat considering that, after a quirk accident due to his tremors last week, the floor above this one collapsed. Izuku quickly moved through the rubble and climbed to the top floor as easily as one climbs stairs. Katsuki immediately followed him. While he didn't make it look quite as easy as Izuku did, he was quite good himself. When he got to the top, Izuku was already laying down, staring at the sky. Kat-chan, when does a hero win? What kind of question is that? When he beats his opponent, obviously. Not exactly. A hero isn't an MMA fighter. A hero wins when he saves people, not when he beats them up. Katsuki's face just screamed, "What's the difference?" Izuku stood up and looked Katsuki in the eyes. There was an intensity in his look uncharacteristic of him. Let me put it this way, absolute victory. Katsuki liked the sound of that. It varies depending on what your goal is. My goal is to teach you. Do you think I win when I beat you? Of course not. I win when I toss you and you take the fall with the technique I taught you. I win when you dodge my punch perfectly. I win when you manage to get to this floor as fast as I do. And the day you beat me will be my absolute victory. Katsuki's eyes widen as he starts to understand. Sometimes a win is defeating a villain. Sometimes it's removing debris from a fallen building. Sometimes it's carrying someone to a hospital. A win is every time you manage save someone. Now the question becomes, what is absolute victory to a hero? Katsuki thought about this, but he couldn't find an answer that satisfied his now broadened horizons. I don't know. Me neither. Katsuki shot a surprised look at Izuku. But I bet that you'll find out when you become number one. You'd be the symbol of victory. It was an interesting first round. Half and Half saw his joke of a father and came back so mad that he froze half the stadium along with Soy Sauce Face. Bird Brain eventually overwhelmed Ponytail. Raccoon Eyes managed to make Big Lips slip out of bounds. Four Eyes was turned into a public show by the support girl but eventually won when she gave up. Vine Hair quickly humiliated Dun's face. Kirishima showed the metal guy from Class B who's boss. He used the moves he had taught him to deliver a beatdown like no other. And now Pink Cheeks quickly finished Frenchie. As things stand now, Katsuki is pretty sure he'll be facing Cheeks, Kirishima and lastly the Half and Half BSD. He's getting ahead of himself. First, he needs to beat Eyebags. He was warned by those idiots who gave up. Brainwashing quirk, likely voice activated. Izuku would be nerding all over the place if he was here. Last match from the first round. He's made a pledge of absolute victory. Can he keep his word? From the hero course, Bakugo Katsuki versus the man who sneaked up to the finals without anyone realizing. From the general education course, Shinso Hitoshi. You all know the rules by now, so let's get started. Katsuki took position. His opponent doesn't seem to be very combat ready. As long as he keeps quiet, he shouldn't have any difficulties in winning the match, but is that really he can do to have victory? My luck is really great, huh? Cursed with a shitty quirk and now forced to face Mr. Prodigy over here. Shitty quirk? Prodigy? Must be great to be born that blessed. Never having worked a day in your life to be where you are now. Now listen here, you lit dash. Katsuki stopped mid-run. Shinso let out a relieved smile. I win. Turn around and walk out of bounds. Katsuki's mind felt foggy. Is he heading out of bounds? He can't do that. He just figured out how to get absolute victory here. He needs to stop. Stop. It was then that 8 shadow figures showed up and he felt a rush of power flow through him. An orange spark appeared at Katsuki's fingertip and an explosion was triggered. Katsuki was back in control. His opponent spoke, but Katsuki didn't listen anymore. They'll talk after the match. Katsuki ran towards his opponent who tried to grab him. He easily dodged and tripped him. With a push, the man was out of bounds. Both Cementos and Present Mike announced the win, but Katsuki wasn't listening anymore. He put a hand over his opponent's mouth. You're right that I was blessed, but you have no right to talk. You have an awesome quirk. I know someone who was truly cursed. Someone who'd give anything for your quirk. For any quirk. And you know what? He worked hard. He worked so hard he's able to beat someone blessed like us. So don't make any more FNG excuses. The professors grabbed Katsuki off the boy. He kept struggling. You didn't make into the hero course because you didn't work enough, but Katsuki broke free from the teacher's grasp. If you want to start putting in the effort, come find me. I'll make it so they'll beg you to be in the hero course. Second person who got refused because of their quirk situation. Katsuki is starting to get really sad at the way UA chooses its heroes. Katsuki spent the entire quarter-final getting chewed out by his teachers. Thanks to that, he missed all the fights. Thankfully, he knew the results through the announcements. That half-and-half BS30 won against Bird Brain, but the match took a while. He's really not going to use his fire? For Eyes, on the other hand, beat Raccoon Eyes really quick. He probably learned from the first match and didn't give her a chance to make the floor slippery. Lastly, Kirishima just finished his match. Also took a while, but he can't blame him. Vine Girl looks like a tricky fight. There you are. Our fight is going to start soon. Fine, go. You act like that again and we'll disqualify you. They started walking towards their prep rooms. The silence was nice until Pink Cheeks broke it. What made you angry like that? I know you're usually angry, but that was something else. He knew this question was coming. He said some things he shouldn't. I wanted to prove him wrong and help him. Pink Cheeks had a look on her face Katsuki didn't fully understand. You really are a kind person, Kat-chan. As if to prove her wrong, Katsuki exploded. What did you just call me, Pink Cheeks? She pouted at the nickname but then smiled. I just had a nice idea. How about a bet? That does seem interesting. Whoever loses has to drop the nickname. Deal? Katsuki put his evil smile on. Deal. To end the quarterfinals, we have the one with an explosive temper. Bakugo Katsuki versus the one I'm rooting for, Uraraka Ochako. Start. Katsuki took position. He's physically stronger and more skilled than his opponent, but she has a troublesome quirk. One touch and he loses. He can't risk close quarters, so he'll use his quirk to wear her down and keep her at a distance. Cheeks runs at him as predicted. He explodes everything in his direction. She gets back up and repeats. This goes on time and time again. One time she nearly fools him using her jacket. This can't be everything she has. Katsuki is missing something. This can't be all she had planned. It's about time, I think. Katsuki switches his stance. Something's coming. Thanks for going all out, Kat-chan. Release. Meteors starting to fall from the sky as Pink Cheeks ran towards him. Outstanding move. Katsuki put his hand up and orange sparks started to come out of it. He quickly shut those down. He doesn't need that. He'll win with his power. A huge explosion turned the meteors to dust and pushed his adversary away. That was close. He sees her getting up again. He runs towards her this time. Can you keep going, Uraraka? That was when she collapsed and they announced his victory. She kept dragging herself in his direction. She really wants to win. Katsuki can understand the feeling. He walked towards her and kneeled. That's enough. You did well. Let's fight again some other time. He headed back to the stands. He needs to rest a bit. His classmates had other ideas. Bakugo, you played an amazing villain. Shut up. But Din, how were you capable of aiming such a blast against a frail little girl? What part of Uraraka was frail, you moron? Now shut up. Need to rest before fighting Kirishima. Uraraka? Kirishima? Those two words were enough to put the whole class in a stunned silence. Nobody dared to call him out on it. Not even Ishido. Shudo was in the waiting room resting after his match with Ida. It wasn't as easy as he'd hoped. Even while expecting the recipro burst, he still couldn't dodge it, but in the end he managed to beat him without using Endeavor's quirk. Next up is definitely going to be Bakugo. He needs to rest. Oh, sorry for bothering you. This must be the wrong room. The voice came from a freckled green-haired boy no older than he is. He's not a student. That's suspicious. Is he an intruder? No way. Not with all the security around. What's he doing here? Wait, who are you and what are you doing here? The boy bowed in apologies. My name is Midoriya Izuku. I'm a friend of Kachin's. Katsuki. I thought I'd wish him good luck before his next match. Must have gotten the wrong room. He's in the stands with the rest of the class. I can guide you there if you want. No. There's no need. Thank you for telling me where he is. The boy started to leave but suddenly stopped and turned back. Before I go, mind if I ask you something? Go ahead. Why don't you use your fire, Todoroki? Midoriya brought up the one issue capable of irritating Shudo. It's not my fire. You wouldn't understand. The light in the boy's eyes disappeared and the room was overrun with palpable tension. What I understand is that some of us give it their all and still get rejected, but here you are using only half of your power. Don't you think that's insulting to your classmates? Being a hero isn't a hobby. You can't be all casual about it. Are you sure you even want to be a hero at all? Silence filled the room. I'll leave you with your thoughts. I'm sorry about interrupting your rest. Time to go face Kirishima. This should be fun. For the semi-finals, on one hand we have the manliest man in the tournament, Kirishima Ijiro, versus the big bad of Class 1A, Bakugo Katsuki. Start. Kirishima wasted no time in conversation and dashed forward. Katsuki did the same. He must admit that he's excited to face Kirishima. He was good at hand-to-hand before, but now he learned quite a bit more from Katsuki. And when they spar, they don't use quirks. This will be quite different than what they're used to. A punch from him will hurt much more. Not to mention that his explosions don't seem to be doing anything. That's not gonna work, explosion boy. Kirishima attacks relentlessly, but Katsuki managed to dodge it all. Barely. He got scratched quite a few times. He counters with explosions at every chance he gets. They seem to do no effect, but that's all he can do since a punch would hurt him more than it would hurt Kirishima. Not saying a word? Too busy dodging. Katsuki seems to be in trouble until Kirishima makes a rather rushed move and attempts a kick. Katsuki grabs him and nearly tosses him out of bounds. Katsuki follows up by launching himself to where Kirishima was and tried to explode him out of bounds for good. Kirishima's reflexes are faster than that. He got up immediately and moved out of the way. That was close. Why are you rushing, Kirishima? Could it be that your quirk is reaching its limits? The look of worry in his face said it all. Katsuki proceeded to unleash a barrage of relentless explosions, wearing him down. But this isn't all his friend has to give. All he needs is a little push. What happened, Kirishima? Is this it? I remember you claiming to be unbreakable. Show me. Kirishima was barely able to stand, but as soon as he heard Katsuki's words, his eyes were filled with determination. He took a step with his arms hardened like never before. Katsuki could swear he heard his body creak. He took guard, preparing for what's to come. Kirishima took another step and then stopped. I'm sorry, Bakugo. Kirishima fainted and fell to the floor. Determination can't always beat exhaustion. Bakugo wins. It didn't quite feel like a win. He was so close. Kirishima was about to achieve something. Maybe Katsuki pushed him too far. Well, not like he had a choice. Kirishima was relentless and surprisingly fast. He's been training by himself in addition to their sessions. It was a good fight. Now all that's left is half and half. That one is not going to be easy. Deku was back in the roof. He might have gotten a bit unnecessarily angry. He can understand Todoroki to some extent. He's been through a lot. It just annoys him so much to see someone with such an amazing quirk waste his life just because of a piece of shit who claims to be a hero. On a more positive note, this makes Todoroki the perfect candidate for Tamura's plan. He should inform him. Hello. Tamura. Found someone. See? Told you at least one of them would be like us. Yeah. Brag if we succeed. I'll swing by Jiren's later and tell him to find us capable help. Deku hangs up. Wonder what Jiren considers capable help. What are you doing here, Bakugo? Me? What are you doing in my room, idiot? This is my room. He points at the room number. Bakugo looks even more annoyed. Well, doesn't matter. I wanted to speak to you anyway. Bakugo comes close to Shudo. His eyes betray a serious intent in his otherwise characteristic loud, arrogant tone. You challenged me. Now I come to challenge you. I want nothing short of absolute victory, and that only happens if you use your fire, Don't you dare hold back. That won't happen, Bakugu. I'll defeat you using only my ice. Bakugu hit his fist on the table, launching a small explosion. So, it's your ice but his fire? Don't be an idiot. It's all your quirk. Don't think you can be a hero without giving it your all. I won't let you. It's an insult to all our efforts. Bakugu turned to leave. Shudo could hear him mutter to himself on his way to the door. What's with these idiots wanting to be heroes but not giving it their all? Is this a hidden hobby to them? Your friend said something similar. Did Midoriya find you without any issue? Bakugu stopped in his tracks and looked back with an expression Shudo didn't think Bakugu could make. What did you just say? Shudo was tired. How does Hisashi manage to rope him into commentating every time? At least he gets a good view of his students. Judging by Kirishima's performance, his training with Bakugu has yielded amazing results. This showed itself in his match with the metal kid from Vlad's class. They're similar in every aspect from quirk to personality to physical characteristics, but Kirishima dominated their fight. Yaoyorozu needs to learn to think under pressure. She has a brilliant mind. She should be able to use it no matter the circumstances. Todoroki still hasn't used his fire. If he keeps going at it like this, Shota might have to expel him. Endeavor be Dmed. He can't have one of his students wasting his own potential like that. Uraraka performed extremely well. She gave it their all and Bakugu recognized it and gave everything he had too. Those idiots who call themselves pros should quit immediately. She should learn some hand-to-hand combat. Maybe Shota'll get Bakugu to teach her. Speaking of which, he needs to have a word with that problem child. What he did during his first match was way out of line and… Sensei! Speaking of the devil. What are you doing here? Your match is about to start. Izuku was here. How do I dash? He was in Half-and-Half's room. They spoke. A green-haired boy who called himself Midoriya Izuku. You think I got the wrong FING guy? There are cameras everywhere. Let me see them. Bakugu, I need you to calm down. You have a match in a few minutes. Screw that. He was here. I need to dash. I'll take care of it. I said I'll keep an eye on the investigation so you can focus on school. This isn't just a festival. This is your chance to show all the pros in the country why they'd want you as an intern. So let's do the rational thing. I'll look into it and you'll focus on your match. Deal? A few moments of silence took place as Bakugu considered his options. In the end, he couldn't fight Shota's logic. He mumbled an agreement and walked out, slamming the door on the way out. What just happened? I won't be able to make it for the last round. What? Who's Midoriya Izuku? He's the reason I have 19 students. It is finally time for the most awaited match in this tournament. The match to decide who stands at the top of the first years. Todoroki Shuto versus Bakugu Katsuki. Start. Shuto wasted no time and immediately threw all the ice he had at Bakugu. Bakugu is very dangerous at close quarters. His explosions give him too much maneuverability and he's very skilled at hand-to-hand. He needs to keep his distance. For a moment it seemed like Bakugu had been buried in the ice. Some people thought he had won. But Shuto knows better. This can't be enough to defeat him. As if to prove him right, Bakugu appears. He dug a hole through the ice using his explosions. He had a determined look in his eyes as he propelled himself towards Shuto. Close quarters it is. All Shuto has to do is grab him and freeze him. Easier said than done. Using his explosions, he moved out of the way at the last second while grabbing him and throwing him. He was nearly thrown out, but he managed to use his ice to keep himself in. I grabbed you by your left side. All you had to do was use your fire. I told you that's not gonna happen. I'd rather lose. This seemed to trigger something in Bakugu. He launched himself at Shuto and fired up a blinding explosion. Shuto felt himself getting punched on his left cheek. You'd rather what? Katsuki threw another punch. This time Shuto managed to dodge and create some ice between them. You're here to be a hero. Losing means failing to save someone. Are you willing to let that happen just to annoy that excuse of a human being? Is he that important? Time seemingly came to a halt as Shuto considered his words. He can't let Endeavor affect him like that. Can he? Shudo fired up his left and prepared for Bakugo, who took to the air. That's it. Show me how much you want to be a hero. A hero? Images of a hero flashed through his head. Images of endeavor. He is the number one. He stands as the example of what a hero should be. Then came images of his mother. Images of a younger Shudo all alone and beaten up. Images of a small shrine holding the picture of a brother he didn't have the chance to get to know. Are you sure you even want to be a hero at all? Shudo wasn't sure at all. His flames died off. His face was that of a defeated man even before Bakugo finished his attack. Howitzer impact. A huge rotating explosion hit the center of the field. It obliterated his ice wall and launched Shudo out of bounds. Everything hurt. The winner of this year's first-year sports festival is Bakugo Katsuki. Everyone cheered with excitement. People would think Katchan would be more excited for having won, but Deku knew best. He may have won the match, but that wasn't absolute victory. He had a defeated look comparable to Todoroki's. Don't be so sad, Katchan. You did all you could. Todoroki just wasn't someone a hero of this society could save. There are people like that. People only villains can save. Deku picked up his phone and called Kurogiri. Hey, can you take me to Jiren's? Right now? Aren't you going to stay for the award ceremony? I've seen all I wanted. Besides, I may have maybe sneaked into the participants area, and there's no way I could have disabled the cameras without triggering 5 different alarms and… Long story short, Eraser spotted me. He's coming to the roof. If I stay for too long, I won't be able to lose him. He could hear Kurogiri sigh over the phone. Very well. A portal formed moments after and Deku stepped through. Eraser arrived soon after. After following Deku's path on the cameras, he was sure the child had been on the roof most of the festival, but he was nowhere to be seen. Good work, everyone. I'm sure the pros who watched will want to recruit you, but we'll consolidate everything and announce it when you get back. Rest well and look forward to that. Katsuki wasted no time leaving. He has somewhere important to be. Of course, the one day he's in a hurry, things conspire to keep him here. You really think my quirk is a blessing? Ibags was waiting for him. You really think it isn't? Do you know how it feels to have people refuse to speak with you out of fear? People beating you up because you have a villain quirk. That just means you were cursed with shitty people, not a shitty quirk. Katsuki let a few moments so Ibags could properly take in his words. I have places to be. What do you want? The silence kept going until Katsuki gave out. He needs to go, and Ibags knows where to find him if he gets his mind set on it. I'm done making excuses. Please help me. Ibags yelled. Katsuki turned back and looked at him with his characteristic scary grin. It's about demon time. Tamura, I'm back. I got you the glove dash. Deku stopped mid-sentence as he saw Tamura and Kurogiri speaking with none other than Sensei. He ran for a hug. His sensei didn't like hugs, but he hadn't seen him in a long time, so he won't have a choice. He stopped when he noticed something was wrong. Sensei's blade was bloody and neither Tamura nor Kurogiri were moving. Your sensei is quite the strong fighter. I can see how you managed to become so strong in such a short time with him teaching you. Now can you convince him to let me go? Izuku, I came here to take you from the criminals who took All Might, the one true hero, from the world. Sensei, please wait a minute. They aren't criminals. But they aren't bad people. Tamura and Kurogiri are my friends. Please let them go. Stain rushed to Deku and threw a punch. He was as fast as Deku remembered. He was barely able to dodge it. Were you brainwashed? Are they blackmailing or threatening you? No, Sensei. I came here out of my own will. We are working towards a better society just like you, but on a bigger scale. We have a plan. In fact, I'd like to have you join us. Your plan is nothing like mine. You took All Might from the world. He was the one true hero. Izuku understood that. His eyes turned murderous. You must not be him. He swinged his blade at Deku. Deku managed to barely dodge once again. You're right, Sensei. His eyes turned as serious as his sensei's. I'm not Izuku anymore. Izuku was broken by this society. By All Might. He was no more a hero than you or me. I'm Deku. Deku quickly did a leg swipe, forcing Stain to jump. Deku had foreseen this and grabbed on of Stain's daggers. I killed the fake symbol. Deku attacked Stain, who dodged. So we can bring the start of a better society. Deku kept swinging. You can't do that just by murdering fakes. You need to think bigger. We have a plan. Deku never stopped swinging while Stain never stopped dodging. He never attacked back. We'll make it so people like us will never exist again. Why isn't he attacking back? Then Deku tasted blood. His blood. He must have been lightly cut by Stain's first attack. In this moment of realization, Stain liked his blade and Deku hit the floor. There was no bloodlust coming from you. If you want to beat me, you need to go for the kill. Eliminate all thoughts and focus only on the fight. I taught you how to do that. His sensei looked conflicted. I will let you all go out of respect for what you once were. Stain started to walk out. Izuku. If we meet again, I won't hesitate to go for the kill. You shouldn't either. He closed the door, leaving them all paralyzed. After a while Tamura started to move, then Izuku, and lastly Kurogiri. Normally Deku would take note of the different paralysis times, but right now he didn't feel like it. You want to cry, don't you? No, Deku said, struggling to contain the tears. I know how much he means to you. There's no one here that hasn't seen your trademark Midoriya tears. He said with air quotes. Let it all out. And then meet me in the living room. I want to try kicking your butt with those gloves. Katsuki was in a hurry, wasn't he? He rushed, speaking with Eraser about eye bags, and ran to the train station as fast as he could. But then he got here. He's been standing at Auntie's door for quite a while. Where did his rush go? All right. No more. He is Bakugo Katsuki, the future #1 hero. He shouldn't need to hesitate on something like this. He's made up his mind. He's gonna knock. Katsuki? What are you doing here? Auntie opened the door before he managed to knock. Oh, where are my manners? Come in. Katsuki walked in just as he did many times. It still felt just as familiar as back then. Just wait a minute. I'm going to take the trash out. Katsuki was about to offer to help, but Auntie was out of the door before he had the chance. He looked around. Everything looked exactly like he remembered. Not like it's been a long time since the last time they studied here some of the times for the UA exam. It's just that a lot has changed. It feels weird that this place hasn't. I'm back. Katsuki, please sit down. You don't need to stand. This is your home too. Katsuki did as Auntie said. She sat across him. So what brings you here? Katsuki stood silent for a few moments. For the same reason that he was in a hurry. For the same reason he stayed outside for who knows how long. For that reason he hesitated. He was about to say it, but Auntie spoke first. Oh, I completely forgot. Congratulations on winning the sports festival. I watched you on TV. You were amazing. That student pledge needs some work though. Well, can't say it didn't suit you. Auntie looked at him with worried eyes. Is something wrong? You've been awfully quiet. Now that I think about it, you didn't look all that happy on the podium. Either. What's going on? He hesitated once again. For less time than last time, but it was enough that he lost his chance. Ding. Oh, sorry. Guess dinner is ready. She got up and headed to the kitchen. Auntie has gotten a bit thinner. It's understandable. She's been through a lot. Stress does that to you. You want to stay for dinner? The smell of Auntie's food was enough to make Katsuki's stomach growl. Auntie let out a small laugh. Katsuki smiled. It's rare to see her laugh nowadays. I'll take that as a yes. I'll text Mitsuki. They sat down and started to eat. This time in silence. Auntie's food was tasty as always, and Katsuki was hungry as he'd never been. Guess the sports festival was draining. He definitely needs to ask Auntie's recipe for this sauce. It's just really good and he was stalling again. He can't keep doing this. Katsuki took a deep breath. Auntie, she looked at him with Izuku's eyes. Well, guess Izuku is the one with Auntie's eyes. I saw Izuku today. He could see tears starting to form. I didn't meet him, otherwise I'd have dragged him home, but a friend saw him. They spoke. He appeared in security cameras. I got one of my professors involved in his case. He's a pro hero and he tried to catch him, but he was gone by then. I'm sorry, Auntie. He was so close, but I still couldn't bring him home. Auntie got up. She was crying. Of course she was. She headed towards Katsuki. Was she going to hit him? He deserved it. He let him go. She came close and Katsuki prepared for the worst. Then a hug came. Thank you, Katsuki, she said between sobs. The police gave up. But you didn't. You even got a hero involved. Thank you so much. The crying got worse. It nearly got contagious. Nearly. She let go of Katsuki and sat down and took a few moments to collect herself. You said there's footage? Did he look like he's been eating well? He's still in development. He needs to eat a lot. If he looks even slightly malnourished, I'll ground him for a month when you bring him back. Katsuki smiled. When he brings him back? Auntie has faith in him. He really can't fail now. He answered all of her questions to the best of his capabilities before heading home. Ever since that day, Shudo had never visited her. He thought he would be putting pressure on her. He probably still is. But Shudo needs to see her and talk to her. Shudo took a deep breath and walked in. Mom. She looked back at him with her kind eyes. These were not the eyes he last remembers. She didn't show surprise at his presence. In fact, she seemed calm. Like she'd been in this situation countless times. I know you may not want me here, but I need to speak to you. I've been trained by him. Especially hard training after you left. After he made you leave. I made a promise to never use his flames and become a hero that surpassed him using only your power. To rub it in his face that his failures are his alone, but after all that I enrolled in the hero course at UA, recently a colleague made me use his flames. Not once but twice. I'm sorry. She cried. But not a sad cry. She was smiling. Oh Shudo. I'm so sorry. You don't need to apologize to me. You never have and never will. Shudo was stunned. How can she say that? How can she forgive him that fast? If anything, I'm the one who acted wrong. She tapped the bed, signaling Shudo to sit beside her. He hesitated, but in the end he did as instructed. Tell me about this colleague. He must be strong to force your hand like that. He is. Strong quirk and strong combat capabilities. He tried to force me to use my left on purpose. He sounds like a good friend. Friend? Is he a friend? People said that it was so he could beat me while I was giving it my all, and that was definitely a reason, but I don't know. It didn't feel like it was all there was to it. Whatever the reason, he succeeded. For a few moments, I forgot all about him and used my fire. It didn't last long. In the end I stopped using my fire. But Kogu wasn't angry. Just sad. And why did you stop using your fire, Shudo? It was something he said. Show me how much you want to be a hero. That reminded me of Endeavor. He is now the #1. He's the example of what a hero should be. He hurt every one of us. If that's what a hero is, I'm not sure I want to be one. She put a hand on his shoulder. Remember when we watched All Might on television? You thought he was a good hero, didn't you? If you want to be a hero, that's okay. You can become a good hero. If you don't want to be a hero, that's okay too. You can become anything you like. Do whatever you feel is right. Just always give it your all. Keep moving forward. Nothing is holding you back. If you do that, no matter what you choose, it will be my salvation. Can you promise me that? Shudo looked his mother in the eyes. They were the kindest eyes. She was smiling. She was never like that while living with him. I can promise to try. Deku was being humiliated. Tamura showed no mercy with his newfound power, the gloves. And this time he didn't have the excuse of being a random character. Deku had picked characters that he knew very well and were suited to face whoever Tamura chose. Tamura with gloves is terrifying. And that's 47 wins now. Being able to grab the controller is almost as liberating as beating you 47 times in a row. Brag all you want. The more you brag, the more satisfying my eventual victory will be. The gloves were a custom order to Jiren and he outdid himself. There is a lot of people with troublesome quirk activated by touch or through the hands. The market for custom quirk-made gloves is big. I'll make sure to get a pair worthy of the league's leader, he said with his extravagant smile. He wasn't sure why he doubted him when he said it. He'd seen how quickly they managed to make a pair of gloves that not only fitted Kachan's hands perfectly, but they also dealt with his specific problem by soaking his sweat before he had a chance to detonate it. And Tamura's gloves were just as impressive. They were also made specifically to his hand size. No idea how Jiren had those measurements, but Deku wasn't sure he would like to know anyway. They only covered his pinky and ring finger. They were made in a way that when Tamura stretches his fingers to the side, the fingertips would reveal themselves. He didn't need to destroy his gloves every time he needed to use his quirk in a hurry. The gloves were truly amazing. He should thank Jiren properly. Buzz buzz. His phone vibrated. Jiren was calling him. Creepy good timing. Hello Jiren. I must say thank you on behalf of Tamura. The gloves were amazing. Tamura gave him an annoyed look. Thank him? We paid for the gloves. They weren't a gift. Glad he enjoyed them, but that's not why I'm calling about. Jiren sounded slightly more serious than usual. Is it true that the crazy Basta? I mean, Stain is your and Shigaraki's sensei? Not exactly. Why? Oh, it's just that I came across some information that would concern such a person. But never mind. Sorry to bother you. Wait, what is this information? He could feel Jiren's grin widening. I'll pay, of course. Oh no, there's no need for that. I'll do it as a favor. Deku wasn't sure if he'd rather pay. I just got my hands on a police report saying that the number 1 and his sidekicks were mobilized to Hosu. They declared that they'd capture the hero killer. They got the location right, and Endeavor isn't known for being dumb. Stain might be in trouble. Deku hanged up. He ran to his room and started suiting up. What's wrong? Endeavor is coming for Sensei. So? He's strong. He is, but he works best when he's the one hunting. The one ambushing. And preferably he needs to fight one-on-one. Endeavor is the one hunting. He'll do the ambush. He'll have all his sidekicks with him. I need to go. Kurojairi, please open a portal to Hosu. Anywhere specific? I don't know. Gimme a few minutes. Deku picked up his phone and a notebook. He quickly filed through dozens of news articles about his sensei's feats. If there's a pattern, he's the most qualified to find it. It didn't take long to deduce his next target and where he'd ambush him. Here. He showed his phone to Kurojairi. This alley. Please. Very well. Kurojairi started opening a portal, but he was interrupted. Now wait a minute. Are you just going to leave like this to go to a man who said he'd kill you if you met again? Are you planning on dying on me? Of course not. I just need to warn him. I probably won't fight. Even Deku didn't believe his own words. His sensei said he'd go for the kill next time they met. He was a man of his word. Fighting was probably inevitable. We both know that's not going to happen. Tamura looked at his only friend with unwavering eyes. Deku looked back with equally intense eyes. You can't ignore a person that needs saving, can you? Even when you should. What an idiot. Tamura sighed. Kurojairi, open the portal. And ready the Nomus. We need to delay Endeavor. Deku smiled at his best friend. It was a huge smile. Yeah. Hurry up and go. Kurojairi opened a portal and Deku stepped through. Tenya finally managed to lose Manuel. He'll apologize later, right now he needs to find Hero Killer. That BSD is definitely in one of these alleys and Tenya will find him. He'll find him and make him pay for what he did to his brother. Checking all these alleys would take a long time for most people, but not to him. His quirk allows him to check a large area really fast. He couldn't get permission to use his quirk, but that won't stop him. He needs to find the hero killer. He has 1 week to find him. If he's lucky, he'll find him tonight. He was lucky. A red scarf and carrying blades all over your body. You must be the hero killer, Stain. I've been chasing you. His brother's attacker was here. He found him. The killer looked at him with judging eyes and immediately pointed a sword at him. Those eyes. Are you here for revenge? Choose your words carefully. Depending on the situation, even children might become my targets. Are you saying I'm not even a threat? I am the younger brother of the hero you attacked. I have come to stop you in his place. Remember my name for as long as you live. Ingenium. The hero who'll defeat you. I see. His red eyes looked at him with murderous intent. Die. Tenya kicked him at full speed. He was fast and he was close to his target. No way he can dodge. He did anyway. The hero killer jumped and kicked him in the arm with his spiked boots. It didn't hurt. He then stepped on Tenya's head, forcing him down. None of this hurt. You're weak, he said as he stabbed Tenya in the shoulder. The blade didn't hurt either. Your brother was also weak. This did hurt. Shut up, villain. My brother was an excellent hero and an amazing older brother. He didn't do anything wrong and now he's paralyzed from the waist down. He can't work as a hero anymore. Memories of his brother flooded his mind. The loving brother. The awesome hero. The paralyzed brother unable to be a hero. I'll kill you. Save that guy first. Look, Tenya looked and saw a hero there. He didn't even notice him. Had he been there all this time? Being taken over by hatred and trying to fulfill your own desires is the furthest of what a hero should be. That is why you will die. He became unable to move. How is this possible? Is it his quirk? Goodbye. Bloodlust filled the air. Right at that moment, a familiar black mist appeared near them and another masked villain who'd taken something important from the world appeared. As soon as he stepped out, he glanced at his surroundings and threw a blade towards the hero killer who easily parried it. What are you doing? He's just a student, sensei? Sensei? Of course, the two most despicable villains he knew are connected. He is no hero. He had a chance to dash. I know what happened here. I can see enough. He's Ingenium's little brother. He definitely came for revenge. I could barely believe it when I read that Ingenium was one of your victims. He was one of the few good ones. What are you becoming, sensei? The one over there is just a student. Let him learn. He can change. If you just see our plan, you'll dash. Have an evil plan. Killing All Might wasn't enough? Tiesuke, how would you know what a true hero is? You willingly killed the only true hero. Speaking of which, you remember what I said last time we met, don't you? Sensei, please. At least hear me out. We can fight later. Somewhere else. Let's at least leave before Endy dash. Stain didn't let the villain finish. He threw a blade towards him. He also easily blocked it, but during that time Stain closed the distance between them and kicked him. The other villain was thrown back. I warned you to come prepared to kill. This is your last chance. The villain got back up and took a deep breath. Very well, Sensei. I'd rather you die to my hands than to that bee. Incredible bloodlust emanated from him. It filled him with fear even though it was not directed at him. He sounded sad. What does a murderer like him has to be sad about? The battle that ensued was on another level. They both attacked and blocked and dodged at incredible speed. By the time Tenya processed one exchange of movements, another had already ensued. Deku tried to cut Stain, but he managed to grab his arm and throw him. This didn't even make Deku fall. He twisted himself in the air and landed on his feet, but Stain had followed up on his throw even before Deku had landed. Deku already had started to move his katana defensively before he even landed. This went on for a while. In another day, under different conditions, with different people, Tenya would have found this fight a spectacular show of skill. Today he just kept cursing at them in their head while waiting for the moment he could move. That moment finally arrived. He could feel everything again. He twitched every limb just to make sure. All is good. This is when he gets his revenge. Stain will be sorry he ever hurt his brother. He fired up his quirk to the maximum. The villains are too fast. He'll use the reciprocal burst from the beginning. This is for Tensei. He moved at his maximum speed and aimed his knee at his chest. Stain managed to put up his arm to block, but it didn't matter. He hit him. This attack has got to at least knock him out. Now Deku. He needs to hurry. Reciprocal burst only lasts 10 seconds. He still has half his time. Before he even turned around to face Deku, Tenya felt his body stiffen up. He froze completely. This time it wasn't due to the hero killer's quirk. It was that intense bloodlust from before, directed straight at him. A knee blow at that speed directed aimed to his chest. Tenya finally managed to force himself to turn around. Deku's voice didn't sound angry. His eyes showed that his tone lied. You aim to kill. The villain took a deep breath and tossed away his katana. If you're ready to kill, you should be ready to die too. Deku took slow steps towards him. He still couldn't move. He was too scared. He'll die. Deku punched him. It was a strong punch. He lost the air in his lungs and was forced to his knees. Your lucky sensei is skilled. He broke a few ribs. I don't think they punctured his lungs. You aren't a murderer yet. He kicked him. The kick made his whole body roll. If you could move, you should have ran away. Called for help. He was grabbed by the hair. His head was forced up. He was forced to face the hero Stain was about to kill before his arrival. He looks pale. There's a lot of blood. A hero is someone who saves others. What were you today? That's right. As much as it pains him to say it, this villain is right. He called himself Ingenium to Stain, but these weren't actions worthy of that name. That's the name of a hero, and he was anything but. He only wished he had realized all of this sooner. He's about to die. Sorry, Tensei. What the hell? That cheat. He already beat the second Nomu? This one had Izuku's crazy regeneration quirk. Tamura and Kurogiri stood at one of the tallest buildings in the area. Good to have a bird's eye view on the situation. Deku would not like to hear you call him by his name, Shigaraki Tamura. We should make note that the quirk he developed doesn't work if the head is incinerated. Yeah. Remind me to tell him about that. Should I send the last Nomu? No. We need to save that one in case he meets Endeavor. We shouldn't portal him if there's even a small chance that Cheat will walk through the portal. Wise decision. You knocked him out. Why? Deku turned around to find his sensei back on his feet. How long have you been awake? Stain gave him a familiar look. One he hadn't seen since they trained. The just answer the question look. He's just a student, sensei. A teenager who lost his hero. Who nearly lost his brother. Don't judge him by what he did today. He'll take this opportunity to grow. He can still become a hero. Stain looked deep in thought. A few moments of silence filled the alley until Stain finally broke it. You wanted to save him. You did save him. It fills me with anger at this society that in an alley with a pro and a hero in turn, the only hero was you. He said he was angry, but his eyes and the slight curve his mouth formed that no one but Deku could call a smile said otherwise. He was proud. His sensei was proud of him. His sensei called him a hero. I'd like to see your plan. Deku beamed. He nearly teared up. Right away. Deku looked at one of his pockets. He took a broken phone out. You broke my phone. I'm not sure if I had my data backed up. I'm playing this game against Tamura, and if I lost all my data he'll dash. Is this really important? Sorry, Sensei. Let's go to the street. Tamura should be able to see us from there. Deku picked up his katana and moved towards Stain to help him support himself. They walked towards the street. Why did you come here anyway? Nearly forgot. Endeavor and his sidekicks are coming. I came to warn you. Not even you could face an ambush like that. I mean, he's a fake, but he's still strong and he has who knows how many sidekicks. They were about to find out. That's Deku and the hero killer. As soon as they stepped outside, they were spotted by a group of his sidekicks. They quickly called more of them. They were surrounded. This is bad. Sensei isn't in position to escape. Deku can't escape while carrying him. Endeavor is on his way. This is bad. Very bad. They can't fight that many people. Sensei, what do we do? His sensei wasn't even looking at his enemies. He was looking up? No. The winged one. Not sure he can carry both of us. Not sure Sensei can handle the flight without his ribs stabbing him. None of that mattered to Stain. He'd made up his mind already. He tossed Deku up, who was grabbed by the Nomu. No. At least come with me, he cried to his sensei. He tried to break free from the Nomu to no avail. Endeavor arrived at the scene. Hero killer. He prepared an attack but was soon frozen in place as Sensei took a step towards the number one. All I did was for a more just society. It's pathetic how in a street with the number one and his sidekicks the closest one to being a hero is that villain. Endeavor. You fake. Come. Try and get me, fakes. I may fall today, but that boy will succeed. He'll make a society where you fakes don't exist. He stopped talking in that moment. Deku knew his sensei wasn't even conscious anymore. He must have moved the wrong thing when he tossed him in the air. Everything else was just delaying. His sensei just got arrested. I've brought up the new recruits. I must say, Deku, your show with Stain made things really easy. Hope they're what you're looking for. Just bring them in already. Tomura was still in a bad mood. Deku won their last match. 1 win out of 172 losses, but Deku teased him to no end. It's fair payback. Soon after the group walked in. A man full of burned scars and a teen in a school uniform with the brightest smile. Deku can't wait to know their quirks. Let me introduce them. This one's name and face have been hidden by the media, but she's a suspect in a series of deaths by blood loss. Her name is Toga Himiko. You're Stain's apprentice, aren't you? I love Stain. All bloodied up. She blushes at the mere thought of it. I want to kill him. I want to become him. Can I stab you? Deku first was turning red and covering his face. He's talking to a girl. But as she spoke, he noticed her developed canines. Maybe it's part of her quirk. When she asked if she could stab him, curiosity took over and he could only answer, sure. Deku smiles, eager to see her quirk. Just choose a place that won't kill me, please. Her look was that of immeasurable surprise. Like something that she didn't even consider possible just happened in front of her. Did you just say yes? Great. You're all a bunch of crazies. The burned man interrupted. Are you really the person in the vid with the hero killer? Deku proceeded to ignore him. Oh, such scars. Deku moved from Toga to examine the burn marks. You must have a weakness to fire. There were few candidates for our Quirkovius line at a cold-blooded mutant type since the Oudenchauen were appearances. Deku already had his notebook out. His nearly impossible to understand rumbling had started. Emitteror transformation. Emitterism recombinandu toft hosa themos like candidatius. He closed his notebook. Do you have an ice quirk? Can you generate ice or just control it? The man who had not introduced himself had a surprised look. Not nearly to the same extent as Toga, but still noticeable. Now is it because Deku got his quirk right or because Toga had decided to stab him? Maybe it's how she drank the blood on the blade afterwards? All those questions turned into new ones as she turned into an exact copy of Deku with a high school uniform over his own clothes. You can transform into whoever you drink the blood of? That's so cool. Is that why you like Sensei? Or why you want to see people covered in blood? Does it have to be their blood? Asking the wrong questions. How long does it last? Will the opacity fingerprints? Do I get higher quirks? Can you doi or quirquillingly or do have a tontal to maran out? No do estim even renout? Your clothes didn't transform. Deku's rambling stopped, and his blush came back stronger than ever. Does that mean that, for you to properly use your quirk, you have to get n naked? He barely managed to finish his sentence. Both Tomura and the burned man laughed. Guess you really are the age you look. Name's Dobby. I wonder if a kid like you and the guy who killed All Might really are the same person? You got my quirk wrong, by the way. A blue flame lit up in his hand. A fire quirk? But he definitely probably maybe has a weakness to fire. How is this possible? One quick way to find out. The man smirked and the flame grew. Kurogyri. He was quick to react to Deku's call and involve the newcomers and Deku in his fog. After a few moments he dispersed it. He found Dabi with a knife through his hand and a katana pointed at his throat. Toga was back to normal. She was still smiling. That's impressive. You really are Stain's apprentice. Dabi don't burn him. Burns don't make him bleed. They're not cute at all. You use flames like that in a bar full of alcohol and we're the crazy ones? Deku was angry. You really do move just like the vids. Sorry about that. Needed to be sure. Also, I wouldn't hit the bar. I have good control over my fire. What about her? Could you have avoided hitting her when she was right beside me? Nope, but see this? He raises his stabbed hand. We had a few minor disagreements before coming here. She's as fast as you. She wouldn't be caught in that. Deku sighed and lowered his blade. You could have waited a bit. I was planning on testing you guys. In a safer, less flammable place. I'm Deku. He extends his hand and his smile. Dabi shakes it. That annoyed-looking person over there who hasn't moved a finger despite seeing his best friend threatened by blue flames is the league's leader, Shigaraki Tamura. You're fine, aren't you? I was more worried about having to dispose of the corpses of our new acquaintances. Finally he spoke. He's been awfully quiet ever since I effortlessly kicked his butt. Deku made sure to emphasize the last part towards Tamura. Which reminds me, before I officially welcome you, do any of you play video games? Good morning, class. Today's replacement heroics class with Sniper has been cancelled. Not only because he needs a break but also so you can take a look at this. Eraser brings out a pile of notebooks. One of the principal's colleagues reached out and gave him these. The principal says his knowledge of quirks surpasses anything he's seen. Coming from him, that means these were made by the best in the world. It's a rare opportunity, so you're gonna spend heroics reading them. Eraser distributed the notebooks and slided back into his cocoon. Katsuki didn't get one. Where's my notebook? Eraser was already midway in his sleeping bag. He sighed and came back to the front of the class. I knew I was forgetting something. You don't have one. I said it was unfair too, but these were a gift. The expert isn't under any contractual obligation to give something to everyone. Katsuki wasn't too bothered by this. He already had a notebook from an expert. Izuku's probably way better than whatever their name is. What's the name of this expert? I don't know. They initiated contact over a forum the principal uses. The forum is mostly anonymous unless you willingly give your identity. You do need credentials to sign in, but they get deleted sometime after the account was made. Believe me when I say I'd love to know who he is too. The principal as well. The rat has been trying to make him a staff member ever since he read the first notebook. Eraser yawns. Now if you have any more questions, save them for later. Coffee machine was broken. Class dismissed. Alright, these are the last two. Jiren walked in with a blonde with a scar on his eye and a man. Take that. I'm back on the throne. Try and make fun of me now. Tamura yelled in triumph. He hasn't smiled this much in a while. Next time I wanna be on Deku's team. Toga pouted. Sheet. Diminute Dabi. You threw me off. We're supposed to be a team. Don't pin this on me. You're the one who stole the power-up. Everyone ignored Jiren. They were too caught up in the team tournament. Kurojiiri stopped their fun. Shigaraki Tamura. Jiren has brought up the last two. You should greet the newest members. Deku didn't seem pleased by their arrival. Tamura also went from triumphant to cold neutral. These two would be strong allies, but neither of them thought they were the type of people they want in the league. Kurojiiri. Be ready just in case. The duo headed to greet them. Tamura took his gloves off and Deku grabbed his katana. Hello and welcome to the League of Villains. You must be Muscular and Moonfish. I'm Deku and this is Shigaraki Tamura. Please feel free to roam around and relax. You're Deku? All Might's killer? The hero killer's apprentice. The blonde had a skeptical look on his face. That's me. He gave his warmest smile. The first fake smile he gave since he met Sensei. The blonde responded by muscling up his arm, hammer it into Deku's head. He was fast and he was strong. There was blood on the ground. Maybe you can gimme a fight. Come on. Show me some blood. Not fair. I want their flesh dash. Tamura moved before he finished his sentence. He forced his hand over Moonfish's mouth, withholding a single finger. You know my quirk, don't you? There will be no flesh left if I feel a single tooth. The entire league started to move, but Tamura stopped them. Stay where you are. What do you mean? Didn't that fucktard smash Stain's apprentice to a bloody pulp on the floor? How are you so calm? Spinner was ready for a fight. He was a Stain fanboy and his idol's apprentice was seemingly just killed. He looked ready for war. Idiot. That blood isn't his. Ah, you're faster than me? You managed to cut me as you dodged? You're amazing, Deku. Let's fight to the death. Come on. Muscular turned to speak to Deku, who was standing behind the big man. From the sudden start of the fight and the difference in their physiques, nobody saw him pointing his katana from behind muscular. Imasuji Goto, you were hired by Tamura's sensei to do a job. Please don't start fights until the job is done. Alright, but after that, right? After that you'll fight me? Right? Right. Sure. If you do what you're told, I'll fight you. As Deku agreed to his request, Muscular calmed down. His muscles disappeared and he settled in the bar. He made Compress slightly uncomfortable, but eventually the fun came back to this place. Moonfish had a very interesting reaction. He is now completely obedient to Tamura out of pure dread. He keeps muttering about how his quirk is terrifying. How can he leave no flesh to be cut? He sometimes mutters to himself. Is that how others see Deku when he rambles? Spinner was going crazy after seeing Deku's skill. That was amazing. Deku-san, you really are Stain's only apprentice. I mean, you were fast in the video of you against Eraserhead, but seeing in person is something else. How did you dodge something that fast? Deku blushed. He wasn't used to being praised like this. I just thought ahead, you know? Spinner gave a look that says he in fact doesn't know. Sensei always said that there will always be someone stronger or someone faster. You just need to outthink them. From what I've seen so far, I think I know everyone well enough to know their moves. For example, Compress relies on misdirection. He'll move in a flashy way to create an opportunity to use his quirk. Dabi will attack with a short burst of widespread fire if I get too close. Toga is standing behind that couch waiting for you to go away so she can stab me again, even though all she needs to do is ask. Deku yelled that last part at the couch, and sure enough Toga came out from behind it. He extended his arm. This time instead of a stab, she simply cut. Almost like she's taking care not to hurt him. Well, what I was trying to say was that you just need to move before they do. Make up their difference in speed and strength by moving before they do and figuring out their weak points. I read enough about those two to know they'd start a fight as soon as they arrived, so I moved accordingly. Spinner was focused. He was taking mental notes of everything Deku said. As expected of Stain's apprentice. Deku-san, you're on another level. Please drop the honorific. You're older than me. Deku is more than fine. Alright everyone, gather up. Tamura interrupted their chat. Everyone left what they were doing and gathered near him. These are short versions of Deku's analyses on everyone who's gonna be at the summer camp. Everyone but the two most recent arrivals picked up a notebook. Eyes broadened in surprise across the room. Read them up. We'll give the details of the plan later this week. Any questions? A few hands were raised. This ain't a classroom. Just ask the DMN questions. Why at the end of the week? Did he really write this? You said these were the short versions? Can I get stabbed Deku just one more time? Does he have some kind of analysis quirk? Tamura smirked. Deku wasn't sure why. He was feeling pretty annoyed at having to deal with everyone before. He really wrote this. He can analyze any quirk to an insane degree. He probably already knows more about your quirks than yourselves. Which is why we're going to wait until the end of the week. We'll wait for his comprehensive analyses on you before incorporating everyone properly into the plan. Tamura was loving their reactions at his answer. Yes, Deku is that amazing and he won't let anyone think otherwise. One person had a different reaction. His fault for not answering her question. I don't know about that, but feel free to ask him. She beamed. As for his quirk, well, is dead. Have you mentioned your quirk to anyone yet? His friend looked confused. Tamura had a creepy smile on. No. It didn't come up in conversation. Why? You're forbidden to reveal it. You all have 2 chances. The first one to get it right will get a wish. As long as it doesn't interfere with the League's goals, Deku and I will grant it to you. Everyone looked at him with doubt in their eyes. Easy to see why. A wish as a prize is a big promise. We've already done the impossible once. All Might is dead. Nothing is impossible. Not for us. We, the ones rejected by this corrupt society of fake heroes, will show the world what we're capable of. Welcome to the League of Villains. People cheered. Tamura managed to get everyone fired up. Even Deku felt inspired by his speech. Some even tried to go for the wish. Twice immediately spent both his tries on some pretty absurd quirks. After a while they went back to what they were doing. For someone who looked so disgusted at having to interrupt his gaming to address everyone, you gave quite the speech. Did Kurogiri put you up for it? No, Deku put up his most doubtful-looking expression. No way Tamura could give a speech like this. Go ask him if you're so unsure. I initially just wanted to give them the papers and be done with it, but the look on their faces as they read your analyses made me want to show you off. Nobody ever appreciated you in your life. I wanted to show you that this people will. They're like us. Deku was tearing up. He has the best friend one could ask for. No crying. No hugging either. He said that, but he didn't offer as much resistance as he could. I really appreciate it, but you still haven't talked about the big speech at the end. And the bounty on my quirk. Oh well, the bounty is because I want to see what they come up with. And see their faces when they all lose. The speech just came naturally when I saw their doubt at our capabilities. Guess it's just one of the many things I'm gifted at. PFFFA. You're right. I've seen your speeches in online matches. Many more insults and curses. Speaking of which, up for a game? Thought you'd never ask. He was pleasantly surprised when Pink Cheeks said she learned martial arts and needed someone to practice with. Eyebags was the perfect match since they both had just started. Or so he thought. Cheeks managed to pin Eyebags to the ground for the 5th time in a row. She became really good in a week. Either she has a gift or Gunhead is quite the teacher. Eyebags was on the ground, looking even paler than usual. Come on, Eyebags. Can't even beat up a frail little girl? Need I remind you that this frail little girl almost beat you too? And I now know Gunhead martial arts. If you're not careful, you won't stand a chance next time. Catch Bakugo. There is no almost. Either you win or you lose. We're heroes. You can't stop it almost. And don't call me Bakugo. Feels kinda weird now. So can I go back to Dash? No FNG way. Kat-chan is off limits to everyone. Katsuki is fine. Sure thing, Kat-chan. Eyebags. What did I just dash? Katsuki's brain filled with fog. It disappeared almost immediately after. Between you teaching me to fight, parkour, and the amount of things I'm learning about you, I'll probably be able to beat you next time too. First Ijiro and now you too. You're all getting too cocky. Speaking of which, where is Kirishima today? He's studying. The physical shouldn't be too difficult for him, but the written exam is another thing entirely. I'm meeting him after I'm done with you too. Can I join? You ranked fairly high on the midterms. I could use the help. I'd ask Ida, but he's been suspended and Aizawa-sensei won't tell me why. Four Eyes being suspended after the internships is strange. He should ask Eraser about that. Sure. I'm teaching one dumbass, might as well make 2. Make it 3. Eyebags 2? I thought you were doing pretty good in the grades department. Oh, I am. Just really can't pass up the chance to see what Bakugo calls studying. Shinso. Eraser interrupted. Is he here to kick them out? He could swear they still had time. The paperwork is done. You'll join the physical exam. If you pass, you get into the hero course. What you have here with Bakugo is nice, but I'd like to offer something more official. You'll be getting private classes with me while they have heroics. It'll be hell, so get ready. I thought best case scenario was he'd join next year. What changed? The principal was persuaded to make an exception. He holds out a notebook like the ones his class got. There's someone else out there who was impressed by your performance. Now we'll begin the practical exam. Eraser was surrounded by all the teaching staff. Something's off. The extras at lunch said it would be robots. Why are they all here? I expect you all have gathered information ahead of time and have an idea of what you'll be doing. Robots? Just like the entrance exam. Some of his classmates yelled. They immediately started celebrating their victory. Katsuki doubts it'll be that easy. Too bad. For various reasons the exam will be different starting this year. The principal appeared from Eraser's scarf and crushed the happiness of those two. Serves them right for celebrating before passing. We want to focus on combat, hero work, and stress teaching that is closer to an actual fight. So, We'll have you form teams of 2 to fight against one teacher. Fighting the teachers? That sounds really interesting. Additionally, the pairs and who they'll face were already determined. I chose them taking into account everything from grades to fighting prowess to personal relationships. Even relationships? No chance he'll pair up with Ijiro then. No matter. But sensei, there are only 19 of us. Will someone fight the teacher one-on-one? A lot of people looked at Katsuki. He's the best, so they expect him to take that challenge. The real answer is way better in his opinion. Not quite. Everyone meet Shinso Hitoshi from General Studies. Some of you might remember him from the sports festival. He has more at stake here than any of you. If he passes, he will officially transfer to our class. Which brings me to the first pair. He'll team up with Yaoyorozu against me. Next up is Bakugo and Todoroki against the new heroics teacher, Gran Torino. An old man who looked barely capable of walking appeared from behind the teachers. He's an old teacher from UA who thought All Might himself most of what he knew. He's a veteran who's seen more battles than anyone here put together. That name sounds familiar. Eraser kept announcing the pairs, but Katsuki wasn't listening anymore. He was eyeing his opponent. He thought he was above judging by looks now, but this man challenges that belief. He might have thought All Might, but he's too old now. Does he really stand a chance against arguably the 2 most powerful combatants in the class together? So your quirk is brainwash, right? Would you mind telling me how it works? Yes. Yaoyorozu was surprised. Why wouldn't he reveal his quirk? Aren't they teammates? Hitoshi sighed. He should elaborate. You might as well consider me quirkless against Eraserhead. He read my notebook written by that expert. He knows how it works too well, so it will be impossible to use it against him. Not to mention that he can erase it. I've been training with him every day for a while. He has us beat in every physical aspect, even with those weights on. My quirk is useless and I'm no match against him physically. Then how do we beat him? Well, I don't know. I was counting on you. You're the smart one. And the only one of us who can use a quirk in this battle. I'll tell you everything I know about him, but you have to come up with the winning strategy. Her face said it all. The pressure Hitoshi was putting on her was making her crumble. The horn indicating that the exam has started didn't help. Well, if you're gonna be like this every time you're under stress, you should give up on being a hero. That might not be the best way to phrase it. He's been spending too much time with Bakugo. Listen, you have one of the most versatile quirks in the world and the brains to use it. What do you have to be nervous about? Everyone gave impressed stares at the General Studies student going head-to-head with Eraser. He's only able to barely keep up because Eraser is holding back and has huge weights attached to him. And the moves Katsuki taught him are throwing Eraser off. He's doing a good job, but this is only stalling. Let's see what Ponytail uses that catapult and that tape for. So you're the brat who inherited One for All. What? Who said that? Who knows about that? He chose a successor without informing his old sensei and then died before I could beat him for teaching you incorrectly. The old man who was their new teacher was standing near him. How long has he been here? Not that it seems to matter. You didn't show up to his funeral and rejected my offer for an internship. So that's why he sounds familiar. He was one of the heroes offering to teach him. Nizu says you don't intend to use One for All. Is that true? It is. Whether you want to or not, that quirk is yours now. You can't not use it forever. It's like choosing to not use your right hand. The longer you wait, the worse it'll be. Especially if he's really not dead. Is he talking about All Might's enemy? He knows about that too. Katsuki should just assume this man knows everything. Guess he really did teach All Might. Loud cheers and applause interrupted their conversation. Eyebags passed the exam. The whole class went to greet him and ask him a million questions. You didn't even use your quirk and kept up with Eraserhead. Where did you learn to fight like that? Kept up are the wrong words. He had the weights and dash. Forget that. You can use his capture weapon? I heard it's super difficult. Not quite. The capture weapon Yaoyorozu made is different. It's made from some material she knows and basically only has 2 states, loose or tight. And I ended up messing it up and getting tangled in it myself too. Katsuki was only distracted for a few moments, but when he looked back, his new teacher had disappeared. He heard nothing once again. Maybe he has a stealth quirk. Team Bakugo and Todoroki, practical exam. Ready, go. The announcer declared the start of their evaluation. They have 30 minutes to either defeat their enemy or run away. Shudo was fine with either. They started walking down the main road. Bakugo, I saw you talking to the teacher. Did you get anything on what he's capable of? No. The safest option is to run away. With your mobility, you should be able to get to the gate. Especially if I delay him. I agree. He was being awfully quiet. If Bakugo is this focused, then their enemy must be strong. We're not going to run, are we? Finally, his serious face broke into his creepy smile. He hit his fist into his palm, letting out a small explosion. Not a chance. But you should. Both boys immediately turned around to see the old man with his cane walking behind them. How was this possible? There was no sound. I'm old and these weights are uncomfortable, so I'm going to go straight to business. You guys are holding back. I'm here to force you brats to go all out. Failing that, I'm here to make sure you fail the exam. This old man was half their height but still managed to look intimidating. Bring it on, old M-. Bakugo couldn't even finish yelling before he got punched in the stomach. Gran Torino had moved so fast, Shudo couldn't fully follow his movements. By the time his eyes landed on Bakugo, he was on his knees from the attack. Demon, these weights make me slow. My punch was weaker too. Back in my day I was able to make Toshinori puke with that punch, and now I'm barely capable of properly punching a teenager. Toshinori is All Might's name, isn't it? The league released that information after their attack. His punches are dangerous. He's got to create some distance. He got ready to use his ice, but before he could unleash it, Gran Torino had disappeared. He felt a blow to his head soon after. He was forced on the floor. How's this for not holding back? Bakugo had recovered and pointed his grenade gauntlet at their enemy. A huge explosion came out of it. It covered the whole street, destroying any glass and even cracking the nearest buildings. Normally Shudo would say that using this on a retired old man would be overkill, but after seeing how effortlessly they were beaten, he thought it wasn't enough. Immediately after the explosion, he created an ice wall as big as he could. One look at Bakugo confirmed they were on the same page. Run, hide, plan. Both dashed towards the nearest alley and didn't stop until they were sure they had lost him. Both took a break to recover. Shudo used his flames to recover from generating so much ice. You're using your fire now? What you and your friend said made me think. I'm still uncertain about what I want, but this is a first step. I'll use it to recover and to defend, but don't count on it to attack. His flames won't ever hurt anyone. Tiesuke, still with his flames. Guess me beating your butt on the sports festival wasn't enough beating for you, but glad you're getting there. Bakugo looked away as he nearly murmured the last part. Never mind that. We need a FING plan. Don't even know what his quirk is. He can shoot air from his feet. I felt it as he kicked me into the ground. He must use it to propel himself. Air must come from his lungs. If it comes directly from the atmosphere, we'd feel the air around him move. Means he can only do short bursts. All right. I got a plan. I need your fire, but I don't necessarily need it to be used on him. Since when are you that good at analyzing someone's quirk? Me? I was just looking at it considering what you've told me. I'm nothing when it comes to analyzing. Bakugo wasn't being modest. He doesn't do modest. He was simply stating facts. Couldn't even guess his quirk if you hadn't said it. I know someone who could have filled an entire notebook on his quirk by now. Izuku is the best in the world. Midoriya Izuku is that good? Should be him distributing notebooks to the class then. Bakugo's face soured. Did he say something he shouldn't? It really should. Sorahiko tracked the boys to this building that was slightly falling apart. If he didn't know what he knows, he'd never accuse those two of holding back after unleashing an explosion like that and covering it with an ice mountain. But he does know. Ice is only half of the kid's power and the other has one for all but refuses to use it. DMN teenage rebellious phase. They spend a few minutes talking before agreeing on some sort of plan and rushing inside the building. It's clearly a trap. He doesn't know what kind, but choosing the inside of a building is a mistake. That will only increase his maneuverability and decrease their ability to use big attacks. He walked into a room full of smoke. He can hear Bakugo's explosions in the next room. He doesn't know what he's doing, but he's releasing so many explosions the smoke is only increasing. Does he expect to use them for camouflage? That seems kinda useless since he can track down his explosions. He opened the door to his room and went in to stop him as fast as he could. Moments later he had punched the boy. This time he didn't get on his knees. He adapts fast. Worst, he's smiling. That punch was weaker. You're old, so I'll give you a chance. Surrender or run away. In this smoke will outlast you. Not to mention your quirk will become useless. So they figured out his quirk? Attitude problems aside, Toshinori picked quite the successor. Don't get cocky. I'll just have to beat you and your friend quickly. Beating people up fast is a specialty of mine. With that he launched a barrage of attacks on Bakugo. He didn't give him a chance to launch even the tiniest of explosions. The smoke should be disappearing by now. Except it isn't. The other kid isn't anywhere to be seen either. Something's wrong. That last punch felt even weaker, old man. Bakugo looked like he could barely stand up but tried to attack the old man anyway. Normally his attack would be easy to dodge, but the smoke is starting to get to him. The air that's coming out of his feet is dark and it's burning the airways. This time the punch landed. He started coughing. You don't hold your punches at all against an old man? He said this, but he was smiling. The smoke isn't caused by you, right? Todoroki is using his fire. This room must have ventilation and he's filling it with smoke. Bakugo matched his smile. You're the one who said not to hold back and now you want me to pull my punches? He started walking towards Sorahiko, handcuff in hand. Sorahiko was old and the smoke had affected him too much. Bakugo might not have used one for all, but Todoroki used his fire, so it wasn't too bad. He can accept defeat, right? Plus Ultra is something this school teaches since day one. To go beyond. He can't accept defeat yet. One last struggle. One last usage of his quirk. He moved faster than the kid could follow, bounced off the ceiling and aimed a kick straight to his head. He put enough strength to knock him out. Bakugo blocked. You tend to attack my head more than other places, he said as he grabbed Sorahiko's leg. I've been told it's a bad habit to stick to one move like that. He handcuffed him. Sorry, old man. One for all isn't for me. The announcement of his victory soon came. Deku, Himiko and Jean were waiting in the corner for Dabi. They were like children waiting to play a prank on an adult. So far, they managed to throw some acid, electrocute him, freeze him and burn him. All in very small amounts and semi-controlled ways. This was not done out of malice but curiosity. The origin of those burns is definitely fire. He has a fire weakness despite having a fire quirk. Not only that, but the freezing revealed that he was resistant to cold, which just made everything even more contradictory. To be fair, it's not the first time he read about someone with these exact characteristics. Except Deku doesn't remember where he saw them. He's coming. Everyone get her dash. The hall was lit by blue flames. This was a warning. What are you crazies planning this time? They came out of their hiding places with the most suspicious faces. And nothing. What are you gonna burn me with now? Don't I have enough burns? Yes, of course. It's just that your quirk is so weird. I mean that in a good way. I wanted to test out how its secondary properties. Never intended on harming you. I'm sorry. Yeah. We're sorry. Jean bowed. Sorry, my butt. And then yelled in an angry tone. Dabi sighed. Despite the annoyances, they never did harm him. Nothing more than a small pinch anyway. It was mostly just very annoying. What do I need to do to make you stop? Deku beamed. Could I get some DNA? Some hair will do. No, Deku got denied weirdly fast. Then some saliva? Or some blood? This time Himiko asking for blood came at the perfect time. Fine. I'll spit on a glass or something. Now stop burning me and make sure that blood fiend won't stab me in my sleep. She wouldn't do that. She will. I'd never do that. You're not cute enough. Not like Deku. Himiko. Are you planning on stabbing me in my sleep? All Deku got in response was an innocent smile. Jean laughed. Even Dabi chuckled. Before I forget, I was supposed to give you this. Deku hands him a small notebook. It's the details for the plan. You'll be the leader. Dabi skimmed through his papers. His eyes widened. He had a few questions and was about to ask them until he saw Deku's face. He was serious. These plans aren't a joke. And there would be no questions. Your plans are a bit more detailed than the others. It's up to you what you want to share. That was him asking if he disagrees with his plans. The answer was obvious. No. I'm sure what you gave them is enough. He smiled. Dabi thought it was the most innocent smile he's ever seen. That innocent child will be facing Muscular in a few days. Alright, you all know your tasks. Magna and Kurogiri are in the kitchen. They've already started. Keep him away from them by any means necessary. I'll be back in a bit. Don't disappoint me. The league's leader was serious. Failing their tasks will bring his wrath. On that note, he left through the portal. Immediately after, Deku showed up. What's everyone doing all gathered around like that? And where's Tamura? Everyone awkwardly dispersed. They were acting weird. What's going on? Nothing. We're preparing a dash. Jean was quickly shut down by Compress and Mustard. They were acting very weird. He was about to prod when Himiko grabbed his arm. The proximity to a girl made him heat up and forget what he was doing. Let's spar. Right now? He looked her in the eyes. He can't say no to her. Alright, let me just go to the kitchen to grab something to eat. No. This time Spinner was the one getting in his way. No need. Go with Toga and I'll get you something to eat and bring it there. Thank you, but there's no need. I wouldn't want to bother you. It's no bother. Now it was Dabi. Hurry up and take the blood fiend away so I can sleep knowing there's no chance of getting stabbed. Dabi looked around to the remaining members. Almost no chance. Fine, fine. Lead the way, Himiko. How did the extras manage to convince him to go on a FING mall trip? Katsuki hated mall trips. At least he's getting a free meal from Ijiro out of it. And he does need to do some special groceries for today, might as well buy the stuff from one of these places. That being said, he really doesn't need to buy anything for the camp, so he's stuck waiting alone until Ijiro comes. He hates mall trips. Oh, it's someone from UA. So cool. Great. The fan comes to annoy him. Worse, he acts like they're friends or something. Putting his arm around him. Looking closer, weren't you the one who won the UA Sports Festival? This voice sounds familiar to Katsuki. Though your face at the end really didn't look like a victorious one. Reminds me of USJ. Katsuki's heart skipped a beat and then accelerated. This man was the hand's villain. The league's leader. The hand that was wrapped around him in a friendly manner quickly moved to his neck. Act natural. Just like I'm an old friend. I just want to talk to you. The grip on his neck tightened a bit. My friend tells me you're smart, so you must know what happens when all my fingers touch your neck. Katsuki remained calm. Well, relatively calm. He was angry. Not his typical anger. This one was pure wrath directed at the villain. Are you an idiot? Doing that here will cause everyone to panic. A pro will come and bust your butt in no time. It was a bluff, but that's the best he can do in this situation. That might be true, but tell me how many people would die before the pro comes? I'm very fast, so maybe 30? 40? I don't know about you, but I'd prefer to avoid bloodshed. That's right. All he can do is cooperate right now. An opportunity will come. Ijiro will arrive eventually. So, what do you want to talk about? Tamura smiled at his cooperation. It was a creepy smile. I'm curious about you. My friend talks a lot about you. Well, he talks a lot about everyone. He's a very talented analyst. But you seem to be special and I can't understand why. His grip tightened. He should be angry. He is angry. He hates this society. He hates how he was treated. He hates their fake heroes. And above all of these, he should hate you. Why the F should this fucker hate Katsuki? But he doesn't. He says that when we bring down all of this, you'll be among the true heroes who stood up to fight us. He says the same about most of your class. Tell me, what's a hero to you? Second time he's been asked this question. You came all the way here to ask me that? Are you a dumbass? A hero is someone who saves people. He chuckled. Such a creepy laugh. He told me you'd say that. There was a pause. Katsuki glanced at the time. It's lunchtime. Ijiro should be arriving any minute. Are villains included in your definition of people? If not, who's gonna save the villains? Save the villains? Why the F would they need saving? They chose to be villains. They're the reason why people need saving to begin with. Katsuki. Sorry I'm a bit late. Got distracted by this sweet shop with some sweet Red Riot posters and who's that? Ijiro. Right on FING time. Oh, you had a friend with you? Sorry about that. Well, it's time for me to leave too. He released Katsuki and started to move away. Wait. Katsuki very nearly exploded right then and there, but he held himself. This was not the place for it. All for one, you and the green BSRD. I'll defeat you all. Ijiro looked at him and at hands in confusion. We'll see about that. See ya. Tamura was a bit late, but it shouldn't matter. The league should be capable of at least this much. He stepped through the portal and found himself back home. He looked around to check for Izuku. He was nowhere to be found. Everyone wears his Deku? He should really get used to calling him by his villain name. If only he had chosen a less annoying one. He's been taking turns at battling Spinner and Toga. Mustard went with them. He said he'd text when they were coming back. Compress was the one doing the report. Where's Dobby? Dobby is taking a nap. He said as if reading his mind. Is he an actual magician? And twice, he opened a closet. Twice was tied up in there. We had to resort to extreme measures. Muscular hasn't left the bar and Moonfish has been mumbling all day like usual. Kurogyri and Magna are done on their end. I've also finished setting everything up. We're all set. As he finished his report, his phone buzzed. This was the signal. He tossed his bag at Compress, who compressed it and gave the orders. Everyone to the kitchen. He's on his way. Move. Everyone disappeared as fast as they could. Compress grabbed twice and ran. Even Dobby managed to wake up and go to the kitchen. The only ones who did not care were Muscular and Moonfish. That's for the best. Izuku appeared not long after. Toga, Spinner and Mustard followed him. Tamura. Where have you been all morning? Nanya. Nanya? Nanya business. Izuku glared at him. Now let's go eat. I'm starving. They all headed to the kitchen. Izuku flicked the switch but light didn't appear. As Tamura closed the door, the kitchen became completely dark. Izuku was on alert. He must be feeling like he's being watched. He isn't wrong. Izuku moved to where the knives were but Tamura stopped him. That's when a small blue flame appeared and lit the candles on the cake. Happy birthday! Everyone jumped from their hiding places. Tamura was really glad he didn't let Izuku go for the knives or someone would have died by now. They've only met this people for a bit, but everyone in this room is the closest thing they have to a family. These were the rejects of the society. These people suffered their whole lives and now they finally found a place that accepts them for who they are. Tamura and Deku were better than family to them. So a birthday party is the least they could do to show it. Izuku already had his family traditional move going. The cake was made by Magna. She was the one who seemed most reliable for that. Kurogyri provided support. We made a chocolate cake. Hope you like it. Compress set up the decoration and made sure Twice didn't spoil the surprise. Those three idiots spent the whole morning distracting you. That guy was useless. I lit up the candles. My bad. As useful as one of the many lighters we have around the kitchen. And lastly, I went to grab you your gift. Compress tossed him a marble and removed the effect of his quirk. It was the latest. Bought legitimately instead of stolen. Complete with a customized controlled with a dark green and black pattern. So, what do you think? Izuku had enough tears to flood the kitchen. At least say something. He suddenly blew the candles, plunging everyone back in the dark. It's the first time friends came to my birthday in over 10 years. Words aren't enough. Thank you so much. In the few seconds there was darkness before Dobby got bored. Izuku managed to hug every last one of them. Kinda scary how well he knows everyone's position despite the dark. After a bit they turned the lights on. Time to eat cake, have a few drinks and party. Katsuki was running as fast as he could. Damn it. Why can't he use his quirk in public? Probably for the best. The groceries wouldn't survive a trip carried by explosions. He climbed the stairs, rushed to the door and knocked. Auntie answered. Welcome. Please come in. Sorry I'm late. Got held up at the padash. Auntie doesn't need to know about that. Today shouldn't be any more stressful for her. Never mind that. Have my parents arrived yet? Did they get my text? Yes. They're waiting in the living room. Just come in already. We've all been waiting for you. Katsuki walked in. They were watching TV. Hope they haven't watched the news. Katsuki. Late today of all days? After all that attitude for us to be on time. Shut up, old hag. Shit happened. Who are you calling old hag, you brat? Show me some goddamn manners. Never mind that. I'm already late. Let me get straight to cooking. Bet auntie is hungry. He did as he said and started preparing dinner. Katsuki moved skillfully and wasn't slowed down despite being in someone else's kitchen. To be fair, this was the Midoriya's kitchen. He'd spend a lot of time in this apartment. The only thing that distracted him was auntie and his mother's gossip. So, you know Katsuki went on a date today? Oh my. Dating already. They grow up so fast. Just yesterday he was a small child. It was an FNG date. The whole class went to the mall and I tagged along. Yeah, but didn't you say you only went because this boy from your class asked you for a lunch date? His mother sure knew where to poke. No. I said I need to buy stuff to cook today, so might as well go to the place where I was offered a free meal. Katsuki, you shouldn't go on a date with someone just for a free meal. Auntie also liked to tease when it came to this stuff. I didn't go just to get a free meal. So you went to the date because you like him? This tag team of mothers pestering a teenager was driving him nuts. I said it wasn't a effing date. They looked at each other and laughed. Meanwhile, his father had been staring at his phone, looking very serious. He got up and approached Katsuki. He spoke quietly. More so than usual. Just read the news. What happened at the mall today? Damn it. Katsuki was hoping nobody would find out. At least for today. Some shit happened. Everything is okay and under control. Okay and under control, you say? Do you know how untrustworthy those words are from a teenager? His father looked serious. He was usually very meek, but when it came to parenting, he always showed a serious, unshakable side. He sighed and let out a smile. Well, your date did get interrupted, so, considering the mall didn't explode, I'm inclined to believe you. I'll keep it a secret from them. Katsuki nearly exploded. There was a date. Everyone laughed. They didn't hear the conversation they had, but Katsuki's outburst at the end was enough. The mood was nice. Everyone laughing and having a good time. They're only missing him. Dinner's ready. They gathered at the table and sat down. He could hear their stomachs growling at the smell. He dropped a plate in front of everyone. Itadakimasu. They all got ready to dig in. Auntie looked sad. You made katsudon. She took a bite. A tear came down. It's his favorite. He would have loved it. DMN Izuku. See what you being missing is causing? I gave it my all. This is the best katsudon in the world. He'll be so jealous when I bring him back. She chuckled and wiped her tears. Yes, he will. Then she whispered the words he should have been here to hear. Happy birthday, Izuku. Katsuki woke up later than usual. Still, he dragged his body out of bed, killed all the germs, got dressed and headed downstairs for breakfast as usual. Something was wrong though. There was a voice besides his parents coming from the kitchen. He recognized it and rushed down. The three adults stopped their conversation and looked at him. Old man. Now at my house too? I already told you 1,000 times that I'm not interested. His father was shocked and his mother furious. You brat. Is that how you talk to your teacher? My apologies, Torino-sensei. She turned back to her son, ready to beat some manners into the brat when the old sensei's laughter stopped her. It's okay, Mrs. Bakugu. I'm used to young Bakugu's temper. He disappeared from his spot only to appear in front of Katsuki. He hated how he still couldn't follow his movements. Waking up at this time? I thought you'd be the type to dutifully fall asleep and wake up every day at the same time and proceed with his daily training. I am. Today is an exception. And why is that? It's summer vacation. Can't I have a goddamn break? Tiesuke. Like a brat like you would stop his training for such a reason. His heroics teacher read him like a book. Not telling him would only delay his departure. Katsuki had to concede. It was a friend's birthday yesterday. Stayed up later than usual. Now tell me why you're here or leave. Gran Torino was surprised. Was he that ashamed of having a friend and celebrating his birthday for him to lower his voice like that? Though even the parents' faces stiffened at the mention of this friend. Must be something slightly more complicated than that, so he decided to move on. He extended a plane ticket. Start packing. We're leaving in 3 days. No matter your opinion on using it or not, you can't deny an opportunity like this. He said, pointing to the destination. Island. Heard of it? A friend mentioned it a few times. An entire island dedicated to quirk research and the advancement of support gear. Not to mention, you'll be meeting an old friend of Toshinori's. The guy who made his gear. David Shield. You know of him? Are you one of Toshinori's fanboys? No. Just well informed. He denied suspiciously fast. Torino smiled but pretended to give it no attention. All right then. Go get ready, brat. He turned to Katsuki's parents. Thank you for the wonderful tea. He was then showed to the door. Katsuki was sure the old man has a plan to convince him to start using one for all, but skipping a trip to Island would be huge missed opportunity. They have the most advanced tech, the smartest researchers, and the best training facilities. Not to mention how awesome it'll be to see David Shield's inventions. They'll just have to be on the lookout for the old man. Hello. My name is Yagi Yoichi. Despite the name, I'm American. Family is Japanese though, so there might be an accent. I'm to be your assistant starting today for all your summer projects. Thanks for having me. A dark-haired boy bowed to his new project leader. Pleasure to meet you. I've read your resume and I must say I'm impressed. You're even younger than me. Oh, where are my manners? My name is Melissa Shield. The boy was ecstatic. I know. I'm so happy to finally meet you. This is a dream come true. I get working at Island is a huge opportunity, but no need to be so excited. I'm sure this will all become mundane with time. The boy quickly controlled himself and appeared to be a bit embarrassed. I'm sorry. I'm just excited to have a chance to work with you. Ever since I read about you, I felt nothing but admiration. She didn't know exactly how to react. She saw excitement at being in Island multiple times, but this time it was directed at her. Thank you. I'm not sure what to say. The boy suddenly seemed aware of the awkwardness of his overexcitement. I'm sorry. It's just that you're the only other quirkless person I know. And you never let that stop you. I'm in awe. Other quirkless person? He is quirkless too. A sudden bond of kinship started to form between them. Well, it seems like it didn't stop you too. She grabbed his hand and started to guide him away. Let me show you around, Yagi. That's the name of an uncle of mine. Not a biological uncle, but still an uncle. Maybe you two are related. The boy laughed. Definitely not. If I had a family member who was the Melissa Shields' uncle and never introduced her to me, I'd kill him. A scarred man picked up his phone. I received the goods as planned. Good. Now for your payment. A hero student arrived today. His name is Bakugu Katsuki. He's your target. What? A student? You are to beat him within an inch of his life but never to kill him, got it? Push him to his absolute limit and then make him go beyond. Threaten anyone you deem necessary but no killing. Then crush him. I understand. That's a small price to pay for all this help. I'll take care of it. He immediately hung up. Something strange. This guy is helping him break into one of the most secure places in the world to steal an invaluably powerful support gear, and all he wants in return is for him to beat up a student? Someone of his connections should be more than capable of doing that without Yuka cost. Hey. Stop unloading the cargo. Go gather all the information you have on someone named Bakugo Katsuki. He arrived today and is a hero student. His underling ran as fast as he could to scout. Something's off, but he won't be caught unprepared. You're saying that after all this time, you still have nothing on the BSs who took All Might's life? David Shield was a compassionate man, rarely showing anger, but hearing the lack of progress on the investigation regarding the murder of his best friend was more than enough to show his rougher side. I understand your anger, but one of them has a warping quirk making them difficult to track. And we still got next to nothing on their identities. We can't even figure out one of the guy's quirk. Though from our analysis on that monster we captured, we are pretty sure All for One is involved. So you're pretty sure the villain who punched a hole through All Might isn't dead? David sighed. Ever since All Might's death, he hasn't been at his best, but today is testing him. After a few seconds of silence, he took a deep breath and changed the subject. Sorry about that. We only met a few months ago and I'm already being rude to you. So why did you come all the way here? Doubt it was just to see me and introduce one of your students. Gran Torino welcomed the change. That was exactly the reason. The brat, Toshinori, was grooming him to be his successor. He'd want you to meet him. David was speechless for a while. All Might's successor? That teenager? Countless questions flooded his mind, but before he made up his mind to ask, the door opened and their talk was interrupted. Dad, Katsuki is amazing. He cleared the villain attack game in 14 seconds. His friends are amazing too. One of them tied his time, though he froze the whole thing while Katsuki showed way more skill. David's daughter kept complimenting All Might's successor to no end. Him and that other hero student fought at the finals of the UA Sports Festival and he won. He didn't seem keen on talking about it though. He mustn't like to brag. Gran Torino nearly choked on hearing those words. Humble isn't a word commonly associated with his student. She kept talking about her new acquaintance for a while. After a bit she exhausted her praise on Katsuki but continued on his colleagues. This went on for a bit until David interrupted her. I'm sorry to interrupt, Melissa, but I was having an important conversation with Mr. Torino. Could we talk later? He really wanted to listen to her until the end. Oh, of course. That wasn't even why I came here to begin with. Have you seen Yoichi? He's been missing all day. Wanted to introduce Katsuki and his classmates to him. He'll go crazy about their quirks. David gave a small laugh. That's true. That young man can fill entire notebooks on people's quirks within seconds. I haven't seen him today. He must be visiting the iExpo taking notes on all the visiting heroes. That's right. I'll go look. Bye. She quickly rushed off. They've known each other for a few hours and he already won such praise from Melissa. Impressive. Yeah. As much as I dislike the brat's attitude, I have to admit, he'll make a diamond fine hero. Good enough to be the new symbol of peace? There was silence once more. Gran Torino went through multiple expressions as he thought about All Might and Katsuki. Sadness, then frustration, then worry, but finally he settled on absolute confidence. Yes. You're finally here. You two sure took your time. Says the guy who guided me the wrong way for 15 minutes. Shinso quipped at Ijiro. Blondie was taking too long looking for someone that's probably at the fancy party. Katsuki directed that last part directly at Melissa. Sorry guys. Don't worry about it. But now that everyone's here, let's go to the party. As if what Shinso said somehow challenged the heavens, everything shut down surrounding them. Elevators stopped working. Not even their phones had signal. Everyone relax. It's just the security system. Melissa started explaining. Though it is strange it activated the highest alert mode. Hearing this, Katsuki started thinking. None of his thoughts pleasant. Can you take us to where the party is being held? I think I can get you close. Why? I want to check on old man Torino. With his age he might have had a heart attack. Sensei's here? Katsuki ignored the question that his previous statement had already answered and urged Melissa to guide them. Shinso discreetly approached Katsuki. Your face shows more worry than your words. What do you think is happening? Katsuki frowned. Ibags was too good at reading people. No clue. It's what I'm going to find out. Also, when did you see Sensei? You said you just arrived when you saw us and were with Melissa the entire time. Get to the effing point, eyebags. You came with him. Explains why your ticket is different from the one you offered me and Kirishima. What's your relationship with our new heroics teacher? Demon eyebags. Too observant for his own good. Fortunately, Melissa ushered in a timely interruption. Everyone look. She pointed to the hall where the party was to be held. All the heroes captured. Armed people guarding the remaining guests. After a while, they managed to get their sensei's attention and he explained what happened. He also urged them to leave this place. Everyone gathered and started discussing whether to attempt to run or wait for rescue. I recommend waiting. Katsuki got up. Then why did you get up? Because waiting or running isn't a FING option to me. I'm gonna save them. You planning on fighting the villains? Don't you remember USJ? Everyone's faces turned dark. It's not a memory any of them will ever forget. Shut up. I'm not stupid. I just need to free the heroes at the party. The villains got control of the security system somehow. There should be a way to get it back. No fighting. Like it's that easy. I'm not saying it will be easy. I just can't. No, I won't sit around doing nothing when there's a chance I can save someone. The security control room is at the top of this tower. If we can get there, we may be able to restart the system. They immediately restarted discussing the plausibility of the plan. They were getting on Katsuki's nerves. Can you tell me of a way to get there? I'll guide you there myself. Their eyes filled with determination. Katsuki couldn't hold back a grin. She's more of a hero than half of his classmates. Katsuki headed to where Gran Torino could see him and shot him a grin. The old man immediately understood what this meant. He wasted no time and started making way to the top of the tower. Despite all the complaining, everyone followed. As he followed Melissa, an orange spark flowed through his body and he heard a faint familiar voice whisper at his back. Keep her safe. A cold sweat hit Katsuki hurt. Is he going crazy? Wolfram was in a good mood. Everything was going to plan. Sure is nice to have the support of the boogeyman. He felt invincible with his gift. He'll be invincible for real after he gets his hands on what he came for. Boss, we found him. He's with his colleagues. They're reaching the 80th floor. A transmission from his surveillance team only increased his mood even more. Good. Lower all partitions. You two go take care of them. Rough them up as much as possible but no killing. Wouldn't want to piss off our friend, would we? After breaking down a few doors, they reached an open area full of plants. Melissa quickly explained how this place is used to research quirks. The DMN nerd would be right at home in a place like this. No, he would be right at home rushing to the top floor next to Katsuki's side. Ears suddenly yelled at everyone to stop. The elevator is coming up. Villains. Katsuki was ready. Half and half, Ijiro. Hide over there. We go to the other side. Ebags, go introduce yourself. Shinso had a knowing grin while everyone else frowned at the danger his colleague was going to be in, but they knew Katsuki did nothing without a plan, so they did as told. The elevator reached this floor and two villains came out of it. Only Shinso stood in front of them. The tall villain talked first. Where is, he turned to his colleague. What was the name of the blonde dude? The other shrugged. The boss is going to kill us. It was time for Shinso to shine. Blonde? You mean Bakugu? The shorter one answered. Yes. So, you are with him. That makes things simple. The villain prepared to attack, but it was too late. He'd already fallen to Shinso. He soon went black. His colleague was quick to notice though. What did you do? He immediately moved to attack, though he didn't close the distance. A ranged attack. Can Shinso dodge? He didn't get to find out since the villains were immediately encased in ice. We'll take care of this. Everyone, go ahead. Todoroki followed up it with an ice pillar beneath his colleagues, elevating them to the floors above. There were a lot of protests coming from worry, and one coming from anger. What's going on with Ida? Have faith in them. Those three are strong. They'll be fine. We need to rush to the control room. Katsuki's words were filled with logic, but they couldn't help themselves. Meanwhile, the villains broke free of the ice. That attack meant the shorter one was free of Shinso's control, and he was said, "I don't know what you did, but I'm gonna hurt you for it." The man activated his quirk, transforming into a purple beast. "I'll be offense. Kirishima, your defense. Shinso, I'm not sure how your quirk works, but we'll buy a chance for you to disable them. Make them fight separately. Make sure the collateral damage from each fight won't reach the other, and we'll neutralize them in no time." They both nodded and baited their enemies in different directions. Now to brainwash the ranged villain or the more destructive villain. Todoroki wasn't having a hard time, but his opponent is too agile for him to deal a decisive blow. His solution amounted to just throw huge amounts of ice at him non-stop. Kirishima, on the other hand, was showing the results of his training with Bakugo. Trainings that became more intensive after his lack of results during the end-of-term practical exam. He was dodging and blocking with amazing skill, activating and deactivating his quirk numerous times to gain the most flexibility or the best defense throughout the fight. He also never missed an opportunity to leave a good punch in. Too bad his opponent is durable enough to take it and seems to have more stamina than him. Though that won't matter. The fights are sufficiently distant from each other. Shinso rushed to Kirishima's side and prepared his taunt. He put a mocking expression and laughed loudly. "Look at the big bad villain who can't even beat a high schooler." The purple beast man turned to Shinso with fire in his eyes. "He's very skilled while you're cowering and not even fighting. And bingo! One down. Sit quietly behind those trees." The man did as told without any complaints. Not that he could complain anyway. Shinso turned to Kirishima. "Let's go to Todoroki and finish the other guy off before their fight somehow reaches this side and wakes that guy up." "That was super manly. How does that quirk of yours work? Do you look them in the eyes? Talking? Some gesture? You're too strong." He was about to tell but remembered the notes in a certain notebook suggesting he kept the activation requirements a secret. Sound advice in Shinso's opinion. Pay more attention and you'll find out. Kirishima's expression was that of a sad puppy. Even Shinso couldn't ignore him. He sighed. "I can tell you that any sufficiently strong physical interaction will break my control. And I can't gain control of more than one person at a time. If I wanted a brainwashed army, I'd need to brainwash them one by one." Kirishima's expression brightened. "So that's why we separated the fights. You're smart." "That's just logic, not necessarily smart. You're also a lot like Aizawa-sensei." "That's cool. Eraserhead is Shinso's hero. Being compared to their hero would make anyone happy. Even Shinso." They reached Todoroki's side. Ice everywhere, but the villain didn't seem to have a scratch on him. Time for Shinso to work his magic. "Your friend is already done without even scratching us. Think you can beat all three of us?" The villain turned to them with a surprised look. How did you beat him? And they're done here." "Alright, Todoroki, I'm not sure if my quirk still works at a distance, so please encase them in ice." His colleague nodded. "And make sure the ice doesn't hit them too hard. That would break Shinso's control." Kirishima ushered his newfound knowledge. Too bad Todoroki was one of the people who figured that out already. The boy politely nodded anyway. "Now let's go. Katsuki is waiting for us." While everyone fought the bots, Melissa brought Katsuki and Ochako to a big room full of fans. "This is the wind power generation room. There's an emergency door up there. We can go around security and reach the top immediately through here." That's all the information Katsuki needs. "Alright, pink cheeks. Make her float. I'll get us there in no time and then deactivate your quirk." Ochako nodded and did as instructed. He turned to Melissa. She was shaking. "Blondie, make sure grab my shoulders and not let go. Especially after her quirk disappears." He put a reassuring hand on her shoulder and gave her his creepy but hope-bringing grin. "Not even a scratch will come to you with me here." Once again, an orange sparkle hit his whole body. This time there was no whisper, only a feeling of pride. After a few explosions, they reached the top. Melissa was holding tightly onto Katsuki, so when her weight returned, he landed perfectly. He looked back down and saw Ochako being swarmed by the bots, but the timely arrival of Ijiro and the rest saved her. He checked on Melissa. Unharmed. Everything was perfect. He turned to the door and blew it up with ease. As soon as they reached inside, they noticed the goon. Perfect. A small fry. Tell me what you're doing here. Don't pretend to be a hero, you little brat. Alright. Beating you up it is. Like you can do it. We checked up on your little group. You're just a high schooler and you're a useless, quirkless little girl. Katsuki's grin disappeared as he turned to Melissa. The man's words seemed to hit home. Of course they did. Katsuki gave her a warming smile and a compassionate look. If any of his friends saw his face right now, they'd argue that taking pictures is more important than getting to the control room. Melissa. She immediately snapped back to reality from hearing her name from that voice with that warm tone. Look closely to what I'm about to show you. Don't even blink, okay? He turned to the goon and rushed to him. The man's arms turned to cone-shaped blades and attacked as soon as Katsuki was in range. Katsuki effortlessly dodged and landed a kick in his stomach, launching the thug backwards. The man groaned in pain, but Katsuki gave him no time to recover. He immediately followed up with a punch to his jaw, knocking him out. I didn't use my quirk and beat you up in FING seconds. If quirkless are useless, then what are you? He turned back to Melissa. The look on her face said everything. Nobody who puts in the effort is useless, no matter the quirk. A tear came out and she quickly wiped it away. Thank you. They started going upstairs. Yui isn't joking around when teaching hand-to-hand. Didn't learn that from you. Then a friend taught me. My quirkless friend who beat me every time we fought for real when we were training to get into UA. He's way more impressive than me. Katsuki is really modest. Wolfram was starting to get nervous. His teams stopped reporting one after the other, and now he even lost communication with the control room. Reaching there and seeing his underlings on the floor didn't help. No way the hero student made it here. Especially not this fast. A voice he recognized soon clarified the events. Wolfram, you've been failing me. A chill ran through his spine. It was the handler from the boogeyman. The one that's helping them on this job. He looked to where the voice came from. It was just a kid, but he knew better than to underestimate that man's agents. I'm sorry. Don't start with excuses. I told you they were strong. I even gave you their files and some tips on their quirks. He sighed. No matter. Katchan is coming. Katchan? Go face him. Let the girl through unharmed though. Yes. Of course. But if you don't mind me asking, do you dash? Yes. I have it. I'll give it to you once you do your part. Thank you, sir. Katsuki and Melissa rushed through the corridors of the final floor. It was strange how quiet it was. Katsuki was expecting the way to the control room to be way more guarded. Before he managed to state his suspicions, metal bent from the wall and came straight to Katsuki. A timely explosion allowed him to dodge. He then saw the guy who was at the party. The leader. If he's coming personally, then it means they took care of his main force. Blondie, go to the control room. I'll beat this guy real quick and follow you up. Though reluctant to abandon him, she understood that without fighting skills like Katsuki's, she was a burden. A possible hostage to a quirk like their opponents. Besides, going to the control room and resetting the system would be their victory. Once again, an orange spark rushed Katsuki's body and an emotion that wasn't his was felt. This time it was worry. Be careful. She gave her warning and rushed to the control room. Explosions immediately followed, but she never looked back. She ran like she never did before. She will save everyone. Finally getting to the control room, she's someone she wasn't expecting amidst the unconscious villains. Hello, Melissa. Yoichi. I was worried about you. What are you doing here? Did these villains force you to do something? A chuckle came from her assistant as he removed contact lenses, revealing his green eyes. It would be more accurate to say I'm forcing them to do something. A look of betrayal fell on Melissa's face and her assistant's eyes were struck with sadness. Who are you? The sadness deepened. If I told you that, then you'd hate me forever. I'd like us to stay friends. Friends? After lying to me about everything? I only lied about my identity. Everything I said about you was true. I really am quirkless. I really do admire you. I really did my best to assist you in your projects this past week. I just had a project of my own. If you really feel that way, then walk away. It's not too late. Let me reset the system. I can't let you do that. Not yet. But don't worry. He pressed a few buttons and a multitude of camera feeds appeared. Everyone is unharmed. The security bots within the tower are all set to stun and apprehend. Nobody is harmed. When I'm done with my project, everything will return to normal. She looked at the feeds and it was true. Nobody was harmed. The screen on the control room confirmed that the security bots were not set to harm anyone. He wasn't lying. What is that project of yours? He smiled and pressed a few more buttons. All the camera feeds changed into a single viewpoint. It was where Katsuki and the villain were fighting. He turned to watch the fight. The symbol of victory. Katsuki was in trouble. Metal pillars came from anywhere and he had good control over it. Not to mention how resistant metal is to his explosions. All he's been doing is dodging. And only barely. He needs to take out the source. Easier said than done. This is what had my subordinates so troubled? At this rate, beating you to a pulp is only a matter of time. Keep dreaming, metal face. I'll be number one soon, so I won't lose to a nobody like you. Metal kept coming, but Katsuki was starting to get used to his patterns. He focused his explosions to move faster and more unpredictably. Bit by bit he advanced towards his enemy until there was an opening. He finally had him within line of sight. He pointed his arm to him while the villain smiled. A wall appeared between them. Katsuki saw it coming. With two quick successive explosions he bolted over the wall in an instant. No way he'll dodge now. Katsuki kicked him. His kick had no effect while his enemy started glowing red. Another quirk? He must be connected to all for one. He didn't have time to consider the implications as the villain grabbed his leg. He instinctively launched multiple small explosions to no effect. I take what I said before back. If that kick had landed, I'm sure I'd be in trouble. You would have used my pain to put me through countless explosions. Too bad I received a gift. The villain threw him against the wall with crazy strength. Metal pillars soon followed, hitting Katsuki one after the other, each hurting more until they all stopped hurting. Katsuki fainted. Melissa couldn't stare at the screen anymore while the assistant didn't take the eyes of the screen. The phone rang. It's done. I beat him as you asked. Can I have the device now? A few seconds of silence passed before he answered. He never took his eyes off the screen. Not yet. Wait a bit and hit him more. He hung up. His voice had betrayed some worry, but Melissa wasn't in a state of mind to notice. Stop this. What do you have against Katsuki to have him hurt like this? I have nothing against him. Quite the opposite. This isn't nearly enough to bring him down, he said, pointing at the rubble where Katsuki was, sounding now more relieved. Orange sparkles left the place, and right after, a huge explosion came from there, throwing molten metal bits everywhere. Katsuki was still fighting. Katsuki found himself in a place he didn't recognize, surrounded by people involved in misty shadows. He tried to speak but soon found himself surrounded by those same misty shadows, covering his mouth. He looked around and recognized one of the shadows. The ghost. All Might. What's going on? You went really far on your own. I'm proud. I chose the correct successor. Thank you for protecting Melissa. Katsuki was ready to yell that he didn't do it for him. He's a hero, of course he's gonna save someone. Nothing came out. The shadows don't let him. Young Bakugu, I know your intentions for one for all, but it's time. You can't repress it forever. If Katsuki could speak, he'd give him the yell of his life. Think of it as leveling the playing field. Your opponent has more than one quirk too. Your true enemy has countless quirks. He's powerful beyond belief. Leveling the playing field? Funny he mentions that because that's exactly what Katsuki plans on doing. He'll give Izuku the chance the world never gave him, and he'll reach the top using his own power in the meantime. All the ghosts turned to him as if they heard him. Their eyes varied between anger and disappointment. Only the furthest ghost's eyes remained calm. Though calm as he appeared, His arms moved, starting to forcefully rip out the shadows covering his mouth. Finally free, he spoke. Don't be an idiot. It's all your quirk. Don't think you can be a hero without giving it your all. Those words. You're here to be a hero. Losing means failing to save someone. Are you willing to let that happen? Those were his words. After some silence, he spoke for himself. I understand your feelings. I understand your intentions with One for All. I understand your drive to be the number one. You were given this gift because of it. It's time to use it. Until the day you give it away, it's your power. Isn't it? The ghosts vanished. He was alone. Left by himself, he remembered the events so far. His friends fighting the villains on the here, giving it their all to get him and Melissa one step further. He also remembered everyone who was in danger. All the heroes trapped. Melissa is by herself. There's a chance this guy still had people left guarding the control room. But he needs to hurry. It's only victory if it's absolute. It's only absolute if the villains get absolutely nothing and nobody gets hurt. It's time to give it his all. He suddenly woke up. He was surrounded by metal, crushing his body. Metal that was no match for the heat from his explosions. Orange sparks flowed through his body, adding power to it. One blast freed him, blowing away the metal surrounding them. It also brought pain to his arm. He must have broken stuff again. He needs to regulate the output. No point in using it all if he can't handle it. That will make him a burden. He took a few steps forward and extended his hand to the side and launched an explosion. Much hotter than his usual. He proceeded to launch a few others, each more powerful than the last. After 5 explosions, he looked to the villain, satisfied. 15% seems to be my limit. I'll have to work on that. Wolfram watched in horror. How are you still walking? And since when were you so powerful? Yeah, about that. I was practicing the art of hypocrisy. He launched an explosion that propelled him so fast that it looked, to the unprepared Wolfram, like he vanished. A voice from his back alerted Wolfram to his opponent's location. Die. He tried to irk a wall, but it was too late. Katsuki swept his legs and launched an explosion from below to the falling enemy. Even with his second quirk boosting his body, he felt this explosion. He was in the air. No more metal. Katsuki followed him, launching explosion after explosion, each filled with orange sparks, making him spin. As he reached the villain, the momentum and the extra oxygen from the spin boosted his next explosion. Howitzer impact, One for All. They watched the battle through the cameras. That last explosion was enormous. Nearly destroyed the camera drones. After the smoke cleared, it showed what he knew from the start. A victorious Katsuki. See? The symbol of victory never loses. He said as he pressed multiple buttons in the security room. Melissa looked at the screens. He was resetting the system. He then grabbed his phone. Yeah. All done. Thanks. Immediately after, a dark misty portal appeared nearby. This is goodbye, Melissa. I'm sorry for lying. Hope to see you someday under better circumstances. Hope you won't hate me. His voice was genuinely apologetic. He left through the portal without giving her a chance to respond. He was back home. I'm back. Dobby greeted him with a quizzical look at his hair and snark. I know I'm pretty, but no need to dye your hair to look like me. Why not? Afraid people will think we're related. Before he had a chance to snark even more, the rest started butting in. Did I just hear Deku? We missed you. Go back to where you came from. Deku's back. Himiko, Twice and Mustard rushed for a hug and a stab. I missed you all too. The sweetest smile greeted them. Where's Tamura? At the bar. He kicked us all out to talk to his sensei. Deku got a cold sweat running through his back. He always gets nervous when that man is involved. He steeled himself and went to the bar. Welcome back, Deku. I assume everything went as you planned. The creepy voice came from the monitor. How does he know he entered the bar? He can't even see. Of course it did, Sensei. It's Izuku we're talking about here. Once he plans something, there's no one in the world who can stop him. He blushed at his best friend's high praise. The man in the monitor laughed. So I see. Wonder what else you have planned? I'll make sure to keep an eye out as not to miss it. In that tone, the screen went dark and the mute sign reappeared. Tamura stepped from his stool and started walking towards the living room. Let's go. Haven't had a good match in a while. Those weaklings can't match me no matter what game we play. You should go train instead of play. Think he can beat me? Not yet. One-on-one, I'd say you'd win 7 out of 10 times. But only if the plan worked properly and he continues to use one for all. Relax. Your plans don't fail. Which means I can still waste time kicking your butt at literally anything we play. He put his arm over his friend's shoulder and started dragging him to the living room. You were gone a whole week. Let's have some fun. Goodbye, Katsuki. Melissa gave him a hug. Make sure to keep in touch. Melissa went away. Her father too. His friends had already went away in earlier flights. Now it was just him and the old man. There was a long silence. It was broken by the heroics teacher. Not sure I should be mentioning it, but those tremors of yours. Are they fixed? Not sure. You were fine after that display against the villain. If that didn't trigger them, then you should be fine. Maybe. Brat, why are you so quiet? Thought you'd be bragging about saving everyone's but non-stop. Old man. You worked with 2 users. Did any of them ever saw ghosts? This question hit Gran Torino like a brick. Ghosts? What are you talking about? Never mind. Torino was confused like he'd never been. I'm ready to start using one for all. Can you train me? Gran Torino lit up. Finally changed your mind? Guess fighting that guy opened your eyes to the type of opponents you'll be facing. That's not quite it. I'm still gonna give it to Izuku first chance I get. And I'll face all for one with or without one for all. But while I do have it, not using it is being stupid. It's mine now. How can I be a hero and not use all my abilities? Even Gran Torino feels weird at hearing Katsuki speaking in such a thoughtful manner. Where's the yelling? Good to see you can be reasonable. What do you mean? I'm always effing reasonable. That's the Bakugu Katsuki he knows. Much better. You better prepare yourself. I'm going to put you through hell. Bring it. Everyone out of the bus. Finally a stop. I really need to pee. Mineta was the first to get out. Something's wrong. Eraser said they were close to our destination. He wouldn't stop just because one of the students needs to go to the bathroom. Shinso. Hurry up. He reluctantly left the bus but took his scarf with him. Everyone was stretching while Mineta rushed around looking for a place to do his business. This doesn't look like a rest stop. Hitoshi has a bad feeling about this. A few moments after 2 pros came from a car and started posing. We are the wild pussycats. These are the pro heroes who'll be working with us during the camp, the pussycats. His bad feeling got worse. If they're the ones who are going to help in our training at the camp, why aren't we meeting them at the camp? Who are they to begin with? Hitoshi doesn't know much about them. We own this whole stretch of land. You'll be staying at the foot of that mountain. Oh no. What? Then why did we stop here? He wasn't the only one who has started to notice. He looked back at the bus. Eraser was there. No way he can get through him. If you're fast, maybe around noon? They all rush towards the bus. That's definitely not going to work. Eraser would have taken this into account. If he can't go back, then he might as well get a head start. He ran towards the cliff, threw his scarf and jumped. Bakugo must have been noticing his reactions because he soon jumped as well. That skilled BSer didn't even use his quirk to manage the fall until the whole cliff turned to dirt and dragged everyone down. This is private land, so feel free to use your quirks. Get to the camp with your own 2 feet after getting through the Beast's Forest. Beast's Forest? Not ominous at all. Well, time to use his head start. Hitoshi entered the forest. He saw Mineta doing the same. The power of needing to use the toilet can make even him recover from being thrown from a cliff. Neither of them took 5 steps into the forest without finding out where the name of the forest came from. A huge beast appeared in front of each of them. His quirk doesn't work on animals. They need to be able to respond to him. What can he do? He needs to move. He needs to wake up eye bags. Bakugo appeared from behind him and exploded the beast to bits in an instant. He looked to the side and saw that Todoroki and Ida had destroyed the beast facing Mineta. You can't be a hero and freeze up like that every time something you don't expect happens. Bakugo exploded himself deeper into the forest. So much for his head start. Time to move. He might make it if he goes the stealth route, but if he's found even once, Hitoshi isn't confident that he's capable of taking one of the beasts down. His combat skills aren't that good yet and he's quirkless in this scenario. He does have a reliable partner for when he's effectively quirkless. He approached her. Yaoyorozu. What's the plan? Yesterday was hell and today another hell begins. Eraser had them wake up at 5. There's barely any light yet. Their teacher looks like he's been awake for hours already. Actually, he looks like he's been awake for days. He's worse than eyebags. Good morning, everyone. Today we will begin training to increase your power. As you might have noticed, your notebooks contain a lot of information and strategies, but also a lot of questions about the extent of your quirks. The goal of this training camp is to answer those questions and push your quirks beyond their limits. It'll be so hard you'll feel like dying. Try to not actually die. Eraser had the smile of a maniac. The look suits him. Katsuki wasn't much better because his excitement brought a crazy-looking grin too. Bakugo, you don't have a notebook, so the principal prep a dash. I do have one. Whatever it is you're gonna say, I don't need it. With that he went to pick up his notebook. He was the first to get started with his training. Quirk improvement. Your quirk works by exploding the sweat in your palms. You need a way to increase the amount of sweat. Maybe dipping them in hot water? Or just get a heater. The water would clean your sweat off. Get them as hot as you can handle. Don't use your explosions to get them warm. They consume the sweat, and we need as much of it as possible. And wear gloves at all times when you're not training. Not your gloves. That would be counterproductive. Just regular warm, comfortable gloves. Once your hands are soaking, explode the sweat. That will make it so you'll adjust better to your biggest explosions. You try to hide it, but I noticed your arms cramp when you go for max output. That, combined with the tremors, will make this training hell. Shouldn't have mentioned that. It's better to not think about it. Maybe with training like this, you'll get over them completely. Oh, and drink lots of water. And eat spicy foods. Spicier than usual. After this, he goes on to one of his rambles. That DMN nerd has too much information about Katsuki. Never mind that. Time to get started. Having one for all doesn't excuse him from training his own quirk. He won't have it for long after all. Once he finds Izuku, he'll lose one for all and he'll only have his quirk and his skills. Shota was starting to hate this training too. Shinso's book was the one with the most questions to answer, and he's the only one who is fine with getting brainwashed over and over again. Can people remember anything while under your quirk? Can you make them forget? If so, how much can they forget? Can you make them remember what they forgot? What about unconscious memories? Subconsciously, people remember a lot more than they normally do. Can you bring out those memories? What about making them speak? Can they answer questions? Can you just make them talk? Maybe repeat some words? If they can speak, what's the limit? What kind of questions can they answer? What about what breaks your quirk? How much damage? Is it the damage or the pains that breaks your hold over them? How many can you control? Can you make them use their quirks? There were a lot of them. Shinso is on a break due to getting a headache, but Shoyuta was starting to get one too. No time to rest though. He'll use this break to check on his students. Particularly Bakugo. He was surprised when he rejected his training in favor of that notebook of his. Bakugo isn't one to reject an opportunity to better himself. Bakugo, what have you been doing? He was on the ground, sweating all over and wearing gloves. It was summer, where did he get the gloves? Distracting myself. The tremors haven't been a problem for a while now, but I'd rather be safe than sorry. I've been going max output for a while now. They usually show up now. Don't worry about that. I'll stay here for a bit. Show me your training. He got up. He looked at his hands for a bit. They seemed fine. He walked over to the fire he made. There was a small pot of boiling water. He puts his hands over the pot. I need to increase the amount of sweat. First, I thought of using the fire, but it was too hot. I have resistance to burns, but it only goes so far. Then boiling water. It works fine, but it also kinda washes away the sweat, which decreases the effectiveness of the second part of the training. I use the steam instead. Once they're soaked, He points his hands up and an explosion bigger than the one he used in the match against Uraraka comes out. Explosions this big seem to cause pain in his arms. Well, training like this should help fix that. Not too different from what the principal suggested. And the gloves. It's so I keep sweating as much as possible even while resting. Uncomfortable but effective. And you came up with this? No. He held up his notebook. It's an old notebook. His calmness showed truer anger than when he's yelling. The book was made by Midoriya then. Can I take a look? He tossed him the book and continued with his training. The book looked a decade old. It has been read through thousands of times. The first few pages are full of drawings that look like they were made by a child. Maybe a decade wasn't an exaggeration. Then he finally hit the part that matters. Pages filled with tactics, suggestions, tips, and strategies. Innovative and unexpected ways of using Bakugu's quirk written in detail. Ways to improve his quirk. Ideas for support gear filled with rough blueprints. Ways to train his body. Fighting techniques. Everything. This book is impressive. A touch above even the work of the expert the principal found due to how much better Midoriya knows Bakugu and his abilities. Only bad part was that his writing was quite confusing and hard to understand. Sensei? Shinso interrupted his reading. Break is over. Can we get back to the training? Was wondering if I can make you use your quirk. Yes. Of course. He left the book near Bakugu and moved over to Shinso. Something wrong? You look angry. This kid is too good at reading people. I really hate seeing potential go to waste. Alright guys. Time to move. Everyone remembers their part, right? The group nodded. They've been patiently waiting for this moment for a few days. He's surprised Muscular and Moonfish managed to stay put. Then, let's get started. As he said that, he lit a small flame in his hand. With a crazed grin the flame turned bigger, and he pointed it at the forest. A blue forest fire started. That was the beginning of the raid. Twice made 2 clones of him and dashed to the forest with Mustard, the Nomus, and Moonfish. Toga has already been lurking and scouting. The fire will be the sign for her to go all out. His clones, Magna and Spinner, went to the camp. Muscular went to his assigned position. He'll have a surprise waiting there. He and Compress stayed put. They'll need to wait a bit more. I know we have to stay put until the signal, but my plans never mentioned any signal. I assume yours did? Also, why was Muscular sent so far away from everyone? He'd be useful against the heroes. Dabi chuckled. It was hard not to when he knew the plan. There should be no harm in telling him now. The signal is that Benj-loving BSTRD's defeat by the students. He'll do enough damage that we can just show up and easily take our target. We are not to save him. And Muscular is being sent there to be dealt with. Nobody unwanted will interfere with the fight there. I didn't know you had that type of humor in you, Dabi. Moonfish's defeat by the OI students. His laughter was shut down by the look on Dabi's face. Are you serious? They're nuts, but they're strong. Moonfish wouldn't be taken down by teenagers. And who the hell could even beat Muscular? Deku. Why would he fight his own comrade? They aren't comrades. Those two aren't like the rest. They're murderous lunatics who kill for the sake of killing. That's not what the League wants, so they are to be dealt with. I have absolutely zero complaints. How about you? Compress thought about his answer for a bit. This League really is what I've been looking for. Kota finally arrived at his secret hideout. The only place where no one bothered him. These last few days have been specially annoying. All these wannabe heroes showing off their stupid quirks. And he has to work even more due to their unwanted presence. They even take away Mandalay from him. Not that he cares. She's just another stupid hero that would rather fight a villain for a stranger than stay with her family. Enough of that. He's at his hideout. Here he can just look at the stars in peace. Except the sky was much darker tonight. When he looked at the forest, it was engulfed in blue flames, and soon after Mandalay's voice appeared in his head. Kota, can you hear me? Hurry up and come back. I'm sorry, but I don't know where you usually go. I'm sorry I can't save you. Come back as soon as you can. TSK. Typical hero. I'm sure she's doing her best to help the students though. Oh, I was sent to a place with a nice view and even ended up seeing someone not on the list. A tall man appeared. He must be a villain. A real villain. Right in front of him. By the way, that is a nice hat, kid. Trade it for this mask? This is all the equipment the bosses allowed me. Just a lame mask. Koda ran away as fast as he could. It didn't make a difference. The villain appeared in front of him. This time without his mask. If you're not on the list, that must mean I'm allowed to punch you, right? Just once. To cheer me up. Come on. He recognized this villain. It was him. The one his parents died to. They lost their lives for strangers and couldn't even defeat the villain in the end. They died for nothing. He started to cry. The man raised his fist. He'll die here too. Everyone. We're being attacked by 2 villains. It's possible there are more. Everyone who can move get back to camp immediately. Even if you come across an enemy, retreat and do not engage. Vlad, I'm leaving this place up to you. I'll go protect the others. Eraser ran as fast as he could. As soon as he reached outside, he saw the forest burning. This is bad. Don't get too worried, Eraser. He barely had any time to react to the voice when his instincts told him to move. He had good instincts. Blue flames engulfed where he was a moment ago. I have a message for you. He didn't let him finish. Erasing his quirk and throwing his scarf at him, he quickly apprehended him. DMN, that's impressive. And Deku fought one-on-one against you and won. He pressed his face against the ground and grabbed his arm. Tell me your intentions, number and positions. Aren't you curious about the message though? He broke his arm without hesitating. Your right is next. Let's do this logically. If I get to your legs, carrying you will be a pain. I'll comply. That's my purpose anyway. Sensei. A few of his students arrived. Dabi used this distraction to escape his grasp. He immediately reactivated his quirk. There's a villain on a cliffside around 350 meters that way. If he reaches the camp, you might have a few funerals to attend by the end of this. Deku doesn't want that to happen. How much do you value your students? He pulled his scarf, but the man in front of him melted into goo. The fire wasn't his quirk? And did he mention Deku? Then this is the work of the League. We need to be on the lookout for him and Shigaraki Tamura. Ida, you run to Mandalay and tell her the students have my express permission to fight and defend themselves. After that, you are to come back and stay with Vlad. Do you understand? No Hosu this time. He ran past his students. They all seemed fine. Now where should he run to? The camp or the cliffside? Should he trust the words of a villain? Deku, for all his crimes, never showed intentions of harming the students, so there's a good chance the message is real. On the other hand, the way the message was phrased, it implied the students are their targets. This might be a ploy to get him out of the way. He needs to be sure. He can't risk the message being true and him not being there to take on the villain. The rest of you, get inside. Shinso, if they get any ideas about leaving Vlad's side, force them to. I'll be back. Katsuki was starting to get worried. This gas looks dangerous. And it's blocking their way. It knocked out the guy from Class B. The way it's spreading, it must be due to a quirk. I'm worried about the others, but we have no choice. We'll avoid the finish line and get back to camp. Let's leave this to Ragdoll. Don't tell me what to do. There's someone there. Who was in front of us? Tokoyami and Shoji. Diamenet. I got too excited and cut one's arm. He didn't look like the target. The boss will be mad. It's not my fault. It's so pretty, so pretty. This flesh. What beautiful flesh. Focus. I have to work. The man covered in a black straitjacket turned to them. The target. If I bring you, maybe the boss will forgive my mistake. The man's teeth grew to the point they were the ones supporting him. They look sharp. He's getting ready to move. This is bad. Are they really not allowed to fight back? In the name of the pro-hero Eraserhead, you are granted permission to fight. Katsuki fired up his grin. Just in time. He rushed at his enemy. The teeth blades extended, but they didn't seem too difficult to dodge. The problem was the ice wall that appeared in front of him. Don't get in my way half and half. I can manage just fine on my own. Todoroki completely ignored him. Don't use large explosions. If the fire spreads, we'll be surrounded by flames and everyone dies. Shut up. I know. And I'm saying I can take him down anyway. Focus on protecting that dead weight. With that, he carefully propelled himself to the air. He made sure to use explosions small enough to not leak over the dirt path they were on. After getting to the air, the woods were less of a problem. Now to get that annoying BSTRD. You are not the target, but I have permission to cut you up. Your flesh. Show me your flesh. The teeth blades grew fast in a tree branch pattern. Katsuki dodged them all using his explosions to change directions and move incredibly fast. He can't use a long-ranged attack. If that lunatic dodges and it hits the forest, Todoroki won't let him hear the end of it. Close-range small explosions. Second time you mention a target. If I'm not it, then is it half and half? Blades keep appearing but he still dodges it all. Doesn't matter. After I kick your butt, I'll make you spill everything you know. Katsuki slowly approaches him with each dodge. After a bit, he manages to get close enough. It's time. A close-range explosion. Enough to knock him out for a while. Die! At the last second, his body twists in a seemingly unnatural way, avoiding the blast. Explosions like those damage the flesh. Why would you do that? Bakugo! Be careful. He stopped attacking me. His attention was divided between him and Todoroki and it made him slower. That was no longer the case. I'll cut you up so much. Blades came from all sides. He flew higher to avoid them, and Todoroki used the opportunity to freeze him. This bought Katsuki enough time to get back to the ground. That BSD. Even though he looks like a scrawny small fry. I'm gonna use bigger explosions and finish this. Get ready to use your ice on the woods. Bakugo, don't do anything rash. If we just play defensive, eventually Sumio dash. Don't tell me what to do. And you don't know that for sure. We need to assume we're on our own and something's approaching. Something huge. Something dangerous. Trees are being sent flying. Is that? Bakugo. Todoroki. I heard the explosions. I was hoping it was you. Please, one of you, make some light. It was Bird Brain. His quirk went crazy. Straightjacket turned his attention to them. Big mistake. Katsuki will use this chance to do nothing. Bird Brain easily smashed him to the ground. Don't interfere. Their flesh is mine. He somehow managed to get back up, but it was useless. Dark Shadow was too powerful for him. He grabbed him and crushed him, breaking his blades and probably a lot of his bones. Shut up, small fry. He kept swinging his arms aimlessly. I haven't had enough fun yet. Both Katsuki and Todoroki took that as their cue to move. With small explosions being continuously fired and a small flame in hand, they dashed at Tokoyami, who soon returned to normal. I'm a really bad matchup for you. Shoji, I'm sorry. I let my anger take over and released Dark Shadow. He was too strong, and I lost control and ended up hurting Shoji. Forget about that. We have a problem. From what that fucker said, the target is either half and half or dead weight over here. My money is on the rich boy. We need to get back to camp. You'll be up front and use your quirk to scout for any enemies. Me and Birdie over here will surround him. You behind, me in the front, half and half in the middle. Between me and Tokoyami, no one will be able to get to us. I'm not sure we should risk using Dark Shadow like that. Katsuki put a hand on his shoulder. He had his grin on. It was strangely comforting instead of creepy this time. Don't worry. I'm here. You won't hurt anyone. Damn it. What was a child doing in this place? He should have scouted. Or sent someone to scout. He hates when something deviates from the plan. Muscular was about to play whack-a-mole with him. God damn it. At the last second, Deku grabbed the kid and moved out of the way. What? Deku? What are you doing here? Deku glared at him. What did I say about killing? He wasn't on the list. He's fair game. Besides, I was just throwing a small punch, isn't that right, kid? Shut up. The child was nearly going into shock. He needs to calm him down. Hey, what's your quirk? I really like quirks. Can you tell me yours? Maybe it was because he didn't quite have the voice or stature of an adult, but the child calmed down at the casual conversation. First time Deku was grateful for not being taller and still having cracks in his voice. I can emit water from my hands, he said while crying. That's so cool. The words sounded so genuine to Koda. This conversation was very out of place. My name is Deku. What's yours? Koda. Boss, I don't have time for this. I'm gonna grab the target so I can get our fight. Muscular turned to leave. Deku was expecting this. He doesn't have permission to kill anyone in here. He get bored. He knows just the thing to keep him in place. Stay put for 5 minutes and I'll give you the fight right now. He immediately turned back. A homicidal smile grew. Now Koda. I'm sorry but I can't promise you'll be safe if you stay. But if you run that way, you'll run into a hero who looks like he hasn't slept in days. Do you know him? Koda nodded. He's grumpy and scary but he'll make sure you're safe. He's a good hero. One of the few. Koda got up. He was much calmer now. What about you, Deku-san? I need to stay here. Someone needs to stop him, don't you think? Koda's face showed worry. Don't make that face. I may not look it but I'm super strong. I'll beat him in minutes. He nudged Koda to get going. The boy started to run only to stop and turn back. Thank you for saving me earlier. Haha, don't worry about it. Now go. Koda ran. He ran as fast as his legs allowed him. Muscular started to use his quirk. The kid is gone. You're gonna keep your word, aren't you? Aren't you? Deku took out his katana. He'd have much better chances if he ambushed him like originally planned, but he couldn't let Koda die like that. Let's hope the days he spent in the lab were worth it. I always do. Muscular jumped. Deku didn't look where to. There was no point. He was too fast. If he reacts to his movements, then he dies. He needs to move before Muscular does. He knows him well enough. He's rather simple-minded. He'll definitely attack his upper torso. Deku ducks and swings his sword at the same time. Ah, that's it. You're the real deal, Deku. Muscular had a cut in his arm. The cut was quickly covered up with more muscle. Let's stop playing. I'll give it my all. He became a muscle abomination. This must be his maximum. Though with all that added mass, he shouldn't be faster. He disappeared once more, leaving only cracks on the ground. Deku dodged correctly, but this time there was no time to attack. If he's as fast as Deku think he is, then he needs to keep dodging. One hit and he'll probably die. He needs to play defensive and buy time. What's the matter, Deku? You look slower than before. Or maybe I'm too fast for you. He isn't wrong. There's a limit to how much Deku can guess his next move. There's also a limit to his stamina. He won't be able to keep up for long. After a few minutes of dodging, Muscular finally gets bored. Is this all you can do? You seemed faster against that teacher in the video. You're weaker than I thought. He smashes his fist to the ground, destroying it the portion where they were standing. Deku is forced to jump, but Muscular jumps too. In the air, there's no way he can dodge. This is gonna hurt. Muscular prepares a punch, but just as he's about to swing, the muscles in his arms start to shrink. It was the arm Deku had cut before. What the hell? Deku uses this chance to wound his other arm. So it takes 3 minutes. I spent the last few days developing a poison that causes muscle atrophy and coated my blade with it. Poison? Don't rely on stuff like that. You're the one who killed All Might. Give me a contest of strength. This is my strength, Imasuji Goto. I know you and I know your quirk. No matter what you do, you'll fall tonight. His right arm was much weaker, and his left will be the same in a few minutes. Now the question is if he can last that long. Hopefully his reinforcement will arrive soon. That would assure his victory. Though since he has to escort Koda, he might arrive too late. Thoughts for later. Right now he needs to dodge. Due to his right being much smaller, his balance isn't as good. His movements became slower. Deku can manage like this. He's getting more impatient too. At this rate, he won't need a racer at all. He just needs to hold on. His left is now weakened too. Will he start using kicks? What's his next move? God damn it. You were supposed to give me a fight. Where's my fight? Muscular. Hit the ground in frustration. With his weakened arms, it was barely enough to make small cracks in the ground. He looked at Deku with rageful eyes. He wasn't smiling. This isn't what I wanted at all. I'll kill you. I'll make sure it'll be painful. At that moment, the muscles in his arms slowly started to regain their size. How is this possible? Is he building a resistance already? Maybe he's overclocking his quirk? Fascinating but irrelevant. It is too late. Deku's reinforcement is here. Shallow. Not much blood. That's mean, suddenly coming out slashing us. Who are you? I'm Toga. You two are so cute. Uraraka and Azui. Tsuchan, we need to go back to camp and dash. They got interrupted by Himiko dashing at them. She managed a small cut to Tsuchan. Tsuchan. Such a cute nickname. Only my friends get to call me that. Then we're friends. She pinned Tsuchan to the tree. Since we're friends, can we have a girl talk? At that moment Uraraka went running at her. She was ready for it though. Knife aimed at her. What she wasn't ready was for Himiko to become pinned to the floor by her new friend. The file did mention the possibility that she learned gunhead martial arts. That was amazing, Ochako. Ochako. Back to our girl talk. The huge smile on Himiko's face put Ochako nervous. I feel strange around a boy. I like him so much. I want to become him. But at the same time, it's different from the other times I felt like this. I end up not wanting to cut him, but at the same time I want to cut him so badly. He looks so cute when he's all cut up, but I don't like it when he's too cut up. Why is that? That never happened before. He also talked about some girl he met overseas and I wanted to cut her despite not wanting to be her. I don't like her. She then stabbed Ochako with her needle. It's so fun having a girl's talk like this. Pink cheeks. TSK. Boys interrupting their girl talk. They have no manners. Himiko quickly overpowered Ochako and moved away. Too many people and I don't want to die. Bye-bye. Himiko disappeared into the woods. Who was that? No, never mind that. Come here so I can cover your wound. Tell us on the way. We need to go back to camp. We're in the middle of escorting half and half back to camp. He's likely their target. Escorting? Todoroki? Then where is he? Katsuki was hit by a sudden feeling of dread. He looked back and true enough, he wasn't there. Birdface was missing too. How's this possible? Nobody let their guards down. They were all on the lookout. The boy you're talking about? I took him with my magic. A man that looks like a circus magician stood on a nearby tree. This talent isn't someone who should be on the hero side. We'll take him to a stage where he can shine more. Give them back. That's a strange thing to say. None of them are yours to own. They're his own. Katsuki wasn't having it. Screw being careful with the forest. Orange sparks covered his body. He exploded himself right next to the magician Bieki. Give them back, you Bisidi. Katsuki aimed his hand straight to his face and prepared to knock his enemy down immediately. An explosion came out but it didn't hit. The BSTRD is fast. At least let me finish my sentence. I can see why the bosses told us we're free to try to fight you. Most of us would probably not win, hero student. He landed on a nearby tree and started to run away. Vanguard Action Squad. The target has been acquired. Our show has come to a close. Come to the retrieval point within 5 minutes. Uraraka. Make me weightless. Katsuki. Hurry up. She quickly tapped him and removed his weight. As soon as I reach him, tell her to remove the effect. He said to Shoji. Bakugu? Are you crazy? He didn't stop to listen. 2 of his colleagues were taken. They were right beside him, but they were taken either way. No FING way he'll let that happen. He took a moment to aim his arms and launched a big explosion. He was propelled at speeds he never reached before. He reached the magician in an instant and felt his weight come back. Perfect timing, Uraraka. He grabbed onto his back and forced him to crash. They both hit the ground rather violently. Release them right FNG now. Shota has been running non-stop. He found Koda on the way crying for help. Deku is fighting someone. Most likely the villain the other guy mentioned. He left Koda with Vlad and rushed back. From what Koda said, Deku saved his life. Twice now has Deku shown interest in not harming anyone. Except his target, that is. If he asked him to go there, then the threat must be real. And very real it was. Muscular, water hose sacrificed themselves in battle with him. A few said he was dead from his injuries, but nobody ever found him. And here he was fighting a teenager with his all. He decided to observe for a bit. I will kill you for this. Muscular moved in a rather predictable way but at crazy speed that was hard to follow. And his punches hit hard. Though something was strange. He was continuously generating muscles on his arms, which seemed to quickly die off. His legs seemed fine though. Deku on the other hand. He seemed to be in fine condition, and despite his opponent's state, he doesn't fight like he did when they had fought. He seems to simply be buying time. Was he waiting for him? After a bit, Deku glanced in his direction. He knew he was here. He decided it was time to make his appearance. He activated his quirk on Muscular and all his muscles quickly vanished. Deku immediately took this chance to knock him out with skill and efficiency. Welcome, Eraser. You sure took your time. Is Koda all right? You're under arrest. He wasted no time in throwing his scarf at him. He easily dodged. Me? What about him? And will you please answer my question? Sure. After I arrest you, I'll answer everything you ask. Look, after fighting him. Really tired. Can't we just talk for a bit instead of fighting? Eraser readied his scarf, but the look Deku gave him made him pause. We all know what happened last time you refused this offer. Last time he gave him his look, Deku had nearly killed him. He complied. Good choice. Oh, and congrats on getting Shinso Hitoshi in your class. Someone like him was a waste in the general education. He's with the Pussycats, right? Or maybe he's in the cabin now. It would be troublesome if he was in the woods. He put his hands over his mouth. I'm sorry. Talking too much again. I'll let you speak. Before you ask everything you have to ask, did Koda made it all right? He's fine. A bit shaken up. What's your objective? How many are you and what are your positions? He laughed. Hearing someone his age laughing like that is disconcerting. He should be in school right now. Going straight to the point. All right then. Secret, but you should find out soon. There's 10 of us, not counting me, though one of those 10 was him, so 10. And it depends on how much they decided to follow my instructions. I gave them quite a lot of freedom. Why were you fighting? Well, him and one other were more like forced additions to this team. They're not the type of people we wanted. So, we used this whole thing to get rid of them. I was planning to ambush him here and present him to you. It would double as an apology for what happened at USJ. Except Koda was here and I had to intervene and fight directly, which is kinda difficult. That idiot is strong. Good thing I prepared this poison. His arms. You noticed. Of course you did. You're awesome. It causes muscle atrophy on localized body parts. It was supposed to completely neutralize his quirk, but he, forgive the irony, went plus ultra. Why didn't you fight him at full strength? What do you mean? I can assure you I gave it my all. When you fought me, you moved much more precisely. But it's a technique Sensei taught me. Or, more precisely, a state of mind. You get really focused on the fight. Eliminate all other thoughts. Killing your opponent in the fastest, most efficient way. You stop hesitating and move only with your opponent's death in mind. Sensei said I'm really good at it since I'm very good at predicting my opponent's moves and being stuck in my own mind, but I prefer to avoid it. Good at predicting? Does his quirk allow him to see the close future? Or maybe simply read his opponent's moves? Not likely. He seemed unaffected by his quirk when they fought. Must be something that doesn't directly interfere with fights. Something he can use before the fight starts. Or something completely unrelated to fighting. Is that so? Then you were trying to kill me at USJ. What? That was not the case at all, I swear. Tamura said you wouldn't die and that I could go all out. And his word is enough? Of course. Don't you trust your best friend? Alright, that's one. What about the other, forced addition? Oh, you shouldn't need to worry about him. Moonfish should be taken care of as well. Moonfish? Another name Shota recognized. Another dangerous lunatic. He should be in jail by the end of this. I'm not entirely sure because, as I said, I left all of this in someone else's hands. It's up to him how much he follows the plan. And this plan is? You should find out soon. In 10 minutes I'd say. He's stalling. Deku offered Shota a big name like Muscular to keep him here. Shota started to run back. A knife was thrown in his path. Eraser, at least properly restrain Muscular. I knocked him out good, but he's very resilient. Not sure how much that will last. If I ignore your advice, will you fight to keep me here? As he said those words, Deku put his hand on his blade. Not even a second passed since Shota asked his question, but tension filled the air. Until a dark misty portal appeared next to Deku. He let go of his blade and the tension disappeared. No. If this portal appeared, then there's nothing you can do now. Restrain Muscular and go tend to your students, Eraserhead. Goodbye. He disappeared into the portal. Shota didn't like how sure he was that the portal meant that he achieved what he came for. Mister, get out of the way. Blue fire came at him. He barely dodged. His arm got caught. Due to his quirk, he was somewhat resistant to fire, but this was something else entirely. As he looked around, he saw that he was surrounded. This was bad news. The crazy chick that Uraraka faced came rushing at him with a knife in hand. Dekukuin said we can fight you all we want. Does this mean he finds you cute? He narrowly dodged the knife. She was fast. He was faster. As he dodged, he grabbed her arm and threw her with an added boost from an explosion. Another guy in a weird suit came rushing at him, but he didn't have time for this. The magician reappeared. His quirk must be those marbles, and he seems to be going through his pockets. His guess was right. Then he has all he needs. He can escape. You looking for these? Oh, that was impressive. Going through my pockets without me noticing. I see why Deku has such a high opinion of you. There it is again. He hates that word. Is it the name of their leader? He just had to pick that name. Thoughts for later. He needs to run away now. His priority is to get these two back to safety, not fight the villains, so he ran. He didn't even make it to the forest before a dark mist appeared. The Warp BSTRD. This means these BSTRDS are part of the League. It has been 5 minutes. Let's go, Dobby. Wait, the goal was taken from us. No. Those are just small gifts from me. He started to remove his mask. It's an old habit of mine as a magician. Misdirection. He revealed 2 marbles he kept in his mouth and then flicked his fingers, revealing the marbles Katsuki had to be nothing more than leaves. Wait! Katsuki launched himself towards the magician who had started to go through the portal. The man started to bow. At this rate he won't make it in. I said wait you FB. It was then that a laser hit him, destroying his mask and forcing him to let go of them. Katsuki wasted no time. He reached one, but Staples managed to grab the other. Too bad here. Maybe next time. Compress, confirm we got the target. The marble transformed back into Todoroki, who was grabbed by the neck and pulled through the portal. Next to him was Tokoyami. He ran towards the portal. Can't use explosions with Tokoyami so close. He ran as fast as he could. He was too late. The portals disappeared along with Todoroki. His friends arrived seconds after. Katsuki. Bakugu, are you all right? Is that Tokoyami? Where's Todoroki? We need to go back to the camp and talk to the teachers. Katsuki couldn't hear anything they said. He failed. He failed. He failed, he failed, he failed, he failed, he failed, he failed. Todoroki was taken. Someone got hurt again and he wasn't able to help. He was right in front of him. Within reach of his hands. Hands that slowly started shaking and releasing small explosions, all the while Katsuki started hyperventilating. Nobody could approach him for a while. He didn't know how long. Eventually they stopped. The shakes were there but no explosion. Bakugu. Look at me. I was Eraser. Of course. Breathe with me. His teacher looked him in the eyes and took long breaths. He slowly started doing the same. They took him. They took Todoroki. He was right in front of me and I wasn't able to do anything. Bakugu, look. His sensei pointed at Tokoyami. They told me a bit of what happened. You saved him, didn't you? But Todoroki was dash. That's not on you. You were outnumbered and ambushed. Any pro would have lost in that situation. But you still managed to save someone despite the impossible odds. That's a win, isn't it? He saved someone? Eraser waved at Tokoyami to approach. Bakugo, I wanted to thank you. 2 times you saved me tonight. This debt will not go unpaid. I also wanted to apologize for failing to dash. He didn't get to finish as Eraser sent him back. I saved him. He looked at Tokoyami and remembered Izuku's lesson on what it is to win as a hero. You did. Now, Eraser decided to push his buttons a little. That's the best way to get results from Bakugo. Are you really gonna stand there panicking? That isn't like you. He promptly got up and started heading to camp. I wasn't panicking. I just momentarily lost control and my hands started shaking again so… Yeah. Where do you think you're going? Back to camp. There's a giant fire in a forest full of students and I'm good at applying first aid to burns. He went back to thinking on how to help instead on how he failed to help. This event will only serve to strengthen him. As he was leaving, Shota swore he could hear him murmur a thanks. Dabi, how did things go? Moonfish was defeated though not by that Bakugo kid like you said. That's surprising. Someone else among the students was capable of fighting him? Well, he did play a big part in it, so you were mostly right. Everything else went mostly as you said. Everyone got back safely. The Noma didn't hurt anyone seriously as you requested. Guess things went well on your end? Deku nodded. Dabi was truly impressed. Not only did he fight Muscular and won, but he also showed no damage whatsoever. Mustard? No problems on your part? Nope. Everything was as you said. Some students managed to find a way against my quirk as you predicted, but I could sense them and was able to easily avoid them. Well done. Another thing. As you just heard, Moonfish and Muscular not being with us is intentional. They are not what the League was looking for, so we moved to take them out. I took care of Muscular and well, not sure who took care of Moonfish if not Bakugo Katsuki. Probably Shinso? Though I thought he wasn't among the ones who were in the forest. Nope. He was with the pussycats like I reported and managed to run. It was the student with a sentient shadow quirk. Tokoyami? So his quirk does get stronger in the night instead of just weaker in the day. Noted. He should add a few things to his notebook. Good to see that nobody seemed to mind that 2 members were just removed like that. Guess nobody really thought of them as members. Instead, the conversation quickly moved to Katchan. That child is tenacious. He fought until the end. He even managed to steal some compressed leaves I had in my pocket without me noticing. And he managed to easily dodge my knife. He moved kinda like you, Deku-kun. Though not nearly as cute. He wasn't a threat though. He nearly killed us all. Are you absolutely sure he isn't the target and you got the names mixed up? Even during the festival, if someone acted villainous, it was him. Deku laughed. The idea of Katchan as a villain was absurd. He acts all rough but he's definitely a hero. I'm sure. He would never join us. Him on the other hand, Todoroki was tied up in a chair. It wasn't really enough to restrain him if he used his quirk, but he knew better. Deku approached his new guest, lowered his hood and removed his mask. He had a stunned look. You? Me. Deku smiled. Hello, Todoroki. My name is Deku. We took you today so that we could ask you if you'd like to join the League of Villains.